Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on web development by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about web development from basics to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation. Before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. On saying that, let's see the agenda of today. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Web Development. In that, we will tell you what is web development, what are the types of web development. After that, we will learn about HTML, CSS, jQuery and JavaScript. Once we finish with that, we will introduce you to JavaScript frameworks like React.js, AngularJS, Express.js, Node.js and also MongoDB. Post that, we will move on to a little more advanced topics like blocks and inline level elements in HTML. After that, we will learn about inputs, forms and form attributes. Then later on, we will be doing a very quick hands-on on how to create a website from scratch. Then after that, we will tell you how to become a web developer, what are the skills required, salary and which companies are hiring web developers. Then lastly, we will be covering web development interview questions and answers. So this is the agenda of the video. This session is going to be very interesting. Stay tuned and watch the video till the end.
How to learn web development for free. Today in this session, we will be going through various topics that are related to web development that you should know before you start learning web development, or before you think about pursuing your career into web development. What is web development? So guys, web development is basically the practice of creating web applications. So anything and everything that you see on the internet was basically developed under the umbrella term web development, right? So if you visited facebook.com, if you visited Instagram, if you uh, have a chance to visit Intellipaat.com, all these websites are basically created by web developers. So today in this session, we're basically going to understand the different type of careers that are there in web development, right? And how you can actually go about learning them. All right. So web development is basically the practice of creating websites, and these websites have a lot of things inside them, and that we are basically going to understand what are different kind of skills are required to create a website like Instagram or Facebook or even Intellipaat.com. Okay. So what are the different types of work in web development? Let's understand that. So there are basically 3 or 4 types of categories which are there in web development, guys. The first one is front end. So what you see on the browser, the design that you see on the browser, the text that you see on the browser, that's basically called the front end, right? So there's a separate person who designs the front end of the website and decides how the look and feel of the website is going to be, right? So that's the front end part of the website. Then you have something called as the back end part of the website. So back end part of the website basically has all the logics. For example, let's say on when you go to Instagram, or when you go to Facebook, let's say you search for a friend of yours, right? So when you search for a friend of yours, that query actually runs in the backend, and only the results are given to you the front end. Now, how is the search happening in the backend? Probably, there's a programming language which has been written in the backend, which takes in the argument which you give in the search bar, then searches all your friends in the database, gets the result, sends it back to the front end, and then it is rendered on the browser. That's when you see that these are all the friends that you searched for. So that's basically the backend. So backend is basically yet another programming language which is written to have all the logics which are required by the front end to show the results. Okay. Then you also have something called as databases. So databases again you will have to learn separately because, like I said, backend is a programming language where you write all the logics. Now this programming language will sometimes require databases, like for example in the search example that I gave you, you require to know about or you require to communicate with database. But let's take some other example. Let's say you are doing some video processing, or when you're doing some image processing. So in that case databases are not required, but computation is required. Let's say you want to convert an mp4 file into an avi file. So for this, what you will need to do is you need to, convert the uh, MP4 file into the AVI file, and for that, the code, the logic has to be written in the backend. So what you have in the front end is just basically some buttons through which you can browse to your video, and then you finally click on upload. The moment you click on upload, what happens is a logic is fired in the backend through which your file now starts gets uploading, or it starts getting uploaded to a certain place, probably the server, right, the backend server. And once the file is uploaded over there, then the processing starts according to the logic that you have written in the backend. And once the logic is complete, the video is then ready. It basically is given a shareable link, and that shareable link is then forwarded to the front end, which is then given to you guys. So in this case, since video processing is all about logic, you do not require a database over here. But in some cases, you require to rely on data, and in that case your backend has to interact with databases. So knowledge of database is also very important. Then there is a specialized person who understands backend, who understands databases, and who understands front end as well, and that guy is called a full stack developer, right? So in web development there is also a field where a person understands the whole stack of the website. That is, not only this person will be able to design front ends, not only this person would be able to design backends, but also this person would be able to work with databases. And that's what full stack is all about. Okay. Now today in this session, we our focus is basically to understand how full stack development basically is working, and also at the same time what are the kind of opportunities that you have in full stack. Okay, so obviously a person who is a full stack developer gets paid highly. Reason being, the skill set that he has acquired is actually very rare, because sometimes people make careers in front end only, or they make careers in back end only, or they make careers in database only. Probably some people might be just database administrators, some people might just be backend developers, some people might just be front-end developers. But when you combine all these skills, the resultant what you get is a full stack developer. And obviously because of the skills that he knows now, his salary is way higher than that of a front-end or a back-end engineer. Having said that, let's first understand what is a front-end engineer, or what is the front-end technology basically, uh, that you need to understand. So in front-end, guys, you have mainly three technologies. You have HTML. So HTML is the base. HTML is the place where, so all the text that you see on the website, that is basically written in HTML, right? All the buttons that you see on the website, that is basically written on HTML. So HTML basically provides a structure to a web page. Now, once you have the structure, then you start adding colors, then you start styling your web page, and that is possible using CSS. CSS basically means cascading style sheets, and the main job of CSS is to basically provide style to your website, is to provide colors to your website. Right? So if you want a certain font, if you want that font to be underlined, if you want that font to be italics, that is what CSS do, right? If you want a button to be a certain color, if you want the button to be a certain size, that is possible using CSS. So a person who is a front-end developer, or who is probably wanting to become a full stack developer, he should understand how to write HTML files. He should understand how to write CSS files in order to style your web page. Then the third thing that he should know is about JavaScript. Now, what is JavaScript? Now, you would sometimes see, let's take an example. If let's say I go to Intellipaat.com, okay, so this is a website. Now, on this website, if you hover on courses, you will see automatically this pop-up comes in, right? And this only comes when I hover on courses. So this is called a dynamic element on a front-end page. Okay, so whenever you have to deal with dynamic elements, whenever there is a logic involved in the front end. For example, the logic over here is the moment I hover on courses, it should show the drop down, or let's say this pop-up comes up after a certain amount of seconds, or let's say this chat application came up after a certain amount of seconds. So whatever uh, dynamic things that you see in the front end are basically done using JavaScript. Now there are obviously some things, for example, let's say if I search, so if I'm searching anything, let's say if I search for full stack over here, and when I hit enter, at this point in time, JavaScript is not being used. At this point in time, my request was sent to the backend. My backend fetched all the results and then it sent it back to the front end. Here, JavaScript was not involved. But let's say, uh, like I said, if let's say I do anything which basically is dynamic in nature, for example, okay, for example, when I'm going to this login button, you can see that the color is being changed, right? It's changing to gray color. So this is again possible using JavaScript. So anything dynamic on the website which happens based on certain events, if you're trying to configure something like that, that is possible using JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically responsible for all the dynamic content that you see on the website, which basically responds to events. Okay, so this was the front end part of the website. Now let's understand, what the backend part is. Uh, okay, so before we understand what backend is, there is also something called as front end framework. Now, what happens is there are two ways that you can create any front end of a website. You can either write everything from scratch, or what the open source community has done is they have written some functions which they understand are the most used in any website when they are created, right? And a framework is nothing but a collection of these functions so that the job of a front-end developer becomes easy. For example, let's say we were talking about highlighting that button, right? Or let's say there is some other uh, aspect of feature that you want to add in your front end. Now, if let's say you do not use any framework, in that case, let's say you have to write 200 or 300 lines of code in order to achieve a feature. But when you're using frameworks, because there are inbuilt functions, there are inbuilt features in this framework which are ready to use, instead of writing 300 lines, that same work can now be done in 50 to 60 lines, or let's say even 10 lines in some cases, right? So frameworks are already created features for a particular front end programming language, and these frameworks are for different languages. uh, for example, you have a JS framework, or let's say you use some other programming language, you would have a different framework for that as well. So in this session today, we will be focusing our attention on JS frameworks. So, so the most some of the most popular front-end frameworks are Angular. So Angular is the front-end framework which is used for front end development. Then you have something called as React. Then you have something called as Vue as well. So these are some of the most popular front end frameworks which are used in a website. Right now, all of them cannot be used together. Only one of them will be used in a website to achieve a job. Right. Angular and React are the most famous ones, but lately what has happened is the focus has now shifted more onto React than Angular, because with React you also get features such as mobile development. For example, there is something called as React Native. So React Native basically helps you to create responsive mobile design templates. Okay, so not only the code that you're writing will run great on a computer like this screen that you just seen, but if you also visit that website on the mobile, uh, even there the responsive elements will work great, right? So if you were to do this in Angular, you would have to write separate code for mobile and then make it work. But with React Native as extension in React, what you can do is the same code can be used, what you wrote, using the React Native feature of React, and that same code can also be now implemented on mobile with a little tweaks, right? So because of this reason, because of less time being involved in getting a website ready for both mobile and PC, React has become more popular. And even when you search for a full stack developer, you will see that 70 to 80% of the job descriptions will basically have React as a skill set in the front end technologies. Okay, so React is something that has become very important, and I told you the reason because React also has components which are readily available for mobile development. For example, React Native. Okay, then again you have something called as Vue. Now Vue is again a JavaScript framework or a front-end framework, and it is very similar to what Angular is, and but it is not that popular. I mean, it's a good framework. I mean, it can get the same job done as Angular or React, but I mean, like I said, there are some more features in React, for example, mobile development. So the intent is same. The intent is to make the job easy to create front-end websites. But yet again, when you talk about jobs which are out there, React is the most popular framework among all the front-end jobs which are out there. Okay. So now that we understand this, let's also talk about the backend technologies. So in backend, like I told you, that backend is basically a place where you write all the logics, where if any communication is required with the database, that is done, and then the information is passed on to the front end. So that's what a backend, language is. So it's also called server-side language or server-side programming, and it basically deals with uh, anything and everything which is required in terms of running a logic, in terms of running a job, which probably you do not want to run on the client system. So when I say client system, what happens is, let's say we are dealing with this website, right? So this website has now been loaded on my system. It has been loaded on my browser, the code, and that's how I'm able to see it. But let's say if I search for something, and if that code I include in the front end section of the website, then I as a user, what I can do is I can just right click over here. I can go to view page source, and then I can see the code that you have written, right, in order to connect to the database. But for connecting to the database, you need credentials. For connecting to the database, you need a lot of things that you don't want to make public, and that is the reason that connection to databases are actually implemented in the backend. So whatever you write in the backend, you cannot see in the view page source. In the view page source, you can only see the front end part of the website. So let's say if I go to view page source, this is the whole code which is written for this website, and I can go through it. I can understand what the code is. I can see what they have done, etc. But when you talk about the backend code, that backend code is not listed over here, right? Similarly, one more thing that I wanted to point out was that the the processing part, you do not want to load your client's computer with logics. For example, if you have to do image or video processing, that processing you want to do it on your server so that your user's system, is not hampered with any performance issues. For example, if I as a user, if I go to Instagram and I suddenly realize the moment I go to Instagram, my system, my CPU level goes up, my CPU level is used more, or if I'm using a laptop, the battery is getting consumed more when I'm using Facebook.com. Obviously, I'll try not to use that website. Obviously, I will try not to, use an application which drains my battery. You would have also seen when you use a mobile phone, some applications take up a lot of battery, right? For example, when you play games on your mobile phone, it takes up a lot of battery. Why? Because in that case, when you're playing a game, the processing is happening on your device, right? Similarly, you do not want the processing to be happening on the client side because you want to give the user the best experience possible. So in that case, to differentiate between just showing the results on a user's computer and separating the processing part on some other computer, you have backend languages. Now in backend languages, some of the few languages that you can write in is PHP. Then you have something called as Python, then you have Ruby, then you have Node.js, then you have Java, right? And then there are a lot of other programming languages as well, where using which you can basically write a backend logic. Okay. Now the most famous among these is basically Node.js. Why is it the most famous? Let me give you a recap when we saw the different kind of front-end frameworks that are basically there. So all these frameworks, they are basically JavaScript frameworks, which basically means that anyone and everyone who wants to write dynamic code for the front end, they need to learn JavaScript, and only then they will be able to implement these frameworks. Now, given the fact that you have to learn JavaScript, let's now again come back to backend technologies. So in these technologies, you will notice that PHP is yet another programming language to learn about. Python is yet another programming language to learn about. Ruby is yet another programming language to know about. But Node.js is basically a backend framework which makes use of JavaScript again. So if you know how to write JavaScript for front end, it will be very easy for you to even learn Node.js, because in this case, you do not have to learn one more programming language. You just have to understand how this framework of Node.js basically works, and that's about it. If you learn that, you become a backend developer automatically. Now, because it's first of all very easy for developers to transition from front end to back end technologies because of the JS part being common, a lot of companies to save costs are using Node.js as a backend technology, because in that case, they don't have to train their employees extensively on a new technology. They can just tell their employees, let's learn about a new framework, and then they become automatically backend developers and they start developing for you. Now, obviously, it's not that easy the way I'm telling you, because when you start writing logics for the backend, you have to have high performance code, uh, which basically means it should be very efficient in doing whatever it is doing, right? It should not take much resources. It should take the minimum resources possible to get a job done. And when you have to write a code like this, obviously it requires a lot of experience from your side, right? But given the fact that whenever you are writing any backend code, it is very important to have the ease of learning factor into learning something. For example, if you guys are new to web development, obviously you would prefer to learn the whole stack with minimum effort possible. And for that minimum effort, you have the React.js framework, because if you understand the front end part completely, you understand JS completely, then it will be very easy for you to learn front end framework and the back end framework that we're discussing about, which is Node.js. Now, because of this particular fact that uh, ease of transitioning is there. Companies have started using Node.js in the backend, but also the fact that Node.js is very light in nature, and also it is very powerful in nature as well. Because of that feature as well, companies have now started to use Node.js. Okay, now 90 or 80% of the job descriptions that you're going to find out there will have Node.js as a backend listed, right? So obviously there is a job market for Python as well, there's a job market for PHP as well, but most of the modern companies, most of the modern software that you work with, that you see, or that you use every day is basically based on Node.js.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at what is HTML. HTML is at the heart of what we're going to be discussing right now. So let's take a look at what it is and how it can be useful for us. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and is used to build web pages. It is important to understand that HTML is not a programming language. It is a markup language. A markup language is essentially a language that provides us certain capabilities and allows us to mark particular sections of a document and give them meaning. So to give you an example, let's say that you have a text document and it contains a lot of content. Now you need to be able to mark it up in order to make it be understandable to the user and the browser, such as the first line is supposed to be a heading of level 1. It's going to be like the title of a blog article or title of a news article or title of the manual that you're trying to create. In whichever case, HTML provides you with capabilities that allows you to mark the content that you are trying to display, such as it being a heading, it being a paragraph, it being an unordered list, it being an ordered list, and so on and so forth. So it's a markup language and it is used to build web pages. Now these web pages are really important, mainly because these web pages form the basis of the entire internet. Our job with these web pages is to link them together and create a website, and all of that is done using HTML. So HTML is a markup language and not a scripting or a programming language. This is something that people get confused by quite often. Scripting languages are languages that allow you to write code that will be executed by some program. So for instance, if you write code in VB script, that will be interpreted and executed by Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft products and will allow you to extend their capabilities, and you can basically use the language manual that is provided by Microsoft and use to do that. Similarly, JavaScript is executed by the browser. Nowadays, JavaScript has been taken out of context and not just browsers are able to execute it, but you can build web servers, mobile applications, native mobile applications, so on and so forth. So it's a really good way to learn these things. However, HTML doesn't do that, and it's not a programming language either. A programming language allows us to write programs that can be executed independently of any other program. So programming languages such as C++, Java, and others, we can write programs using those and they will then get executed without us having to use any other program to execute. On the other hand, HTML is a markup language. It's just documents with text that are marked up using HTML to describe the content more effectively. Now, HTML is used to define the structure of the content in a web page using well-defined constructs such as tags and attributes. To give you an example, in HTML, we can use tags and attributes to define H1, to define a link, an image, so on and so forth. Our job with using HTML is to basically add content to a web page and define tags and markup and use those to basically describe the content to the browser and structure the content. So to give you a better example, it's let's say that you have a blog post. In a blog post, you have several elements such as the title of the blog post, the content body of the blog post. Inside the content body, you have images, you have links to external resources, you have text, you have paragraph, you have code examples. All of these, if you can just mark it up using the HTML tags and attributes provided to you, and we'll see more of them as we go along. But if you take a look at those, then you can understand how you can use HTML to mark the content off.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The benefit of that is that it becomes more structured. Web browsers are able to better display it. You can change the display of it as well, but the search engines or crawlers such as the Google search bot and many other search engine bots are able to better understand the content that you have created. So if there's a H1 tag, the web crawler will understand that this is the heading of the text or the content that's going to come after it. And then if it gets a paragraph, it understands, okay, this is a full-fledged set of information written inside one paragraph, which is standalone, and then you can go along. So that's how you can use HTML. HTML, just to recap, is a markup language. It's not a scripting or a programming language, and it is used to build web pages. And these web pages are used to contain content which are marked up using the tags and attributes provided by HTML. That's basically all HTML does. Right, now let's take a look at why would we want to use HTML. But before that, let's take a look at let's understand how the HTML works. So HTML code is interpreted by a browser, which then displays the content based on the HTML tag wrapped around it. So basically, whenever you're building an HTML page, you are building something that is going to be interpreted by a web browser. The web browser will open the HTML page and will try and understand it. That's basically how a web crawler will understand it as well. It will interpret the content that you have written with the tags and attributes wrapped around the content and try to basically understand the outline of the document that you have created. That outline will then be displayed on the screen by the web browser. Now, if you have created a document, it's not necessarily the case that it will be displayed exactly the same way across all browsers. There might be minute differences with the font that is used to display it, with the font size and all of that, and we can change that later on using CSS. But the content that is being understood by the web browser is going to be the same across. So if you have an H1 tag, all the browsers will understand it as a first level heading, which is the most important heading of the document, and then H2, H3, and so on and so forth. This is how HTML works. Basic HTML is you write some code, save it as an HTML document, run it inside a browser, see the output of it. That's how HTML works in a nutshell. Alright guys, now let's take a look at creating HTML pages. We'll try and understand how you can create an HTML page and what an HTML page actually means. So an HTML page is a single file that contains HTML code which can be interpreted and displayed by a web browser. Basically, whenever you're trying to write code in any language, whether it's markup, scripting, or programming, there's a special extension with which you need to save the file, and then there's a special program that needs to interpret, compile, or understand the file. In our case, since we're writing HTML, a web browser is the program that needs to understand the code that we're writing, and for that, firstly we need to write a single HTML page. That's the simplest you can get. So for that, all you need is a single page, a single file in which you write your HTML code and then open it up with a web browser. At the end of the day, whatever web browser displays, whether it's a really simple HTML document or a really complicated full stack application, at the end of the day, all of it is generated HTML code. So no matter how complicated technology you're using, at the end of the day, you are generating HTML content. Now that content is then interpreted and displayed by the web browser. An HTML file can be created using any text editor or code editor, such as Notepad, Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, etc. There are several IDEs available as well, such as WebStorm, Eclipse, and Aptana Studio. However, you don't need a full-fledged IDE just for HTML. HTML is quite simple. You can simply write your HTML code in a text editor. You just need to make sure that you're not writing your code in a word processor. A word processor is a software such as Microsoft Word, Google Docs, Microsoft Word and open document formats and other things like that. Now this is mainly because these documents with saving some text Also save some formatting information such as the color, the font size, font weight, the font that is used, so on and so forth. So we need to be able to understand how we're going to write the code, and then we need that code to be in the text format with a special extension and open it up with a web browser. Web browser looks at the code, understands it, and displays it on the screen. Now, in a code editor, we need to create a new file, write some HTML code, and save it with a file name and a .html extension. There are other extensions such as .htm, in which we exclude the L at the end of HTML, and that works as well. However, it isn't as widespread or as popular to use as .html. .html is more consistent, and it conforms to the uniform standards that have been created for HTML document writers or web developers. So it is highly recommended that you write your code in a file, save it as a .html extension. You can name it whatever you want. The naming doesn't really matter. As long if you are naming it index.html, that's basically the general format people use, but it's your choice. The reason why index.html is a popular name for a single HTML is because whenever you visit a web address that is being served by a web server, all that happens is that you are directed to a directory, and if no HTML file is specified, your browser will automatically look for an index.html page and display that. So in cases like that, we use index.html, but you can name it whatever you want. Just make sure that you remember the name and you are able to open it up in a web browser. And then we need to be able to understand that the significance of the extension. So many web browsers are now smart. They can just take a look at the content and understand what it is. But if it's not stored with a .html extension, your browser may think that it's just a text file and it will just display the code that you have written as plain text, instead of interpreting it and displaying it on the screen without the tags and the attributes and all the source code that you have written. So just make sure that you understand that. Make sure that you are writing the correct HTML code, and the code that you're writing needs to have the extension of .html. Then you can open it up in any browser you want. There are certain browsers that support some features but not support other features. However, most of the features, around 95% of the features that are available, are uniformly available across all the major or the latest versions of the browsers available. So if you're trying to target browsers such as the latest version of Chrome, latest version of Firefox, Safari, and the latest version of Microsoft Edge, which is the new browser that replaces Microsoft's Internet Explorer, then it's going to work across the entire array of browsers. However, most of the HTML content that we write is supported by all the web browsers, so you don't have to worry about that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how to create a blank HTML page. Now for that, first thing you have to do is open up a new folder. Now I created it in my E drive. I've called it hands-on. You can call it anything you want. Now in it, I'm going to open up my code editor. Mine is Visual Studio Code. You can, for instance, open up any text editor that you want to use. Notepad would work just as well. Now, after it opens, let's close this up. So I will create a new file. For this, I have multiple shortcuts. I can press Ctrl N, or I can click on File, New File. After doing that, I will save the file. It will save in the same folder in which I had opened my code editor, and I'll call it index.html, and I'll save it. Now, the first thing you have to note is that there is no code inside the file. Okay, it's just a blank file with the name of index and the extension of HTML. If I open up the file here, as you can see, this is what it looks like. If you were to open it up in a web browser, which you should do, as you can see, mine by default is index.html. My default is Chrome, so it will open up in Chrome. Yours might be different. That will be shown by your icon, and it says Chrome HTML document and 0 bytes, showing that there is nothing inside it. If I open it up, it will open up in a browser. It won't show any errors, it won't show anything. This is a valid HTML page. A couple of things to notice is that there is nothing written on the entire web page. It's completely blank. And if you take a look at the tab here, which usually is reserved for titles, there's nothing, just the file name index.html. Now that may or may not be what you want. You don't want your page's name to mirror the name of the file that you are loading up. So in order to solve that, there's a way, and we'll discuss that in the next hands-on. But right now, I want you to know that there's nothing inside it, and it still opens up as well. If you look at the source code, as you can see, there's nothing here. So this is the file we have with no code inside it, and it still opens up. It's a valid HTML page. You can scroll, you can take a look at the page, you can open up the console, take a look at anywhere you want to, and you won't find any errors. This is a valid HTML page. Whenever you try to create an HTML page, then this is how you do it. You firstly create a file, save it with a .html extension, and then use it.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Alright, now let's take a look at a basic HTML page. Here we'll take a look at what an HTML page looks like. What does a basic HTML page has the code of, and we'll try and understand the code as we go along. So to write an HTML page, firstly we need to understand the basic structure of an HTML page. The code below shows that basic structure. Now it may look quite overwhelming, however most of it is something that you have to write over and over, so you don't need to basically fiddle with it a lot. However, we would like you to understand all of it, so we'll try and go through each one of these code blocks one by one to try and understand what each of that means. The first thing that we have is this weird doc type HTML tag. This is basically a doc type declaration which tells the browser that it is going to be an HTML5 page. However, this is not the only doc type available. If you're trying to use HTML 4.0 or any earlier version of the HTML specification, you can write that doc type. Many people choose to omit the doc type. That's not advisable. However, it's still doable. Even if you omit that doc type declaration, your code is not going to stop working. It'll work as expected. This is only for accessibility purposes. So for instance, if somebody else comes along, takes a look at your code, the first line that they take a look at is this and understand, okay, the code I'm expecting to read is HTML5 compliant. So I can see a lot of new latest features here as well. Then we need to understand that there are several doc types. Now HTML5 is the latest version, so you will see the latest doc type being used is HTML5. However, it's not the only one. There are many other doc types available which you can use. Then we have this root HTML tag. The code we write needs to be between the opening and the closing HTML tag. We'll discuss tags and attributes in a bit more detail later on. The thing that you need to understand is that most of the tags in HTML have an opening and closing tag. With these tags, we're trying to create basically a hierarchy, nested structure. So we have the HTML tag, and everything going from top to bottom is going to be inside that HTML tag. And if you take a look at the last line, it is the closing tag with the angle brackets HTML written in it, but there's a forward slash between the angle bracket and each of the HTML. That's called a closing tag. Again, don't worry about the terminology. We'll gain better understanding of tags and attributes in a later video. What you need to understand right now is that there are tags, there are attributes, and we need to understand all of this. So we have the HTML tag, we have the language attribute set to EN, which stands for English. Now again, this is not strictly speaking required, but it is good to have this so that the accessibility features of HTML can be used. This tells the web browser and anyone who is visually impaired, if they're using a screen reader, it will tell them that this is a page that has the content written in it as English language. So it will be better for them to use. Then we go to the head tag. The head tag contains code that is not displayed on the screen. It is for the browser to interpret and understand, and for the web crawlers and search engines to understand. The code we write here is strictly speaking for the browser to understand. It may add some visual polish to your website on some platforms. However, that's not strictly speaking what it's used for. If you take a look at it, we have written the meta tag with the character set of UTF-8. That means that the encoding that is used is Unicode encoding of 8-bit. Again, if you don't know what Unicode encoding means, you don't have to worry about it right now. But you do need to understand that Unicode encoding is the most preferred way. So usually you'll end up writing code like this. Then comes the second tag. It's the viewport tag. We'll discuss more about it in our CSS lecture. But what you need to understand here is that the viewport tag basically tells the browser whatever I'm displaying, it is display it at the current zoom level of your browser and fit the content as needed. So don't create any scroll bars so that I need to scroll through the web page. If the content is too much, shrink it down. If the content is too little, then let it be so. Then we have the title tag. This title tag is what will be displayed on your browser's tab. So if I write HTML title and if I open this web page in a web browser, the thing that will be written on the browser tab for the title of the tab will be HTML title. Now there are more tags that you can write here inside the head tag, and all of that as we have shown thus far is not something that will be displayed on the screen. It will be something that the browser interprets and basically changes the appearance of your web page tab. Now the head tag in our example contains information about character set, viewport, title, and all of these things appear on the browser tab. The title appears on the browser tab, and all of this other text is something that is crawled by web crawlers such as the Google bots and other search engine bots. The real reason why this head tag is used is to basically provide better understanding of a web page to web crawlers and to write code that should in some way affect our page, but it's not something that should be displayed on the screen. Whatever is displayed on the screen is written inside the body tag. Now the body tag will contain the code that displays things on web pages. Anything that you see on web page, and when we say see, we mean content, not the style of it. So if you see something such as a h1 tag, a big bold heading, that's written inside the body tag. If you see a red colored heading, that's also written inside the body tag. However, the color red may be coming from something written in the head tag, so that's not really something you need to worry about right now. The body tag is used to contain all the code that should display things on your web page. This display is important because that is the thing that your user is going to interact with and see. Every button, every image, link, all of this is written inside the body tag. The separations are created so that we can better understand the code that we're writing. If it's something that the user should see, it should go inside the body tag. If it's something that the user cannot see, but it's something that the browser will need to understand, it's something that the web crawlers will need to understand, then head tag is the proper place for it. Now, when building an HTML page, we will write majority of our code inside the body tag. Majority of the code in the sense most of the content that is being displayed on the screen will be written inside HTML page and HTML body tag. So now let's take a look at our next topic.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at how you can create a basic HTML page. To do that, firstly, as we had done earlier, you need to open up your text editor in a blank folder. It could be in any folder, but I like to do it in a separate folder because it allows me to better understand my code and not a lot of files are there to hog up your attention. Now, I'll save it as index.html. By the way, you can name it anything you want. I like index.html because it's the first file that the browser looks for in an empty folder. Once I've saved that, if I open it up in the text editor without in a web browser without any code written, as you can see, the title is showing index.html, which is the name of the. And if you look at the page source, there's nothing in it. Now we'll write some basic HTML structure. Now this is the basic HTML code that you need to write in every HTML page for it to be compliant to the current standard. Now in Visual Studio Code you get a snippet, so I won't be typing it out, but I will describe it. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, just type the exclamation mark, press tab, and it'll open it up. Let me just change the title, basic HTML. There you go. So now let's take a look at each one of these tags and understand what that means. Also in a text editor, if you can see, I have these arrows that I can use to collapse my systems or collapse my code. I'll show you how that works in a later video. The first thing is the doc type. The doc type tells the browser what kind of HTML document it is. This doc type tells the browser that it's using HTML5, which is the current standard and is the one that is used by most of the people. It's easier to write than all the other doc types, and it's much better and more compliant to the standards. So use this. Then we have written HTML and language is equals to English. Now again, you don't have to write language equals to English. You can omit that. However, it's good for accessibility purposes, so that the browser knows that the language used inside this browser is English, and the people who are hearing impaired or visually impaired can use a screen reader or other accessibility tools, and this could be told to them via those tools. This is the head of the document. Now here's where it gets a little interesting. Inside the HTML page, as you can see, this is where I open it up. This is where I close it up. We'll discuss more about opening and closing tags in the next hands-on. Here, all I'm trying to tell you is that we can nest HTML tags inside one another. So I open a tag here, close a tag here, everything in between is inside this HTML tag. And everything inside the HTML tag is considered a child element of the HTML page. So the first child element that we are focusing on is the head. Head contains meta information and some information about the page. This is not displayed in the browser. So whatever information you put inside the head of the document, this is not going to be displayed on the web page. First thing we are describing is the character set that we're using. Now again, this is not necessary, but you can do so. Secondly, we are describing the HTTP / equivalent of XUA compatible and content is equals to IE equals Edge. This basically means that the code that we're going to be writing is compatible with Internet Explorer Edge. Edge is the new browser that Microsoft has released. Internet Explorer is the previous one. So if it's Edge, then it will be displayed correctly. Now, these two things are called meta tags. The third meta tag we are using is the viewport, that's the name, and the content that is supposed to go inside the name viewport is this. This is just for responsiveness of the web page, and we'll discuss that later when we're discussing CSS. Now, these three things are used by the web browser and Google search bots. Any search bot, search engine can take a look at these. Firstly, it takes a look at the head tag and try and get a good idea of what this page supports, what are the features that this page has. We are using UTF-8. We are using, it will work fine on Internet Explorer Edge, and the viewport is going to be this. Now again, this is not going to be displayed on the screen. The title is basic HTML page. This is what I will show you in just a few moments when we take a look at the output. Now we close the head tag because everything that we have done is now finished, and now we open up the body tag. Whatever we write here is going to be displayed on the screen, which I'll show you in a moment. Then we close the body tag, and then we close the HTML tag, so everything is done. Now, if I open up my web browser, as you can see, notice this one. I'm going to refresh my page, and this will change. This is the title of the web page. I refresh this, and now it's basic HTML page, as you can see. If I take a look at the code base, this is what the code looks like, and we have the basic HTML page here. This is what it looks like, and if I were to change this, then this title would change as well. Now, inside the body tag, if I were to write anything, let's say HTML body, I save this, I go back, and if I refresh this, now take a look at here, particularly at the beginning of the blank white document. This is being shown here. HTML body. Now, usually in HTML, you're not supposed to write text as it is. You need to wrap it inside some tags, and we'll discuss tags and attributes in a moment in the next hands-on. But what you need to understand is that HTML body contains the visible text and the content, and the head contains all the information that the web browser or the web browser or the search engines need in order to index a page. Now, we have written the code. This is the basic HTML code that you're going to have to write every time you're trying to build or write an HTML document. Everything you need to write will be written inside the body tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. Tags and attributes are the fundamental building blocks of any HTML code. They are what is used at the most basic level to create an HTML file. Let's take a look at them one by one. Now, tags and attributes are, as discussed, are the most fundamental building blocks of an HTML page. Now, we have HTML tags and we have HTML attributes, and we'll discuss what each of these mean as we go along. For the tag part, we are looking at in the code section below, we are looking at an A tag with an href attribute set to /blog, and the text inside the tag says click here to navigate to my blogs. Now, everything we do in HTML is done using tags and attributes, as these are the things that a browser understands and uses to display content on the web page. Tags, as discussed before, are what are used to wrap the content and make the browser understand how to display them and the behavior that it should attach to. So there are several HTML tags available, all of them having different meanings, all of them having different use cases. And you can take a look at those at the Mozilla documentation or MDN. An HTML tag is wrapped inside an opening and a closing angle bracket. Now, if you take a look at the image below, we have highlighted the opening and closing angle brackets. Inside the first opening and closing angle bracket, we have an A tag with the attribute of href set to /blog. At the end, we also have an A tag, however, it is closed. In the closing A tag, we are using a / to close the tag. This is done in order to understand how the HTML tags work. In HTML, we need to create an open and close tag. Now, many times when you don't close a tag, your browser will not throw an error. It will simply just keep on going. And many times it would work fine as well. However, it is considered a bad practice because many of the tags, if not closed, could lead to some unexpected behavior, and it could be really difficult to understand which tags to close to solve which problem. So in order to do that, you need to use an A tag. In here, we are using an opening tag of A tag, and we're closing it with all the text inside it being its child element. Now, an HTML tag can contain another HTML element, which in turn contains the content which we display on the screen. So for instance, we have an opening tag, we have a closing tag, and we have a text, the link text. This text is going to display what we want to do in order to work for it. So for this, we use the opening and closing tags. Now, HTML tags need to be opened and they need to be closed to be interpreted correctly by a web browser. Again, if you are not closing your HTML tags, that could lead to a big problem. That problem mainly persists because of the understanding, because browsers will take a look at an opening tag and will be expecting a closing tag. If it does not found a closing tag, then all the elements that come below it will be considered a part of the current tag. So if I have another tag inside it and then I have another tag inside it, all of these would be considered its child elements. That may not lead to a desired behavior. Between the opening and closing tag, we can add HTML elements or nest other tags as well. So basically what we can do is we can add other elements inside a tag, or we can basically just add elements on the same level, or we can add them one inside the other. This is called nesting. So we can do either thing. That depends on the use case that we're using. Now, on the other hand, attributes are used to describe the characteristics of an HTML element in detail. Here we have an href tag. It is used to be, it is pointing to a link to the current website's URL. If it's www.blog.com, then the address is going to be www.blog.com/blog. In our example here, we have written a link tag with the href attribute set to /blog. Had we not written the href attribute, the link would not be pointing to any other page, and whenever we click on the link, it won't take us anywhere. However, since we have filled the href tag, then by the way, we can fill it with any other web address as well. If you want this link to navigate us to google.com, you could just replace /blog with http:// and it will take us to that website. Now, many different HTML tags have different attributes, so you just need to understand which tags to use when and which attributes are associated with it. attributes always are specified in the starting tag and never in the ending tag. So if you have attributes that you need to specify, you do it after the starting tag, not inside the tag and not around the ending tag. This is really important to understand, mainly because ending tags are only just used to end the HTML element.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And starting tags are used to configure it, specify text inside, and all of that. Now, attributes usually appear in name value pairs, in which the name of the attribute is, in our example, href, then an equals symbol, and then the value is usually quoted inside a double quotes. It's not really something that is always needed, but most of the times they appear like this. Different HTML elements may have different HTML attributes which you can use in order to manipulate their behavior. For instance, if you have a heading tag, it does not have an href attribute, mainly because it doesn't make sense for a heading to have a link to some place. If you want the heading to become the link, then you need to nest it inside the a tag that contains the href attribute. Similarly, if you have an image tag, you can specify the source of the image, that is, if it's an external website from which you're getting the image, or if it's a local file in which the image is stored, you can choose whichever one you prefer. However, inside a p tag, source is not an attribute. So you just need to understand which to use when, and there are several documentations that can help you understand which attributes are available for you to use when. Alright, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. So for that, again, we have the same index.html page. I will change the title here just so that it's a little more apparent what we're trying to do. Tag and attributes. Now, let me just show you what a tag might look like. Now, as we have discussed, all the tags would have an opening tag, or at least most of the tags should have an opening tag like this, and we can write most important headlines. Save this, and don't worry if you don't understand what each one means. We'll discuss all of that in a later slide. Right now, all we're trying to do is get you familiarized with the code. So now, as you can see, it's shown here in a bold and high font size. Now, let's take a look at an attribute that might suit here. I'll use the title attribute, and I'll show you what that means. Save this, go back. As you can see, if I hover over this, nothing happens thus far. If I refresh this and then hover over it, as you can see, it's showing some additional contextual information. This is also useful from an accessibility standpoint. So you can have attributes that may not affect the appearance of a page, but help in the background in the accessibility department as well. Now, another thing to understand is that even though we are stressing on the point that you have to close a statement or close an HTML tag, if I were to not do that, save it, go back and refresh, as you can see, you don't get any error. In fact, it's displaying things exactly the same. As you can take a look at the code, we have not closed the page. It works fine. It doesn't cause any error. It doesn't cause any major issues that you might have to face. The issue here is that if you don't close your HTML page and you end up writing some more code, let's say I write h3, save this, go back, and I refresh this. The code is here, it doesn't matter, but sooner or later it's going to cause some sort of an error. So, and if you have a lot of unclosed tags, you might not be able to understand where did I close the tag, where did I open it up, where is the issue lying. So this could be problematic. So we recommend always closing the tag, although it may not give you any error. So if you are taking a look at this code, you need to understand that we have always closed the tag. Now, I'm using Visual Studio Code. So if I want to create another tag, all I have to write h1 and press the tab key, and it will create an opening tag and a closing tag and place my cursor in between them where I can fill out the content that I want inside the tag. You might see me reaching for this feature of Visual Studio Code in order to speed up my code writing process. Although you can write it on your own, it's not really a required feature. But the important thing to understand is that you should always close the tag in order to avoid randomness and errors in your page. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML headings. Headings are obviously an important and integral aspect of any HTML document or any document that contains content that needs to be understood by a user. Headings allow us to separate the different sections of our document. Now, in HTML, we use heading or the heading tags to tell the browser that the text inside a tag is to be displayed as a heading. As you can see in the example that we have shown below, we have tags ranging from H1 to H6. All of them point to their output. So if we were to use this code and use it inside the body tags of the HTML template that we have just seen, and then open it up, we'll see the output to be this. Now the output is essentially just the text that is wrapped inside the tag with different sizes. H1 or the first level heading has the biggest size, and H6 has the smallest size. Now in HTML there are 6 tags that define headings. There are H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. It is important to note that there is no tag above H1, so H0 is not there, and any tag below H6, which is H7, H8 and so on and so forth, is also not available. H1 defines the most important heading, such that the title of the blog or headline of a new report. So whenever you visit a news website or a blogging site and you open up a news article or a blog, the title that is written at the top is usually a heading. It may be nested into different HTML tags, but at the end of the day, H1 is what is used. H1 defines the most important heading, and that means that this is the heading that the user should focus on. Whenever a user tries to open up a website, the first thing that they take a look at is the text that is having the largest and displays and stands out from the rest of the tags, which has a smaller font size. It is important to note that these heading tags are not just used for getting a bigger sized text, mainly because all of these headings could be brought to have the same size using CSS. So the text that is being displayed, the size at which it is being displayed, could be changed using CSS. So that's not the point of using a H1 tag. The point of using an H1 tag is to essentially classify some text as being important or being or containing text that is the title of the content that is about to follow. So that's why we use the heading tags. Now, as H1 describes the heading tag with the highest importance, similarly, H6 defines the heading tag with the least important. Now, the importance here basically means that when a user visits, their focus should immediately go to which element in which order. If we have used all the 6 heading tags, H1 is something that the user should focus on, especially the text inside the H1. This is why it is given by default the largest of font size in all of the headings. This could be changed, but that is the intent that we are going for, that it is the most important heading. Now, again, H6 is something that is to be used as the least important. Now, the least important could be a postscript or a note to a user. Many things such as a footer to a document, such as, okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind when you're trying to learn this, and all of that is something that you can wrap inside an H6 tag if it suits your purposes. Now, headings are very important as search engines use headings to better understand the content of your web page. To give you an example, if you have used headings incorrectly in your page, it might not rank that well in the search engine queries that are used in your web page. So you need to be cognizant, you need to be able to understand what you're trying to do, what level of importance do you want to assign to some text or some heading text, depends on what heading tag have you used with it. Users also make use of headings to skim through your content. To give you an example, if you are going through an HTML page, the first thing that you want to see to understand what the page contains is the H1 tag. Then all the subheadings are usually of H2 or H3. depending on how important they are. Usually H3s are nested inside H2 tags, but that's not really necessarily the case. And then as you go down, things as they become less and less important, we keep going down and we keep getting smaller and smaller heading tags. So we need to be able to understand how this works, what's important, what's not important, and based on this importance that we assign to each of these, we understand what it actually means. Now, it is based on the importance that we assign the heading tags to a particular text. Make sure that when you're using HTML headings, only for the headings and not for displaying some text as big and bold. This is not to say that displaying some text with some different features is not important. It's just not the use case for a heading. If you want to display your text as being bold or having a larger font size, there are several methods. The most easy and smart way of understanding it would be using CSS. CSS is something that we will be covering later on in this course, but you need to understand that these tags, these heading and big bold tags are really important for us to use. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML headings. To do that, firstly, we will go through the same steps that we had earlier. I have an index.html page. I have it opened up in my text editor. I'll just change the title. HTML headings. I will save it. Open up my web browser in which I have opened my index.html file, which I'm editing. Refresh it. And now as you can see that the HTML headings is being displayed here. Next thing I have to do is understand how the headings work. Now, this isn't very difficult. First thing, I'll show you what are the different kinds of headings. So I'll just write heading 1 and let me just copy this and h2, heading 2, h3, and again, this is just Visual Studio Code, but you can write it on your own. Heading 3, heading 4, then you go for h5, heading 5, and finally h6 would lead to heading 6. Now if I save this, I go back to my browser, refresh it to take a look at the output, and the output as you can see is 6 headings. All of them get progressively smaller in size, and this is what headings allow us to do. They allow us to write code that specifies some important information, some title, some important information, and these different headings ranging from 1 to 6 are there so that we can understand what actually we need to do. So heading 1 would be the most important heading. This could be the title of your web page written here. It could be the title of the news article, title of the blog post. It could be the description of what you're trying to do inside basically a few word description, what you're trying to explain inside the text below it. Then comes heading 2, which comes after heading 1. So whenever you're writing a document, you need to create an outline. An outline describes what you're trying to describe, and then you write what you're trying to describe in small paragraphs, which we'll take a look at in a moment, but this is what it looks like. So these are the headings. Now, let me just show you how you can use them. You can nest them, you can use them whatever you want, but let me just show you. Let's say if you have a heading that says important IMPO, important news. Now, the important news will be HTML course list. Save this, go back, refresh. Now as you can see, this is at the highest level of importance. Whenever a person visits your website, they'll take a look at this first, then they'll immediately scroll down and see, okay, so the important news was HTML course is released. That is the intent of using headings this way. We want to create a hierarchical structure in which we can describe what is most important, where should the user look first, so on and so forth. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. Paragraphs are important for us to understand. Paragraphs help us realize what kind of content we have, and within paragraphs we can feed in a lot of text content. That text content will be displayed as a paragraph, which will make the user understand that this is a single text block which contains some connected piece of information. So in HTML, a paragraph is displayed as a block of text that always starts on a new line. Even if you have HTML code that is all written on one line, if you have two paragraph tags right next to each other, they will always start on a new line. They won't be continuing from the previous line where it broke off. In the example that we have shown, we have two blocks of text. First one says, hi, this is a new paragraph. The second one says, hi, this is another paragraph. Even if they were both written in the same line and then saved and then opened up in a text, opened up in a web browser, the display would be the same, the output would be the same. As you can see that the first paragraph or this first element of p tag that is said, hi, this is a new paragraph, is being displayed at the top, and right next to it we are displaying, hi, this is another paragraph. Both of them work exactly the same way. Now we create a paragraph using p tag and text inside the opening and closing p tag that is displayed as a paragraph. As we have already seen, the way tags work is usually you open a tag, write some code, close the tag. Everything inside that open and closing tag is considered the body of the tag or the content of the tag. In paragraph tags, we use the p tag. In the p tag, we open a angle bracket, write p, close the angle bracket, that's the opening tag. Then we write the code that is needed to be encapsulated in a paragraph, and then we create an opening angle bracket, a / p, then a closing angle bracket that displays a closing p tag. After creating an opening and closing p tag, we write everything that we need to write in between those two opening and closing tag to be contained inside a paragraph. Although we have written text, we can also write things inside it such as a link, a heading, and so on. However, usually text and link are only things that are displayed in an HTML paragraph. You are not usually in the practice of nesting headings inside a paragraph, although that is something that people have done, but it's not recommended and it can create a bad impact on your search engine optimization of your website or your web application. Now, when using HTML paragraphs, we cannot change how the browser will display the content on by adding extra spaces or extra line in the HTML code. This is because when we are using HTML code, even if we were to add formatting information inside our text, such as adding new lines, adding extra spaces, whatever, since a paragraph cannot contain these kinds of things, they will be automatically removed. So in the example that we are being shown on the left hand side, what we are displaying is a p tag that has the text, hi, this is a new paragraph. Each word is separated by a single space, and then there are two paragraphs with no new line elements inside it. Everything is on the single line. So we see, hi, this is a new paragraph in one line with each word being separated with one space, and hi, this is another paragraph on a new line since it's a different paragraph and each word being separated with a single space. Now if you move on to the next example, which is on the right hand side, the first paragraph is exactly the same, so it's being displayed exactly the same. However, in the second paragraph we have hi, this, which are the two words with a single space. After that we have inserted 5 or 6 spaces, and then after that is the word is another. After that we have pressed the enter button twice, which is we have added 2 new lines, and then we have written paragraph and closed the tag. However, the output of this is going to be exactly the same. Now, this may or may not be something that you are looking forward to. If you are trying to write some code that should be displayed exactly as a paragraph, then this is the behavior that you're looking for. However, if you wish to keep that formatting information that you have inserted and display it exactly as you have formatted it inside the code, then p tag is not for you. Now, the browser removes any extra spaces and lines that it finds in the text which is contained in almost any HTML tag. In paragraph tags, this is done usually to make it look more like a paragraph, but this is also something that is done in almost any other HTML tag that is used to contain some text. The one tag that is something that you can use is the pre tag. So now we have the same code written inside p tags and pre tags on the right hand side of the code block, and you see that the text that is nested inside the pre tag is being displayed with all the spaces and new lines that we have entered. And as you can see, it is being displayed exactly as we would want it to be. So that's the difference between a p tag and a pre tag. If you want to display text as a paragraph regardless of the formatting that is present inside the text, then use the p tag. If you want to keep the formatting, then use the pre tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. We'll try and understand how paragraphs work, and we'll try and understand the differences between paragraphs and p tags in code. So we have the same setup that we have had for the entire thing. It has index.html written, so the title is not there right now. I'll just change the title to HTML paragraphs so that we understand what we're trying to accomplish. Now let me just show you a paragraph. This is a paragraph. Now this is a paragraph. Now if I go back and if I refresh this, you can see that this is a paragraph. The important bit here is that even if I were to copy this and put it in the same line, this is another paragraph. Now we expect everything to show up in the same line. In case we're not understanding what paragraphs are, we'll think, well, we've written it on the same line, so it should appear on the same line basically. The output should be this is a paragraph followed immediately by a space, and then followed by this is another paragraph. However, that would not be the case. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. And if I select this, this is what it looks like here. So we have two paragraphs, all of them broken up into their own lines. That's the default behavior of a paragraph. Each paragraph has to occupy a new line. So it starts from a new line, ends on the line where the content ends. Now, another thing to understand is that paragraphs don't allow for formatting text. So if I have this, now this is another paragraph. I want 5 spaces in between this, between is and another. So I already have 1 space. I'll add 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want the paragraph word on a new line. So I press this. Now if I say this again, normally we would expect this to be reflected on the code, but it's not. And now if I take a look at the source code being loaded is the one that we're using. However, the paragraph is being shown exactly the way it was before, which is a space between all the consecutive words, and no new lines are added. Now this is because paragraphs don't allow for that. If you want paragraph, and basically no other HTML tag allows for that except for the pre tag. Pre tag allows you to basically format the text however you want, and it will be displayed as such. So this one keeps the 5 spaces. Let me show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have a new line. As you can see, this tab here is being displayed because of this. So pre is highly sensitive to all the spaces, tabs, and everything available for us to use. So if you want to have some formatted text, essentially if you want to display some code, then pre tags can be useful. You can nest a code tag inside it and you can write your code there. And a p tag is not really useful because it's used for creating a paragraph, and that paragraph is only used to display text with single spaces between all the consecutive words, and no new lines are allowed. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML links. Let's understand how links work and how you can make use of them in your HTML code base. So links are the most fundamental aspects of a web page on the internet today. They allow us to link our web pages to other web pages. Suppose you have 2 web pages, web page A and web page B, and you want to create a link. A link will basically be some text on which when you click, you get directed to a new page, or page B if you will. So this is what a link is, and because of this linking or interlinking of documents, HTML pages, web is what it is today. It's a collection of interlinked documents using which we can link one document right next to another document. Now HTML links are called hyperlinks, as a user can click on the link and jump to another document. If you take a look at the output below, we have a news site that has a link that says click here to read the latest updates. When you click on it, you get directed to a new page that says latest updates. So that's how HTML links are supposed to be used. You have some text, you want it to be clickable, and when the user clicks on it, the user gets redirected to a new page. You use links for that. Now a link is created using an A tag. The A tag needs to have an href attribute in it that contains the URL of the destination resource. So to give you an example, if we have an A tag with the href attribute set to www.news.com/headlines, as we have down below, then when the person clicks on the link, click here to read latest updates news, it will be redirected to this website that is mentioned inside the href attribute. The href attribute is used to create a link between two pages. Now, these URLs can either be absolute or relative. An absolute URL is the full web address. If you're trying to link to an external URL that is not the URL of your own domain, if for instance your website is accessible on the domain name www.mywebsite.com and you want to navigate the user when they click on a link to www.somewebsite.com, that's not the domain that you're on, then you have to use absolute URL. On the other hand, you can use a relative URL to link to a resource within the same website. To do that, all you have to do is omit everything ranging from https:// to the ending of your website, domain of your website, which is www.mywebsite.com. Omit everything, then add a slash indicating that this is a relative link, and then type the URL that you want the user to be accessible to. So below here we have /headlines.html. Now if you want to link to create this to an absolute link, you would have to change the value of /headlines.html to https:// www.mywebsite.com/headlines.html. As you can see that this could get quite cumbersome to write. So we recommend that you don't write it entirely, just remove the first few, the domain name of your website from the link, and just keep the resource to which you want to gain access to. And that's about it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML links. Links are quite fundamental to the way the web works. So first thing we have to do is, I have an index.html page, the same setup. I have opened it up in my web browser. Now to link something, I need to create another file. I'll call it about.html. I'll save it, create here, and about us. H1 we are. Now this is what the text is going to be like. Here I want to create a link so that when I click on that link, I get redirected to the page about.html. All I would have to do is use the A tag. The href attribute demands a link. Now the name of the file that I'm using is about.html. Here we go, and I'll call it about. If I save this, go back, refresh, this is what it looks like. Click on it, and here we are. Now this works fine. However, if I want to link to some external website, let me just do that. Here I can just type http://www.google.co.in, and here all I have to write is go to Google. Save this, go back, refresh, click on go to Google, and I'll be redirected back to google.co.in. Now, one thing to note here is that since I have this file in the same folder, I can just type the name of the file and my web browser will correctly open that file. However, if I had it in another file, let's say info, I copy the about inside it. Now if I go back, if I refresh this, click on about us, we're going to get your file couldn't be accessed. This is something that you would get as a 404 error inside a web server. To fix this, I have to again type the correct path. The correct path is info/. So now it's going to work exactly the way I expect it to work. I'll just refresh it, go to about us, and we have that file. So this is called an absolute link, in which I'm by typing the entire link of the HTTP URL, and here it's the relative link. From my current location, how can I go to this web page? That's what the entire HTML links are all about. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML images. Images are an important concept to understand when you're trying to learn HTML. In this section, we'll understand how you can use image tags and how you can add images to your HTML documents. So in an HTML document, images can help improve the design of the web page or add more context to the textual information that is being displayed on the screen. To give you an example, if you're trying to explain some sort of a process, then writing an entire article about it could be useful, but it would be much better to have an image that pictorially represents the entire process. That way, you can convey the idea that you're trying to convey in a much better way. This information can be provided in the form of an image, but also images can contain not just processes but also different kinds of information. They can be really helpful when designing a web page as well. So we use the image tag to add an image to a web page using HTML. The image tag, the name starts from img. The source attribute is set to the URL of an image. If it's in the same directory where the HTML document is, then you simply have to write the name of the image, as we have done in our example. The alt tag describes what the description of the image is. This is used when the HTML fails to load the images. Maybe the browser that the user is using is not compatible with the image, or the internet connection is quite shaky, so it was not able to load the image. So this text would be displayed. Also, this text is important when someone with a reading disability or viewing disability, someone with a impaired eyesight is using a screen reader. The screen reader will read out the alt text in an image so that the person who can't see the image is able to understand the context of it. And width and height. Let's take a look at these one by one. So the first attribute that is inside the image tag that we have used is the src attribute. It is to be noted that these attributes don't need to be in this specific order. You can mix and match. Just make sure that you have set the correct attributes to the correct values.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Other than that, alt attribute can come before all the other attributes, and width and height attribute can come before all the other attributes as well. Now, inside the tag, the source attribute contains the URL to the image being displayed. Now, here we have the image in the same folder where we have the HTML file stored. So it's not that big of a deal. However, if you have HTML tag that stores an image, but the image that we want to display is on some other website, some other domain, then we have to write the entire URL starting from the protocol, which is https :// and the entire URL, whatever the URL may be. Again, this falls into the same category of relative and absolute URLs. It's definitely your choice. You can choose to do whatever one you wish to do, but it is to be understood that there is a difference between using an relative URL on your own website and using an absolute URL to the external website in which you have to type the entire address. Now, images should also contain an alt tag. Now, this is not required. It doesn't necessarily make your images better to see or anything, but they are there as a short description of what the image is about. So for instance, in this we have written a sample stock image. You can write any other thing in the alt tag as well. You can describe the image in the alt tag as well. For instance, here we have a house by a lake. We can write that, or any other alt tag. Think of it this way: if you were not able to see the image, but you wanted someone to describe the image to you, what would you say? So, or what would that person describing the image say? That's the kind of text that should be displayed inside the alt tags. Then there's width and height. Again, if you leave them off, then they will assume the width and height of the original image. But the alt tag really doesn't affect how the image is being displayed, but it is for a visually impaired person who's trying to use screen readers. It is important to understand that when you're building anything for the web, you are building it for a vast array of users, and these users may or may not have certain disabilities or difficulties to access your website. So these accessibility checkpoints are important for you to understand. Images can also contain width and height attribute. We can define the height and width of an image. If they are not used, then the original size of the image is displayed. Now, again, it is to be noted that the original size of the image may be not of the dimensions that we want to use. In cases like this, we have to use the not the original size of the image, but the normal size of the. So you can, for instance, nowadays we have the option of specifying images of different sizes to be loaded on different screen sizes. However, in most cases, we can just specify the width and the height. So for instance, if I have an image of 150 pixels by 150 pixels, but in my design, it should be displayed as 100 pixel by 100 pixel, all I can do is I can create the height and width attribute and set them equal to 100 pixels and 100 pixels. Pixel is not the only unit in which height and width can be measured. You can use other units such as ems, rems, and percentages. However, pixels are usually preferred because they don't make your images scale and shrink based on the scaling and shrinking of the viewport. So this is to be understood in the context of that. Now, once we have learned the height and width, finally, image tags are self-closing tags, which means we can end the tag with a / and an angle bracket to indicate that its end is here, and as it does not contain any child elements. Image tags are unable to contain any child elements. You can't write a text inside an image tag. You can't create another paragraph tag and nest it inside an image tag. Because of cases like this, what we end up doing is we close it immediately as we are opening it. So it's a self-closing tag. It closes itself. There are several self-closing tags available, but self-closing tags are only used where we do not want to add more content inside a tag, or we cannot add more content inside a tag. Inside an image, all we can do is display an image, which is what the source attribute is for. Other than that, we can't do much. So that's the extent to which it is used.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provide full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at HTML images. Images are again a fundamental part of any HTML page. We learned how to have an image embedded in your HTML code. Now to do that, the first thing we have to do is we have to again open up our code editor and our file. This is what the file looks like. We have our code editor here. I'll just edit the title first, HTML images. Next, I'm going to show you how you can create an image. So again, I'm going to use the shortcut here. Now the source is going to be this. I have copied it beforehand, so I can just paste it, but you can have any source here. If it's a local image, then you can just type the name of the image or the file path, and here it works. And now the alt text is going to be logo. Now you can write a more descriptive alt text, but this works. And then I'm going to close it. Now if I open it up and I refresh the text, this is what it looks like. Now I have the image here, and if I hover over it, as you can see, nothing happens. But if I open it up, this is what it looks like. Again, another thing you can do is if I were to misspell it, let's say logo M, go back, refresh it, and if I refresh this again, I'll try and load it. It doesn't load, but it shows the alt text. That's the advantage of using an alt text. And I can pass in height and width. Let me just first change the text. The height is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels, and the width is going to be 150 pixels as well. After doing that, I'm saving it, refreshing it, and as you can see, the dimensions are changed. So you can do it in this way. If you have a local file, you can you can change the source attribute. I have closed the tag. However, even if I don't close it, it will work. But since image tags don't have any text content or any other tags nested inside them, we can basically just close it as we open it. So that's how it works. Now let's take a look at HTML lists. We'll try and understand what are the different kinds of lists that are available for us to create, how you can create one of those different kinds of lists, and what kind of code you would have to write in order to do that. The first thing to understand is that HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. To give you an example, let's say that you are trying to create some sort of system in which you keep information about the places that you have visited so far. So you can store it in any way you want, but the most easy way of doing it would be a list. Now, lists can be of multiple types. There are types of lists in which you have to keep an order to them, which is basically first this thing happened, then this thing happened, then this thing happened, or any order that you want. On the other hand, the lists that we have just described, in which we have decided what kind of what are the places that you have visited thus far, it could be an unordered list. An unordered list is basically a list in which there is no order. You just want those items right next to each other, but they could be in any order and it would not make a difference. So HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. Related items could be of your choice, but it's just that the list needs to make sense. You can't add one item after one item randomly. Now, in HTML, there are three kinds of lists: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Let's take a look at all these three kinds of lists one by one. The first one is ordered list. Now, an ordered list is a list in which order matters. Think of it as a list that contains the ranks of students, steps in a recipe, etc. Now, that's not necessarily the case that it's required to have an order. If you don't have an order, then maybe ordered lists is not the kind of list that you should be using. However, if you want to use an ordered list, then it should have some sort of an order. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have that. So for instance, if you want to create a list of items that you prefer in the order you prefer them, then you can have a list, ordered list. Now we create an ordered list using the OL tag. OL is short for ordered list. Inside the tag, we nest list item. Each list item is nested inside an li tag. So we open an OL tag, we open an li tag, write the list item, close the li tag. This way we write all the list items. After that, we close the ordered list. If you want to create multiple lists, just make sure that you have two separate opening and closing OL tags that are not nested inside each other. And in each one of those lists, you can add your own list item. And that way it will work just fine. Now by default, ordered lists are numbered from 1. However, this numbering and this strategy could be changed. To give you an example, if you want your lists to be ordered in using alphabets, so instead of the list going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you want it to go A, B, C, D. Whether it's capitalized or not is a different matter. HTML supports both kinds of ordered lists. However, to change that, you need to change the type attribute. Now, there's another thing. You can change the starting position of your list. So, for instance, if you have a list that starts that you want it to start from 10, then you can just get the start attribute to equal 10. Here, 10 refers to, in our example below, the 10 refers to the 10th alphabet. So if you go from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, J is the 10th attribute, 10th alphabet in the English alphabets out of the 26 English alphabets. So it will start from J and step down one at a time. So when we added coffee, it would have J as the order, then tea would have K, and then milk would have L. There are different types of ordered lists that are available. The first one was numeric. You can have Roman numerals. You can have capitalized or small alphabets of English letters. And you can take a look at the documentation to understand more about the kinds of orders that are available in an ordered list. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ordered lists. So we have the same setup that we have had thus far. We have a blank HTML page. All I've done is I've changed the title to ordered lists. Now, to have an ordered list, firstly you have to use the OL tag to describe that this is where I'll be nesting my ordered list. Then you have list items. Inside each list item, you have some text that describes the or list item that you want. So, for instance, let me just say to do 1. I'm going to be very generic here. And I have 3 to do items. So I'll get 2, I'll get 3, and I will now go back to my code, refresh this, and get this. Now, as you can see that this is started from 1, 2, and 3, and I have a to do of 1, to do of 2, to do of 3. Now, this may not be what I want. So I can change it using the attributes. I can change the type here. Now, as you can see, Visual Studio Code is very helpful and it's showing me all the possible outputs that I can use. By default, we have the numeric listing that we did. You could have an alphabetical one. You can have capitalized alphabets and small letters as well. Now this is done, but you can also have a new Roman numeral. So if I want the Roman numerals, this is where it goes. Now another thing I can do is I can change the starting of where the application or the ordered list starts counting from. So let's say I want it to start counting from 5. So this will become 5, this will become 6, and this will become 7. After saving this, if I refresh it, you can see 5, 6, and 7 written here. That means that the list started counting from 5, 6, and 7. This is useful when you are trying to show a list that you have gotten from a backend database, and there is a specific order in which these lists need to be shown. So that's all you need to know in order to understand ordered lists. Ordered lists work with the OL tag. List items are defined with the LI tag. The type attribute tells us how the numbering should be done, and start attribute describes how the number should start from. Alright guys, now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now an unordered list is essentially very much like an ordered list. It is used to contain some list of information. The only difference, as you might be able to guess based on the name of unordered list and ordered list, is that in the ordered list, you would have to have an order to the items that you have. So for instance, if an item appears before another item, that means that there's an order between the two. The reason why the first item came before the second item, and if I were to give you the list, that order should not be violated, or the meaning of the list would change. So for example, if you were having a list of students with their ranks, so the student who had the first rank was named at the top, and from there on you go down. Similarly, in an unordered list, the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which thing comes first. The only thing that matters is that the thing is present inside the list. This is what an unordered list means. So inside the unordered list, we have many list items. And to give you an example of an unordered list, think of it as people who attended an evening or an event at some place, or ingredients in a recipe, or something like that. Here the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which ingredient comes before which ingredient. It's just a list. It's just a list of items that will be needed when the recipe is being followed. So you don't have to worry about the order. All you need to worry about is the item is present inside the list. We create an unordered list using the UL tag. And each list item within that is wrapped with a LI tag. Now that is quite easy to understand. The LI tags are used to wrap the text that are list items, and those LI tags are nested inside ULs or unordered lists. That's the way the entire UL and LI tags work. Now, by default, ordered lists are shown as bulleted lists. These are circles that are filled and are not empty. On the other hand, we could have different kinds of things such as unfilled circles called disks, but we can also specify the type of bullet such as a square or circle or whatever. A circle is basically just like a bullet, but without its center being filled. So it's essentially just a round shape, an outline of a round shape. It's not filled. Similarly, if you had the type set to disk, you would have the normal bullets that you get by default. You could have square, you could have other items as well. So this is how you use unordered lists inside HTML. Now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now to use unordered lists, firstly, we need to go back to the code that we have written. I have changed the title to be unordered lists. If I go back to the code, as you can see, the title is being displayed correctly. Now let us first create an unordered list using the UL tag. In ordered list, we use the OL tag, O for ordered, U for unordered. Now inside it, I'll create 3 list items again. I'll call them to do 1, and again I'm going to be generic here, 2 to 3. And if you take a look at this, as you can see here, instead of having numbers, we have a bulleted list. Now these bullets can be changed. All I have to do is I have to change the type attribute, and it could be disk. Save this, go back and refresh, and this is what we get. This is the default. If I want to change it to circle, I can do that as well if I can spell circle correctly. And as you can see, we have unfilled bulleted lists, and it could be a square as well. So I can just write square. I think a square is available. And there you go. These are the squared lists. I'll just zoom it in, and as you can see, now since this is unordered list, there's no start attribute that allows us to specify how where the list should start from, because there's no numbering to start it from. So the only attribute that you need to take care of when you're using an unordered list is the type attribute. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Now so far we have taken a look at ordered lists and unordered lists. Many times we need to create a list in which we have a few terms and we have their descriptions right next to them. This is called a description list, and this is what we'll be taking a look at now. So we create a description list using the DL tag. Now the DL tag and each list item inside the DL tag has two parts, the term and the description. So the term would be the term we're trying to describe. Here, as it said, it's HTML, and the description will be its description. So we have written hypertext markup language as its description. Now we use the DT tag for the term and the DD tag for its description. These things come in pair. So every time you create a description list, you have a DT tag followed by a DD tag, then another DT tag followed by a DD tag, and that's the way it is supposed to be structured. That's how the entire software, entire HTML code is supposed to be structured when you're trying to create a description list. Description lists come in handy when we're trying to build a manual, or we're trying to build such as a glossary, a dictionary, a reference book kind of a thing. Then the description list can be really helpful, in which we have terms, and those terms have certain meanings associated to them, and we use that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Thus far we have taken a look at ordered and unordered lists, but description lists are also quite wide. Again, we have the same setup. I have changed the title to description list, and now to use the description list you need to use the DL tag. Earlier we had used the OL tag for ordered lists, UL tag for unordered lists, and the DL tag is used for description. Now if I were to go back, nothing's being displayed here because we have not written anything. Now inside the description list we need the term and the description. The term is the DT tag. Inside it I can write the term, let's say it is HTML, and inside the DL tag I can write the not the DL tag, the D tag. It's the definition of or the description of the term that we have written. So I can write HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Similarly, you can, if I save this and if I go back and if I refresh, as you can see, this is what it looks like. That's the description, that's the term, that's the description, and we have some tab here so that we can understand that this is the description. Now I can create another description just by copying, pasting, and changing the text. Here it will be CSS, and I will write cascading style sheets. Save this, go back and refresh, and you have that as well. So that's how the description list works. You don't have to you don't have any attributes to describe the type of the bullets or the numbering or where the numbering should start from, because none of that is relevant here.
What is React.js? Now we finally come to a point now that we've discussed the overview of JavaScript. We can now finally get to React.js. So React.js is essentially a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. So it says pretty much in one sentence what React.js is. It's a front-end JavaScript library. So the thing about React.js is that it only deals with one aspect of the full stack sort of web architecture. It deals with what the user sees, and the main selling point of React.js is that it gives us a much more flexible way to use JavaScript inside a website on the front end, on the client's end. So unless we couple React.js with another framework, we can't essentially do anything other than the view side of things, the front end side of things. So we'll get into that much more. It is being maintained by Facebook. It is being used by Facebook and maintained by Facebook and the community. So that gives us a lot of advantages as per updates and such. And moving on, is React.js an MVC framework? As I was discussing before, what MVC means is model view controller. So basically in the diagram we can see how it works, how the MVC architecture traditionally works. So first we have the view, which is seen by the user. The user sees the view. Whenever you load a website, you get a view, right? You load up Facebook, you get a view. You get the login page and you get to enter the username and the password, whatever website you are accessing. And you see it, you use it using the controller. You type in the password and username that you have. The controller transfers that information into the model, which is the server side script. And when the server side script gets the login information, gets the account creation information, whatever the server side script gets, it manipulates. It basically manipulates that, updates the view that you might be getting. So it sends a new view towards you. So say that you've logged in to your account. Obviously, you will not keep seeing the login web page. You will get into the account web page. You will get to your home page of your Facebook account or your Gmail account. You will not keep seeing the login page. So that is how the view is updated, and you then get to see the new view. And then accordingly, it's a cycle. Then you implement something new. Say you want to mail somebody. You create a new view for that by clicking on compose email, and then the controller does the same thing over again. So that is how the MVC framework essentially works. So what does React.js, how does React.js fit in over here? Is it an entire MVC framework where it does all of these things, or does it only do one thing? So as we can see on the left hand side of the view the view thing in the diagram, we have the React.js logo. So basically what meaning to imply is that React.js on its own only deals with the view aspect of things, the user interface aspect of things. All of the other backend activities, all of the other controller activities are being operated upon by different elements, which we can use React.js when we couple with it, but React.js on its own only deals with view. So let's read up what's written over here. React is only concerned with rendering data to the DOM. So creating React applications usually requires the use of additional libraries for state management and routing. So basically what this implies is when you're using React, you can only see the user interface, but to create the routing management, what it means that to go from one view to the other view, you cannot simply do that using React.js. You need another libraries for that, more libraries for that. So Redux and React Router are some of these libraries which you can couple with React.js to implement a sort of a controller model logic with it. So basically, no. The answer to if React.js is an MVC framework, it's a no. So moving on. What is the React.js syntax? So briefly looking at the React.js syntax, we'll obviously get into the hands-on later, but right now we'll just give you the basic idea of what the React.js is. So as we can see here, we've created my React app and used it as an ID for this particular React.js file that we have over here. We've used script type text Babel. We'll discuss what Babel is essentially afterwards, and we're using a function, and what we're returning inside that function is quite interesting, and this is the flexible aspect of React.js that I was talking about a while before. Is that we're basically sending something that looks quite familiar, right? It's an HTML H1 that we're returning using a JavaScript function. So basically what React.js gives us is the implementation to return something that could be rendered in a web browser as HTML. Although this is not HTML, this is JSX, and we will be discussing what JSX is later too. But as of now, we can understand how we can look at it is that within the H1 tag, we have props.greeting, which is obviously inside a curly bracket. And the curly brace implies that the code within the curly brace is JavaScript. So basically what we're doing over here is below we can see that there's a variable app, and we've used a variable greeting to store the phrase hello world. And when we basically perform the React DOM.render. It basically tells the React.js application to render whatever function that we are calling. And as we can see, the ID is my React app, and we are using the .get element by ID, my React app, and basically this executes the entire React.js file. So when we execute this, the thing that would print on the screen on the web browser would be hello world. So this is the flexibility that React.js provides. It gives us the way to basically use JavaScript, use HTML, something similar to HTML within JavaScript, and JavaScript within that. I know it's confusing, but within that JSX we can use JavaScript once again. So that is the advantage that we get from React.js. So basically what this means is that the JavaScript engine.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Present within a web browser can parse this JSX code, which is similar to HTML code, parse it as JavaScript, and it can give you the view. It can render that JSX code as HTML elements and basically create new elements for you to see within the web page that the user is seeing its result on. So that is the advantage of JSX. It gives you the flexibility and the coding language that JavaScript can provide you with, and it gives you the front end functionality of HTML. So moving on. Now we'll get to the hands-on part, guys, which I'm sure you guys have been waiting for after the theoretical. So we'll basically get into the basics of React.js. We'll create a simple application to get you started on how React.js works, and then we'll get into further learning section of things. Welcome to the hands-on section of the tutorial. We will now download Node.js because we need a backend for the React.js project that we're going to do. So go to nodejs.org and get the most stable version of Node.js. Now, once you've gotten that, once you've installed it, you can open up the most efficient, the most handy IDE that you use. For me, I use Visual Studio Code, so I'll open that up. So here we have Visual Studio Code. Now to create any new project, we obviously need to create a folder. So firstly, we'll create a folder. Now we'll first close this up. I think I already have Visual Studio open. Yeah. So we first create a folder. You can create this folder anywhere you'd like, and just go into open folder, go navigate towards the folder and open it up. So right now I have one folder created, which would be React demo. This is a project that I've already created. I'll create a new one. New file, which would be new folder, which I would call React project. Once you've created that, you can click on the folder, you can right click on it, and you can click on open in terminal. So this would basically give you the CMD prompt from this directory. The directory is the project directory that you've created. Press enter so you can type it out. The first thing we'll do is initialize it with a boilerplate React.js, Node.js folder structure. So what we need to do is to initialize it, we need to write npx create React, add a hyphen over here, create React app, and then we'll add whatever name you want. For now, I can call it React project. So it'll take some time. Yeah, a new React app has been created inside that directory. It'll take some time to install all of the dependency and fetch the data. So we'll wait up. So we basically, it takes a lot of time depending on the internet speed that you may have. Yeah, so it's finally loaded. We've initialized the project. We can now see and confirm whether we have done that. So all the node modules have been loaded up. So this, the public, the SRC, this is where we'll primarily do the coding part of things. We don't need to concern ourselves with node modules in public. Discussing what all of these subdirectories have, this is the folder called node modules. So basically all the packages that you've installed and you would need later on for your React project are installed in the node modules folder. The public is basically, as you can see, there's an index.html. So if you've started off with web development, you would know what this is. Basically the boilerplate web development HTML code. We close that up. We will be dealing with the React project, so we will be dealing with the SRC folder, the source folder. So all of these files, the app.css, the style file, the JS file, which would be primarily the React program that we will be dealing with, and the app.test, we will just go ahead and ignore that. Index.js, index.cs. Basically, you can create as many modules as you want, depending on the project functionality or the web page or the website functionality that you want to have with React.js. So without any further ado, let's get into the project. Now that we've created the server, we can see that it's running on HTTP localhost 3000, HTTP, the localhost, the local IP address that I have, it's the port 3000. So the server is running successfully. Now, whatever edits we make, once we save it, we can refresh the page and see the edits being made in real time. So that's the good thing about these development environments. You can see what you're changing, and it amounts to faster development. So firstly, we'll look at the index.js file that we have over here. As we can see, this React DOM.render seems quite similar to the syntax that we saw in the presentation that we were having just before this. So we can see over here that it's rendering something called app, and this app is referring to this app.js JavaScript file that we have, which is also a React file. And this is basically giving us the view of the reactjs.org page that we're having over here. This is how it's happening. So, and we have obviously an app.css for that to provide the styling for it. So if you've done HTML, CSS, you would understand this as well. So basically you can take up a style sheet from a CSS file and use it in a JS file as well under the JSX section, wherever you're returning the JSX value. Say here, we're using this. We've added a class name, we're using that same class name over here. So that is how we are basically implementing that. So the peculiar thing to notice over here is this get element by ID root. So this is over here in index. You have index.html under the public folder. If you go down over here, you have div ID root. So as you can see, the NoScript says you need to enable JavaScript to run this app. Very obviously, you need to do that. So as you can see, even in the comments, this HTML file is a template. If you open it directly in your browser, you will see an empty page because there is nothing in here. So essentially, what this is referring to is that whenever you render this React DOM.render, whenever you run this function in the HTML, the index.html file that we have over here in public, it's taking that source from the component that we have over here and it's rendering it in that HTML. That is why we're referring it as document.getElement by ID root. We're rendering it in that HTML file, whatever the user loads up whenever he opens the website. So moving on. Firstly, before we get started with the tutorial, we will delete everything that is here in the app.js file so we can start it from scratch. Firstly, to make this app.js into a React.js component, first we need to import React because obviously this is a React file. So we need to import the module that we have in the node modules. So first we'll import React. This is how you import React from, and this would be the module name, which is React, and we add semicolon after that because that's in the syntax. Then we need to create a function for this component, which is app.js, and we'll create an app function called app. We don't need to create a function with the same name as the JS file. That's not necessary. I'm just doing it as right now. And then we'll return a JSX value. So how do we return a multi-line JSX value? We'll just add a round bracket for it, and we'll add something similar that would seem similar to HTML, which would be div, adding a division, and we'll just add an h1 file, h1 element. Say we want to write hello world, because that's what we write whenever we're trying something new, any coding language. So once we've done that, we'll add semicolon over here to close it as an element, return, and then we'll export this, because exporting it is important so that it can be accessible by other JS files or other elements of the program. And we'll use the function name, whatever function we're exporting, we'll use that name, and we will save this. Then we will check out the index.js file that we have over here. As we can see, what we're doing over here is we're rendering app. So whatever is there in the app.js file should render whenever we run the website. So we'll just go into the web page, we'll refresh it, and as you can see, we have the hello world over here. So it has changed from the previous element to the hello world. So basically what our code is doing for us here is whenever you go into the app.js file, let's remove the 8 over there. I think that's the OBS causing some issues. Whenever you go into the app.js file and you return this HTML looking JSX value, it basically creates a new element, a single element. Right now it's creating a division element, which is containing the h1 tag. We can add multiple tags over here. We can add an h2 if we want, and we can add like something like hello world to save it. When we go and refresh this, we'll have this over here. So what React is basically doing is compiling this JSX code into HTML. So what we will do next is add some dynamic functionality to the code, because that's what React.js is primarily useful for. We'll just create, I would say, another function, and we'll just create it inside the app itself. We don't need to create another function for it. We'll just go over here, and we'll create a const function. Say rather than writing some an entire function for it, we can just create, say, hello world. So something would reflect on our console. So the way to do this is create a function is using const. This, and then we'll open up a curly bracket. In this function, I say I would like to display some message on the console. We'll do that. Console.log. I would want to say the console says hello world. We've done that. Semicolon over there, and we'll just put a semicolon at the end of the function. Now that we've wrapped up the function, we can essentially, since we're using React.js, the advantage of React.js is now that we can use JavaScript within the JSX element present in the return statement of React. So say we've printed hello world 2, or we've rendered hello world 2. If we want to add a button for printing that the console says hello world, we want to do it on click of a button, add some dynamic functionality to the code. We can simply use an implement that JSX provides, as opposed to HTML. We just simply add on click. And then we obviously use some curly bracket. If we want to denote that we're using JavaScript code, we use curly bracket for that. We will say hello world, which already showed up, and then we will add the name for the button. For the button, I would say, what should we call it? Tell me console hello world. We'll call it that. Once we've done that and we save that and we go back to the website, it should show a button. Now to just show that it's acting dynamically, I'll just press F11 to see the console. F12. See the console. Whenever I click console hello world, it says over here on the right hand side, the console says hello world. So that is basically how we implement some dynamic functionality using React.js. Another cool thing we can do with React.js is implement reusability, as we had discussed before. So say that we've used this division JSX element where we say hello world 2 times and we add a button for it. What we want to use this again and again as an element on our web page. Should we write this again? Like repeat this 3 times? As we could just Control C and Control V it 3 times, or we could just copy all of this logic. This over here. Copy all of this logic, and we will create a new component. We will call this say. We always use camel quotes in JS, which would mean the first letter should be small. Say hello world.js. Create a new component. We'll do the same thing again. This is a react.js file. We'll import react from React, and we'll add a semicolon over there, and we'll paste the logic. So we can call this something else. We can call this say hello. And it's basically implementing the same logic again, and we export this. Export default say hello, so that it's accessible by other files. And why don't we go ahead and remove everything that is present in this return statement, because that would be redundant as we're doing it in another statement again. So what do we do next? So before we actually do anything, we need to, since we've imported that file, we actually need to, since we've exported the say hello world component, we need to import it before we implement it in our code as a reusable sort of factor. So what do we do for that? We will simply write the function name that we need from here, which is say hello. We will say hello, I think that's the function name, and we'll use from, and we'll add the directory that is required. So it's in the same directory. So we'll just use dot slash and we'll use say hello world, and that should import whatever functions are present in that module. So we'll just put a semicolon over there. So now what we'll do is the most efficient thing about React.js is we can simply write it as an HTML element, the function name, and it will basically implement it. We'll write say hello, and we'll close it off. Yeah. Once we've done that, we can check the web page as to what changes it will reflect. We're getting some errors. Firstly, we'll remove this function as it's not being used in the newer version of the code that we have here. We'll remove this curly bracket and semicolon, and we'll compile this once again. We'll look at how it's functioning, how it reflects on the website. So what we were doing wrong was we were not using proper casing. So what it means is in the say hello world function, we were using something like say with a small s and starting with a small s, which was not proper casing syntax followed in JS. So we'll remove that, and we'll just export it with a capital letter, which is just a function hello, and we are importing hello from say hello world. So once we do that and we just use the hello function over here, what basically we achieve is this. So basically gives the same output. Console says say hello world. So now we come to the reusability aspect of the code. What we'll do here is if we want to repeat this, say we Control C this and Control V it 5 times and save this. So this should show the element 5 times. So this way we are achieving code reusability, and this is one of the biggest advantages of using React.js. Now suppose we need to change the styling for the text that we've used in the hello world statement. So what we will do for that is we'll simply go into div in the say hello world.js, and we'll write a class name. Class name. We'll call this class name hello style, and we'll close off the Angular. Once we save that, and we'll go into app.css, we will add a new class over here. I'll call this name. The class name is hello style. We'll open up the style bracket for this, and over here we'll add something like background color, and we'll use aqua, and we'll save that. So we can't actually use the style if we don't import it, so we'll first import the CSS sheet that we have. We'll import styles, this app.css, and that will be about right. I'll control this this and check the website. And now for every component that we're using, the background color has been changed to aqua. So another way you can add some sort of modularity to the code is say that you've added the background color to the elements, right? You've added aqua for the elements. Wherever you see the hello world statement, the hello world division modules, we've added the background color of aqua. Say we want to add a different color for the entirety of the website. So we'll simply go into the main website structure, that's the main web page structure, the main division, the main element that we have. And we'll basically go over here and add another class name. And we'll create another class name. We'll call this website style, and save that up. And once we've saved that up, we'll go into we'll import the style sheet in this as well, and the address for the style sheet is app.css. Add semicolon right over here. Now, obviously, we need to create the style in the style sheet. We'll go over here. We'll create dot website style. Over here, we'll add the attribute value, background color, to something a little more contrasting with. Not much contrasting, but a little more different than the generic aqua, black aquamarine. Save that. Go into that, and as you can see, the space between the elements is filled with the color of aquamarine. This kind of looks good, better than the previous iteration where it was had a background color of white. So obviously we're using functions. This hello statement is a function, right? So what we can do here is we can pass some parameters to that function. Say we want to pass a message to the parameter of the function. We want to pass something other than hello world. We may pass I am good, and just copy this over. Actually, I forgot. I have to add / over here, backslash over here. Add it over after the element ends, and we add this again. Let's add space over here. Let's copy this, and we'll replace the slash with that. Let's add space over here. So we've called the hello function 5 times, and we've passed the parameter I am good. We can change this to I am bad, I am evil, I am okay, I am alright. So these are 5 different messages. We're going to say hello world. So what we can do now is, once you've passed that parameter into the function, all we can do now is pass a props parameter. over here. So what this props would do is this would take in the input that's been given from here. It would take in these parameters and basically behave in a similar manner. I'll demonstrate. First, we'll remove these h1 and h2 tags. We'll add a h1 tag over here and basically write the parameter reference, and we'll write message, which is what we are passing to this function, the parameter value, the message. So this again implements the concept of reusability and modularity in the code. So once I save this, and this I also saved, I'll go to the website and it says props.message. So can you tell me what's wrong? It's a very simple, basic question. So what we've done wrong here is we've actually not put this into a JavaScript encasing, because we are using this as JavaScript code. We are not using this as HTML elements. This props.message is not an HTML element, and it's taking it as literal text. So once we embrace it in curly brackets, it will be taken as JavaScript code. And once we save that, now we'll get the actual output that we're looking for. So we're getting I'm good, I'm bad, and all of the parameters that we had passed. So this way we can implement reusability in JavaScript React.js code.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full-stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Now let's take a look at different ways that you can build React.js websites. So React.js allows you to build websites using multiple ways. One of the ways you can do it is by using a server-rendered components. So what that means is your HTML is generated by the server. It is sent to the browser instead of just sending a JavaScript file which will build the user interface, and then you build the user interface, small components inside the user interface that aren't critical to your application but are nice enhancements. This is why React.js is so scalable, because it allows you to build your applications in this way. So you could adopt it by firstly rendering everything in your server and then just adding a few components, and if they work out well, then you can expand to the next option, which is single page applications. Single page applications are basically you're just given an application shell, and every bit of content inside it is then generated by JavaScript. So it creates all the user interface components, it takes the data, creates the component, updates the DOM, and then shows it to you. Server's job is now only to just send the shell page, as well as sending the data that needs to be populated for your user interface, and that's about it. So there's very clear separation, but it's a higher learning curve. You need to learn about a lot about routing, state management, and a lot of different things. Whereas in components, you would just have to use these little tiny pieces that you can embed in your website. Finally, there are React.js frameworks. So frameworks allow you to do very powerful things, but they come at the cost of losing some of the autonomy. So if you're using a framework in React.js such as Next.js or Gatsby.js, they allow you to build really powerful applications really quickly. But in order to build these applications quickly, you do need to learn a bit about these frameworks, and they will do a lot of magical things behind the scenes so that you don't have to do it. You wouldn't have any idea how they did it. You're just going to be able to tell it to do certain things, and you'll just be able to rely on the promise that it'll work. So that's the disadvantages of using React.js frameworks. You can use it, and in larger contexts, you should. But for smaller applications, you can use server-rendered components. If, for instance, you have a medium-sized application, single-page application is fine. But if the complexity is really, really large, then maybe a framework is a good choice for you. Now we've come to the demo. So let me just show you what the demo is going to be about. So in Firefox, I've opened a web page. It's completely blank, and in Visual Studio Code, I have the code here. Let me just add an h1 tag, React form. I save it, refresh it, and as you can see, it shows the React form. Now, just let me quickly explain what are the things. We have a div with the ID of app. For following along, you do need to know a little bit of HTML and a little bit of JavaScript, but that's the prerequisite for building React.js apps as well. Then you need to learn the React.js. We have imported React.js. We have imported React DOM as well. These two libraries are separate because React.js can be used in mobile applications, in building mobile applications as well, using React Native, and in building virtual reality applications as well, using React VR. You can use that. And we have React.js as well. So this is the main engine. This is the abstraction that works with the browser DOM, and this is the Babel compiler. What that does is that it converts our JSX into React.createElement calls, or basically it transpiles it back into normal JavaScript. Now our task is to create a form that is handled by React. So let me just show you how that would work. The first thing you would have to do is create a component. In React, you can create components using functions or classes. I prefer functions because they allow you to write smaller code and they are more concise. So since we're creating a form, I'll just create a form component. Right. Now, if I want to accept some data in form from the user, then I could create a props object that will be passed into my function. But since I don't want anything to be exposed by the user, I'm going to do everything by myself. So just to show you how you can display a simple component, this is what it looks like. Yeah. So this is our component. I can just remove the curly braces and the syntaxes as well. Now all I have to do is use dom.render. This tells it to render my form component and render it inside an element that has an ID of app. So what it's going to do, it's going to use this to generate the HTML. This is going to be the HTML that it generates, and then embedded inside this. So if I open up my browser, refresh it, as you can see, it's created this. Now if I were to click here, as you can see inside my app, hopefully you guys can see this. Let me just expand this a bit more. So as you can see, right inside my app, I have an h1 tag that describes my form. Now I don't need the h1 tag, I only put it here because I wanted to show you how things are done. Now I need to create a form. So first, the way I like to do it is create my markup. For that, I need a form. The action, I can just put it blank because I'm not going to do anything. And here we'll take care of event handling as well. Now I need a label. Instead of for, I would have to use HTML4, mainly because for is a keyword in JavaScript. So here I will use the name username. Then I have to create an input of type text, and that input has to have an ID of username. This is mainly for our for label.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I have to do the same thing for password as well. So let me just do this. Fine. So we have these things. Another thing that I would have to change is I would have to create a password. So now that is done, it will, I think it will display a form. Finally, I have to create input of type submit, and we will change the value to be submit form. If I go here, if I refresh, it's going to take some time, but it's going to render it out, and here it is. So our form looks good, but there is a problem. We don't have any way of adding any data to it. This is where state comes into play. So React allows us to create things called state variables that take care of internal data that our application needs to keep track of. So here it needs to keep track of the user and username and password. So here I'll just create using React.use state. Again, the syntax might look a bit weird, so don't worry about it. So stick with us till the end of the presentation and we'll show you what each of you is doing, and we'll guide you through some of the resources that can help you out as well. So we have a function for set username, and we have a username variable that will store this data. What state variables do is that they keep track of where they are being displayed. So if I display it in some place in my username, whenever it changes, my user interface will update automatically. So I'll just show you. So the first thing I have to do is at the input, I have to make the value to be username. And now on chain, this is where the event handling is done. I take the event and I have used the set username function event.target.value. Right. So now, right below my form, if I were to display the username, go here, refresh, everything's fine. Now if I type in ANTY, as you can see, it's being displayed here automatically, and it's updating automatically as well. I don't have to do anything about it. React is taking care of its form. This is called one-way data binding. So now let me just remove this, and I have to do something similar for the password field as well. And it's going to be empty from the beginning. And here for value, I have to change it to be password on change. I get the event, and I want to set the password to be the value. Notice that we're not accessing any DOM elements. We're just keeping track of the data. That's one of the recommendations by React, that you shouldn't be handling changing DOM elements. You can do it, and there's a concept called ref that allows you to do it, but it's not recommended right at the beginning. And try to avoid it if you can. So we're changing the username, we're changing the password. This basically means that whenever input inside this data inside this input changes, send me an event and set the password to be the value of that event target. Event target is the element, and the target's value is the text that we have typed. So we have done that, and now all I have to do is on submit, and here I'll just name a function handle submit. The reason why, because it could be a little more than just a single line, so I don't want to muddle up my code. Here I can get the event, and firstly I want to prevent the default behavior, which is it submitting data to the server. I don't want it to do that, so it won't do it. So I've prevented the default behavior. Now all I have to do is I'll just log to the console the username and password that we have stored, and finally the only thing that's left is I have to set username to be nothing and set password to be nothing as well. So now let's take a look at what we have. Firstly, I would have to refresh my page. So I refreshed it. It's rendering the component after passing in the data. So username, password, as you can see, it's been submitted in the password format. Click on submit form. It's asking me would I like to save it. No, I wouldn't. Click on console, and as you can see, okay, I have got an error. It says console is not defined. Oh, I mistyped thing. Console. Refresh. Username, WORD, password. Go to the console. Submit. I think I forgot to refresh it, right? Yeah. Now it's working. Finally, if I submit it, okay, I don't want to save it, and it's showing me username and password here in my console. Everything's working fine. Now, if I wanted to, I could have easily sent a request to the HTTP server in which I could validate the data and then log user in, or I could have done a lot of different things, but this is how you do things in React. So just to recap, what you do is you create a React.js application, create an empty div with an ID of app. You can create an ID of whatever you want. I use the ID of app because it's more explicit. Import the packages by referencing them in your script tags, then create your React.js code inside a script type text/babel. If you're not using JSX, then you don't have to use text/babel. You can just use text/javascript or no type at all, because that's what it defaults to. And then this is the code that we've typed. We have a form that when submitted would prevent the default behavior and set the username and password to be null, and then console.log username and password. That's fine. Okay, so that is done. We have the label And this is what it means to be declarative, because now all I have to do when I want to show a form is use this code. It's showing the form, and if the user wants to know how this form is implemented, they can take a look at the markup. They can take a look at the user interface. If you want to style it yourself, you can do that as well. The first question that comes in our mind is, what is Node.js? Node.js, as I've stated previously, is a JavaScript runtime environment. What it means is it allows you to write JavaScript code which can then be used by the backend of your application. That JavaScript code will then be converted into machine code by the runtime environment, that is Node.js, and it will interact with the backend server. It allows you to program a backend server to respond to requests that it receives. So instead of using any other language like PHP, Ruby, Python, or Java, you can use JavaScript to write the backend of your applications as well. This is especially useful for those front-end developers who have a good in-depth understanding of JavaScript and wish to use that to create their own backends. So JavaScript is actually very easy to learn. So even if you don't know the front-end application, how to build front-end applications, how to use JavaScript in depth, you can learn it pretty easily and get started with Node.js. So why would you want to use Node.js? Node.js offers several advantages. Some of these are that it's ease of use. Node.js is very easy to learn simply because it's based on JavaScript, and JavaScript is one of the easiest languages to learn. Many developers do know JavaScript even if they are not from the front end world of the web development, and if they are, then it's actually very easy to transfer their skills to the backend world using Node.js. Node.js is asynchronous, which basically means that it has the ability to push long-running tasks in the background and keep your application responsive. It's very easy to run long-running tasks in background or on a new thread using Node.js. So long-running tasks such as database interactions, interacting with file systems, accessing a web API that is already on the internet, so on and so forth. So as you can imagine that getting data from a database server could take a lot of time if the database server is congested. So what Node.js allows us to do is to make that call and then push it off to the backend, and it keeps processing the rest of the code written in the Node.js file. When the database sends back a response, based on the response, Node.js will then understand what the response is and perform the actions that you have described on the data that is returned by the database. All of this happens and all of this is taken care of by Node.js, so you don't have to learn the intricacies and understanding of how this happens. All you can do is use the Node.js language to push long-running tasks on the backend and in the background, and that will be run by the Node.js environment. And it also comes in with a built-in package manager. It is called NPM, or the Node Package Manager. It allows you to include packages written by other developers in your project. So for instance, if you are working with a database and you don't wish to write the tedious code that is concerned with the database handling, code such as connecting to the database, writing queries, getting results, formatting those results, and then closing the connection, these all can be taken care of by a package written by another developer. Furthermore, what you can do is you can write your own packages and publish them on the NPM registry, and people can take use of them. So it's a good way to collaborate with other people and write your own packages and use other packages in your own projects to simplify your workflow. So now that we've talked about Node.js, let's take a look at how you can install Node.js on your own system. So I have opened Google Chrome. You can open any browser that you wish, either Internet Explorer or Mozilla Firefox or any browser that you are comfortable with. Go on Google and search for Node.js. Press enter, and the first thing that you see is the link from nodejs.org or org. Click on that link. As you can see, it opens up and there are two versions for us to download. The website automatically detects my operating system, and the version of the operating system I'm using a 64-bit version. So it offers me two downloads, either the LTS version or the current version. LTS stands for long-term support, as you can see here, and the current flag means that it contains the latest features. Now, for most use cases, as it's mentioned here, it is recommended that you use the LTS version. It's stable, it's battle tested, and it works out of the box. The current package will have the Node.js with all the features that are being developed for Node.js. However, these features may be a little flaky and could work or not work depending on how those features are implemented. So if you wish to try out the latest features, you can use the current version. However, if you're wanting to build a stable application using Node.js, most probably using the LTS version is the right way to go. The LTS version will be supported by the Node.js community for a long time. You can look at the schedule for these versions in the long-term support schedule. The link is right below the download links. So we'll be using the LTS version. You can click on the LTS version and then click on save. So as you can see, it'll take some time to download it, and once it's downloaded, you can just click on the package and begin the installation. So as you can see, the download is finished. I will click on the package, it will open it, and the installation wizard comes up. Click on the next button, accept the license term agreement. You could, if you wish, to read the entire agreement. However, it's quite long and it's okay to just accept it right out of the box. After accepting it, you can click on next. You can select the location where you wish to install the Node.js files. The default location is fine, so click next. The default installation is fine unless you wish to make some changes. I would recommend that you do not make any changes and just click next here. As you can see, this will install around 27 megabytes of data on your hard drive. And if you wish to, you could install the C++ sources for compiling Node modules. Now this is a bit of an advanced feature. We won't need it now, but if you think that you would need it, then you can just click on this checkbox and click next. We won't be installing it because it will take some time and it's not really going to be something that we'll be using in this video. So you can leave it off. Then you can just click next and you will click install. As you can see, it shows this shield icon on this, which means that it will ask me for my administrative password. The UAC or the user account control kicks in. You can, if you have the administrative password, put in the password and click on yes, and if you don't have the administrative password, just click on yes. So I put in the password, I click on yes, and the installation begins. It begins by copying the new files, updating the components, and then copying the new files. This will take some time because this is probably the only step that's going to be taking a lot of time. It's going to be copying the file from inside the package to the installation directory that we specified in the previous steps. It was, I think, C program files Node.js. So it's installing. The installation should be fairly quick depending on your operating system and the configuration of your PC. Now that it's installed, you can just click on finish, and to make sure that it's installed correctly and then you can use it, go and open a command prompt and type node-v, node space dash v. This dash looks like a minus symbol. Click enter, and the version of Node.js that's installed on our system is version 12.14.0. If you're watching it in sometime future than what I am recording right now, then you could have a different version. However, don't worry, just make sure that the version matches the version that you downloaded. The ones we have downloaded is the LTS version, which is 12.14.0, which matches exactly with this, which means that we have successfully installed Node.js on our system and we can begin using it. Now that Node.js is installed, let's take a look at what we can do next. And now we will run a simple Node.js script just to get an idea of how you can use Node.js, how you can write scripts, and how you can use it in your system. So let's take a look at that. So I have opened a text editor. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, which is a good text editor to install and use for writing code. You could use any text editor that you wish to. If you want to use Notepad as well, you could use that as well. There are other text editors available out there, such as Notepad++ and several others. So what you want to do is you want to create a new file. So you can press Ctrl N, or you could go to File and New. As you can see, it's opened a new file for me. Right now it's not saved, so I'll save it. I'll save it on desktop and I will name it sample.js. Make sure that you name it whatever you wish to, just .js extension is important. That indicates that it's the Node.js file. So since we're beginning, we'll only look at some very basic things that we can do with Node.js. You could simply just write console.log and inside it write a string message, whatever you wish to. I'm going to be writing hello from sample.js. You could end it with a semicolon and then save it. Now, if you have worked with JavaScript before, you know that console.log would log this message on a console. So if you're using a web browser, it would log it into the browser console. However, this is Node.js and we are not concerned with web browsers. So what it will do, I would open the integrated terminal inside my Visual Studio Code package and it works. I would navigate to the folder. If you don't have Visual Studio Code, don't worry, I will also show you how to do it with regular command prompt. But if you have VS Code, then you could just navigate to the desktop where our file is saved. As you can see, C users, Intellipaat desktop, and the file name is sample.js. Now, if you remember, we installed Node.js previously. So all we have to do now is type the command node space and the name of the file, which is sample.js, and if I press enter, it says hello from sample.js, which is the code that we wrote here. So as you can see, running a Node.js script is actually very easy. Just write the script, save it in a location, open a command prompt in the same location where the file is saved, and then run the command node space file name. Now if you don't have Visual Studio Code installed, what you can do is just open a command prompt. I have it already opened. Navigate to the folder where you have saved the file. As you can see, it matches C users Intellipaat desktop, which is exactly where I saved the file, and run the same command node space sample.js. Sample.js is the name of the file that I'm using. Press enter, and as you can see, it logs hello from sample.js. So this is how you could create and run a very basic Node.js application. So now that that's done, let's look at what next we have to learn. So now that we have run a Node.js script, let's see what else we can do. So now we'll take a look at node modules and packages. So a module is simply used to encapsulate one or multiple code files, and these code files are working together to accomplish one specific single task. So think of these tasks as data validation, database access, data filtering, request filtering, so on and so forth. Any task that you need to perform, you could wrap all the files that contain the code to do so in a module so that you could export them, reuse them, so on and so forth. These modules or packages, as they are known, could then be published on the NPM registry and other developers could download it and use it, including these packages in their own projects and then working them, and they could even contribute their own code in these packages. So it's a good way to collaborate as well as reuse some functionality that is already built by someone else. So as you can see that these modules allow us to separate our code into smaller parts. This is very important when you're building applications on a large scale, as these applications will have several requirements specific to their domain. So for instance, if you're building a payroll application, you would still need to interact with the database, validate the data, get data from the user, display error messages, and several other tasks. So instead of jumbling all those code files into one single folder, what you can do is you can separate them and then manage them separately, update or make changes into each of them separately, and those changes will probably not make a great deal of impact on the other packages that you have created in your project. So simply put, packages allow us to separate our code into smaller modules. You could think of these modules as smaller programs that accomplish one single task that you need to do for your application to work. These modules can also be used by other developers, and you could use modules that are created by other developers. So if you're working in a team environment in Node.js, what you can do is you could create several modules. Several teams could collaborate with you on that, and these modules could then be used by other developers as well who are in your team. So other developers could use the validation package that you have created, and you could use the database package that other developers have created. So it enhances and encourages code reusability as well. Now let's take a look at some of the built-in packages. So when you install Node.js, there are certain packages that come built into the Node.js installation.
So you don't have to install these packages. These are some of the most common tasks that you will need to perform when you're creating a Node.js application. So these packages have been built in and created by the Node.js organization. So there are several modules. We're only going to be discussing 5 modules that you will be needing when you're using Node.js. However, there are other modules as well, and if you wish to get a good understanding of what the modules that are available are, you could look at the documentation on Node.js website. So let's discuss these 5 packages one by one. The first package or the module is the path module. So when you're working with an application, if that application is going to be used on multiple operating systems, one of the most important things that you need to do is working with the path. So when you're working with Mac OS or Linux, the path will be one way, and when you're using an application on Windows operating system, the path would be another way. So for instance, in Windows, if you want to separate 2 folders on a path, you use 2 backslashes. While on Linux, what you do is you use 1 front slash. So these differences are taken care of by the path module. When you want to create a folder structure, or when you wish to create a path to a folder, you could just use the path module and it will take care of all the discrepancies between the operating systems for you. Then there is the FS module. FS is short for file system. Simply put, it allows you to write code that performs input-output operations on files. So these files could be of several types. You could use a configuration file, you could write logs to those files. There are many things you could do with these files. Now, FS module comes with 2 sets of methods. One is synchronous and second is asynchronous. Synchronous methods lead your application to stop executing other tasks until the file that is being read is completely read. So if you are reading a configuration file, it's probably best to use the synchronous methods. And if you're reading some other kind of file into memory, then using asynchronous methods is better. Then there is the HTTP module. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transmission Module. It is a module that is used to create a really small lightweight HTTP server, and other HTTP related tasks could be performed using the HTTP module. So if you wish to create a really small HTTP server that could respond to certain requests with certain responses, you could use the HTTP module. The URL module, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. It is used to parse URLs and manipulate them. So in case you get a URL from a website, or you wish to deal with a URL on the website, constructing those URLs could be difficult. So you could use the URL package to encode data into URLs and to pass that URL through a request. And then there is the query string package. So query strings are basically what you use to send requests through a URL. So if you have ever seen google.com, when you type in some request to search and press enter, the address on the address bar changes from www.google.com to www.google.com/?q is equals to something. That something is a query string. So let me is equals to HP, and these are generated by Google themselves, so you don't have to worry about doing any of these things. So as you can see, query strings are quite useful. However, generating those query strings and then using them is a little difficult. So this is why we use Node.js's query string package. Now let's take a look at creating your own module. So as discussed earlier, Node.js allows you the capability of breaking up large applications into smaller pieces called modules. These pieces can be used separately, and several developers could work on these features or these modules simultaneously. So when you're creating these modules, make sure that these modules are created in separate files, because this is the only way you would be able to create a module, import it, export it, so on and so forth. This allows us to modularize our code. Modularization is, put simply, just a step to keep our code separate, concerns of our code separated from each other. You can create your own modules, and you could use the modules that are created by other developers as well. So in our module, we write code that performs some task. So let's say that you are using a module module to create, you are using Node.js to create a module that could work with a MongoDB database, or it could be an SQL database or any database of your choice. So you could create your own module that would interact with the database a certain way that would accomplish some task in your application. Now, when you have created the module, you could expose that module to the outside world using the module.export keyword. So if you don't understand what that means, don't worry about it. We will have a demo in which we will understand how these things work. Now, this is to be noted that not everything in your module needs to be exposed to the outside world. So if there's some internal tasks that your module needs to perform, you could keep it internal to your module and only export the things that other developers would need to use, like connecting to the database, getting results from the database, and then closing the connection from the database. So these are the kind of things that you need to understand when you're building a module, and we'll take a look at them in the near future. So after you have created your own module and you're satisfied with how it works, and you've exported the functionality, the chosen functionality that you wish for the user to use, and hidden the internal functionality, now you need to understand how to import the module. So importing a module basically means importing the tasks or the functionality that you have exported or the module has exported for the outside world to use. So once the module is exported, you could import certain functionalities in this module. In Node.js, this is done using the require keyword. So you basically use the require keyword, pass in the name of the module, and that would be important to and assigned to a variable that you want to use. We'll take a look at that in the near future as well. And as promised, we will take a look at creating, exporting, and importing Node modules. We'll be creating these modules ourselves, and we will keep these very basic so you don't get lost in all the complexity of the application. The point of this demo would be to show you how to create a Node.js module, how to export certain functionality, and how to import that functionality to your applications. So I have opened Visual Studio Code once again. You could open any text editor that you like. Just make sure that you type in the code exactly as I'm typing and then run it the way I'm running. So firstly, I'll create a new file, and that file would contain all the code that I need for my modules. So I will be creating a math module, math_module.js. Press enter. In this, I will be creating 3 functions. So in JavaScript, the way you create a function by using a keyword called function. So I would create a function. I would call it adder. It will take in 2 numbers, x and y, and I will return x plus y. So the addition of 2 numbers, let's say 1 and 2, would be 3. So these are very simple functions.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Another function that I will create is called logger. This will log the messages that I pass into it to a console or to a file depending on how the requirements are. For our purposes, we'll be logging it to a console. So I could just pass in the result, and here I would use a print line method which we will create in a moment, and I will pass in the result. And finally, I would create a function named printline. It will take in a message as a parameter and use console.log and print the message to the console. And let me just fix this. I save it. Now, as you remember, we discussed that we will be using the module.export keyword, and anything we assign to it will be exported by this module and could be imported by the other modules. So since printline is the internal message or an internal function that people don't need to use, I will use the adder and the logger method. This is exported by this module. I will create a new file, name it index.js, And now we will use the require keyword to import things. You would use the const keyword. The things that we want to import are adder and logger, and we set it equal to require require, and we will pass in the name, which is math module. The // indicates that this module is in the same directory as index.js, which is the current file. Now what I would do is I would use the logger method, pass in the result that we will get from the adder method. So now that we have used the adder and logger method, let's try and use it inside our application. So I type in node space, the name of the file that we'll be using is index.js, press enter, and we get 3. Now just to show you that the print line method could not be imported even if you want to, I pass in print line, save it, print line, and I get an error. It says print line is not a function because we have not exported it, so no one from the outside world could use the print line method. And this is how this works. Now if I wish to change the internal implementation, I would just have to change it inside my module. This code is not concerned about how logger works, how adder works, and this is how you can separate your code and then build these functionalities separately by yourself. So for instance, if a new requirement comes which says that with the message you have to print result equals message, you can save it and I would rerun, and I get result equals 3. So as you can see, the new requirement did not need me to make change to my application, and I could remove this here because it's not being used, and our application is done. So this is how you could use index.js as you could use modules, and you can export certain functionality and import certain functionality that you need. So now that we are done with the demo of creating, exporting, and importing a node module.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
I'll show you from there. Okay, so the moment I ran, second.js got created. Just check out the timing. At the same time, when you execute say tsc second.ts, immediately that second.js got created. Just open the second.js, how it is looking. I'll just say here open file second.js and check out this. What it says, it is, it has converted this .ts. What additional feature we have written? We have just written this part to declare a variable, right? The data type. So that got converted into this, and now I'm going to run node on second.js. I hope it makes sense. So before, if you want to run, the node command on your this thing called on your TypeScript files, first of all you need to make sure you have to ask the compiler, hey, convert my ts file into .js file, then only you can run the node. Now in the first.js, what if I'm writing the TypeScript code? Check out the error. What it says, it is going to tell types can only be used in a .ts file. So if I'm telling the data type, it is only acceptable in case of a .ts file. You cannot say, JavaScript having the TypeScript code. Yeah, so now I think you can relate this thing with your that superset subset concept. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. So that's the reason I cannot write any of your TypeScript feature here in the .js files. Makes sense? And moreover, I already showed you, this TypeScript files are, first of all, you are telling in advance what is the data type. And let me show you this thing again. Say here, if I say 1, 2, 3, immediately it is going to give me the error. 1, 2, 3 is not assignable to type string. So as it is a compiled language, and moreover the strong, type checking. So, as it's a compiled as well as the strong type checking language. So immediately before you execute, you will get to know what is the error here. So that is what the beauty of TypeScript. In Angular, we are going to use TypeScript a lot. That's the reason, before we start with Angular, before we jump to the actual coding in Angular, you should know the TypeScript in advance. So this was all about, how to create a hello world TypeScript file. I'm going to talk about very simple and the interesting features of ES6 and the TypeScript. The very first one is known as the template string. Another one is nothing but the variable substitution. So let me first talk about the template string. So before I talk about this, I'll show you one scenario. We have a string, and if I want to display how to be displayed, simply console.log of str. Make sense? Now the thing is, what I want all the words should come in a different lines. So in that scenario, I have to modify my string. I need to make sure every time I'm placing this /n to tell it is a new line. So I have to be very careful while writing this code. So /n to tell I'm into a new line. I want the new line. So you can see, this is a very, a statement which is having just 4 or 5 words. But think about the situation when you have, 100 of words. So you have to be very careful while writing the string. Okay, so if I display console.log str, I'm getting what I was looking for. But this thing, we can make it very simple by using something known as a template string. Very simple. Instead of writing the string in this way, you are going to use a key called as backticks, which is there in your keyboard below the escape key and above the tab key. So instead of writing double quote or single quote, I will be using this key called as /. Similarly AND it, and moreover, you want the new line, just add the new lines. Just add the new lines by just pressing the enter key. This is Intellipaat, and close the key. And check out, we are getting the same output what we were getting using this /n. So this is kind of a replacement, it is a kind of a replacement in the scenarios wherein you are looking for some different kind of output, or some particular kind of output. So in those cases you can use this. Otherwise, you just checked out also, right? Here writing this /n is very tedious task. Now this was all about the template string. As I said, it's very simple. Yeah, it's very simple. You just need to write the backtick keys. Now let us talk about the another one, which is nothing but the variable substitution. Say suppose in the same scenario, you want to insert a variable. Say Intellipaat you are getting as a variable and you want to write it. So what we generally write, we write plus of variable name, right? So instead of writing in that way, we have other way also. So first let me declare a variable. Let me clear the screen first. Okay. So I'll declare a variable called name equal to Intellipaat. And in the str, instead of writing Intellipaat here, I'll be using that variable name. So just check out can we write a variable here. So $curly brace, and you can write the variable name. Again, the code looks very neat and clean, and it's very much clear what we are looking for. Makes sense? So this is what wherever you are using the backticks, that is nothing but template string, and this is what wherever you are writing curly braces, and inside that you are writing the variable name, this is what the variable substitution. So instead of writing in this way, I could have written just using the plus symbol. But again, if you have multiple variables which you need to display in str or in a string, it is again very tedious task to write. Make sure you have written the plus symbol properly and all. So these are nothing but they are the replacement of, not the replacement, I should say, they make your coding much better, coding style much better.
So Node.js is the language. It's essentially a language runtime that allows you to write JavaScript for the server side. Express.js, on the other hand, takes some of the common tasks that you have to perform. So some of the common tasks that are related to building a web application or a web API are parsing the request, getting the cookie information, getting the data formatted correctly. All of this
is something that we have to do every time. Express.js is a built-in solution for that. So you can use that and you don't have to worry about all the plumbing of the entire web API. You can just follow on solving the problems that you have to solve in order to build the web API, building the business application, so on and so forth. So why should you use Express.js? Well, let's take a look at some of the advantages that Express.js provides. It's fast. Express.js is a really lightweight framework. It's a micro framework, so it does not expect you to be able to define everything. You can do it, and will do this quite easily. So you don't have to worry about it. Express.js is really easy to use. So it's really fast because it's really small and it doesn't contain a lot of things for the web server to go through. So it's a really small framework and it's really easy to understand as well. It's very minimal. So minimalism is essentially, in the case of Express.js, means that it provides the fundamental web application features. So everything that has to do with parsing the request, to formatting the data, to extracting the data from a request is done by Express.js. And since it's minimal, it only takes care of a few subsets of the problem. Rest, either you can plug into the Express.js using its plugin architecture, or you can write your own code, or you can use other libraries to do the other things as well, such as database access, routing, caching, and so on and so forth. It's unopinionated. So for those of you who don't know, unopinionated means that it does not have any preconceived notions about how your application should be structured. You can, if you wish to build a REST API in Express.js using a single Node.js file. So everything that you have to write, every code that you have to write, you can write it in the single file and it will work just fine. But in case you want to break them into smaller pieces so that they are easy to manage, you can do that as well. Express.js doesn't care, and this is different from other frameworks such as Ruby on Rails and many other JS frameworks as well, such as Kraken.js, where they have a predefined set of rules. They have their own directory structure that you have to follow. You can configure them, but basically they come with a predefined structure. And here in Express.js, you don't have any predefined structure. You can build it yourself. They're very simple. So since Express.js is a micro framework, it doesn't take care of a lot of things. So it's very easy to get started with, and it's very easy to use. So in case you wish to use Express.js, you can get started with it very quickly. Just make sure that you understand the basics of internet, how internet requests work, what is the typical format of an HTTP request. If you understand the basics, you can very easily pick up Express.js. It's very easy and very simple to use, and it's unobtrusive. So unobtrusive basically means that it provides unobtrusive basically means that it does not disallow people or developers to make choices about the kind of things that they wish to use. So for instance, you can use any library that you want to use. You can use any database. You can use an in-memory database if you wish to. Express.js does not disallow people from using the kind of things that they want to use. Although some things could be very difficult to integrate with Express.js, and some things could be very easy to integrate with Express.js. Depending on what you're trying to do, it can work that way. So now let's take a look at MongoDB. So we use MongoDB to store data. It's a NoSQL database. But the reason we're discussing it here is because in our demo, we'll be using MongoDB, and MongoDB is the most popular database system that is used with Node.js and Express.js. So you should be familiar with MongoDB. Even if you don't use it, you should at least know the basic concepts. So let's take a look at that. So MongoDB is a document-oriented NoSQL database management system. So NoSQL databases are basically databases that allow you to store data. Typically, when you used to store data in SQL databases, you used to store them in tables, in columns and rows. Basically, you used to store them like an Excel sheet. Not you wouldn't be storing them in an Excel sheet, but the format would be similar. You would have a table, it would have rows, it would have columns, and in those tables you can configure constraints, primary keys, secondary keys, so on and so forth. In NoSQL databases, you can store data in different formats. So MongoDB is a document-oriented database. That means that you can use the JavaScript object notation or the JSON format and store unstructured data. There are no constraints as such.
You can put the constraints yourself, but by default, you can just put in data of any shape in your MongoDB collections and you can retrieve it. It's written in C++, so it's really fast, and so it's much better than an in-memory database because it stores these things in the database's disks, so that even if the database is rebooted or it crashes, the data will still remain intact. So why would you want to use MongoDB? Although there are many other NoSQL databases such as Neo4j, which allows you to model your data in a graph, to Cassandra and CouchDB, there are many others as well. Why would you want to use MongoDB? Well, again, MongoDB is really fast. It's written in C++, so it provides really high consistency and speed for reads and writes of collections and documents. Collections and documents, let me just briefly explain. When you're building a data model in Node.js, you have collections and documents. Think of a document as a table. So it's basically a group of collections, and a collection is a single row in the database. So if you want to store data of some users, all the data stored inside the user's document, and each single row in the data or each single data about a user is a collection. It's flexible. So as you can see, it is as you can quite easily understand that MongoDB is schemaless. Now, schemaless essentially means that it provides the flexibility of inserting a record in any shape. Like I've already told you, there are no constraints by default. So if you wish to insert some data inside your MongoDB of one shape, as in it has two data points, such as if you're trying to store a user, you can store their first name and last name, and in the next row you can store data that neither has first name nor has last name, just the date of birth. It would be really inconsistent for your database to keep track of things like this, but you can do it. So this is why NoSQL databases are preferred in larger organizations, because they allow developers to create applications on the go, and they don't really need to define a schema. They don't need to be mindful about certain things, but schema is not really the thing that they'll be really something that's in the back of their mind. And also it allows them to make it really easy for them to understand what the data is about. So that's why they use schema-less databases. No joins. So if you have ever used NoSQL databases, one of the most important aspects of an SQL database is join. So if you have data stored in multiple tables, which is what good database design is about, you have to break every table into smaller pieces and then connect them using primary keys and secondary keys. And when you have to gather data from multiple tables, you use joins. Now, joins are really expensive. They take a lot of time. Many people get over this barrier by using caches. So they essentially just store the joined data inside an in-memory database. And when they want to get the data, they take a look at the cache first. If it's not available, then they perform the join, which is quite slow. Then put the data in the cache and then return it back. In MongoDB and other NoSQL databases also, you don't need to perform joins. Since the data has no schema, you can just embed one data point inside another data point, and that way you can just get all the data. There are certain constraints in certain databases, and you have to be mindful of this. But in general practice, you don't really need to worry about joins. So you can use databases without joins easily. Easy to use. MongoDB, if you have used JavaScript, then it's really easy to use. For those of you who have not used JavaScript till now, you can take a look at the MongoDB shell and interact with it. It's very simple, and it's very effective also. It's very much like you're trying to write JavaScript code. It's very object oriented in nature, and it's very easy to wrap your head around. As a developer, it's really easy to understand, and it's really easy to use as well. And scalability. So MongoDB allows you to deploy your clusters to cloud. MongoDB has their own cluster services, database services in the cloud. They allow you to create your databases and user databases in AWS, GCP, and Azure. AWS is Amazon Web Services, GCP is Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. So you can use that there as well. Also, MongoDB has several other features and several other tools that allow you to ingest massive amounts of data, and it is a really large ecosystem. So it's not just databases, it has other systems as well, such as data lakes and so on and so forth. You can use that as well. The reason why it's distributed in cloud because it comes with a native support for distributed data, sharding, clustering, so on and so forth. These are concepts that you need to understand when you're trying to model data of a large scale. If you're trying to think of a database of a large scale, think of database of Google, which has so many users, or think of a database of Facebook. Right now, Facebook has around 2.4 billion users. Just storing their username and password in a single machine is not possible. So to do that, what they do is they create multiple machines and store data of particular users on one machine and some other users, some other collection of users on other machines, and how they group these machines and how they spread data across these machines is a little different to understand. But the main point to understand here is that MongoDB comes in with the built-in support for these features so that you can, when you reach a really high limit of users, distribute the data, scale it, and use it the way you wish to use. So now we'll take a look at Mongoose. What is Mongoose and why do we need it? So on its own, Express.js and MongoDB are two separate things. Express.js is a web application framework and MongoDB is a database. It needs a library that can be used to connect Express.js applications to MongoDB servers and fetch data and records and so on and so forth. All right, so let's begin taking a look at block and inline level elements. Now, whenever the browser displays an HTML element on a screen, depending on the type of the element, it has to display values. It has a default display value. So, for instance, the display property when you are trying to display a paragraph tag is set to a block. Now, block and inline are the two things that we need to cover, but these are the default display values. And these affect how your application looks, how you can lay out the elements, all of that. So the display value can be one of the two things. It can either be a block or inline, which is what we'll be covering next. So what does block mean and what does inline mean? Well, let's start by covering block. Block level elements are elements that start on a new line and take up the full available width. So to give you an example, if you take a look at paragraph, you can't have two paragraphs on the same line. This follows the idea of block level elements in which you create an element and it takes all the available width, leaving nothing for the other content. For instance, if you have two paragraphs and the first paragraph only has content to cover half the screen and the other paragraph has content to cover about half the other screen or half of the other side of the screen, even if you were to put both those paragraphs right next to each other, the first paragraph would fill up the content but take up the entire width. Then the next paragraph will start on the next line and it will take the entire width of that as well. That's how the block level elements work in HTML. This is important because whenever we're trying to lay out our HTML elements, we need to understand whether they are block level elements or inline elements. There are ways to change the default display values using CSS, but right now you need to understand that these are the two default values that you can take a look at when you're trying to lay out elements without using CSS and only HTML. Now they are called block level elements because they are displayed as a block. A block can be thought of as a rectangle on the screen. The rectangle could be really small, have really small width, really small height, or a really large height. However, the width is going to be the entire viewport or the entire width available. It stretches out on both left and right side as far as possible. So you can't have two block level elements on the same line, mainly because the first block level element will try and gain as much space as it can, pushing the next block level element downwards. New block level element would have to be displayed on the next line. Now, some examples of block level elements are forms, tables, sections, etc. Now, these are not the only examples. Obviously, we have a lot of other examples available to us to use as well. However, block level elements are elements that take up the entire width. So p tag could also be that. Now, inline elements, on the other hand, are a little bit different from block elements. Inline elements are elements that do not start on a new line and only take up width that is necessary. So they're not going to take up the width that is available to them. They're only going to take the width that is necessary. If you have content filling up only half the screen, then that's the size of your inline elements. If you then put another inline element that can cover the other half of the screen that is available, it will do so. Now they are called inline elements because they are displayed inline by default. They stretch out to both left and right, but only as far as necessary, not as far as available. Some examples of inline elements are input, TT, which is used inside tables, code. P tags are not an example of inline elements. You can use spans there and other tags as well. Alright guys, now let's take a look at block and inline level elements. So for that, firstly, we'll have the same setup. I have an index.html page. The title is block and inline elements, and it's open inside a web browser so that I can see the output of my code. So this is what it looks like thus far. Let's create two block level elements and put them in the same line to see if they are working. So let's create a p tag and I'll call it this is a block element. Save this, go back, refresh. This is what it looks like. Now if I were to create another one, another block element, go back, refresh, you can see that this is pushed to a new line. Even if I were to change it to some other block level element, let's say I'm going to nest it inside section, and let me just clear this up. Nest this one as well and save this, go back, refresh, and still save. Now if I were to take a look at what the box model looks like here, I'll just click on one, and this is the p tag, and as you can see it's being it has the default display of block, and it is stretching across the entire width. Now another tag that is not block level but inline level is the b tag or the bold tag. Anything I write inside it is going to be inlined. This is an inline tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and you get this inside a bold text. Another thing I can do is this is another inline tag. We go back, refresh. As you can see, this is just starting on the next line. Because this one only took the width that was available, our web browser put this in that width. Now if I were to nest this inside a p tag, let me just do that, save this, and go back and refresh. As you can see, as long as it's not an inline element, which is to say it's a block element, it drops to a new line. If I were to change it again, which is to remove, if I were to put both of these inside the block level element and then refresh it, and as you can see that this is here. However, now something that's going to change is this.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
If I put another b tag, save this, refresh, it's going to drop to a new line. So this is how block and inline level elements work. Let me just redo this. And now this works. So if I were to go back, refresh, and as you can see, block elements are on different lines and inline elements are on the same line. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at divs and spans. These are the two elements of HTML that are not used for structuring the content but are used for wrapping around HTML elements so that they can be targeted later. So divs and spans are also referred to as container elements. Now there's a reason why they are called container elements. That's because they are used to contain certain elements, and divs and spans are the two of the most important HTML elements that you will see heavily used in any web page or the code of any web page that you browse. Now they're called container elements because their sole purpose is to contain or wrap other HTML elements and text inside them. So for instance, if you have 3 HTML elements, you can use a div tag to wrap them all into a single element. Similarly, if you have some text, let's say you have a p tag, but some text needs to be wrapped while some text doesn't. Let's say that you want to later on target that text and give it a different color, make it bold, italicized, whatever. In cases like this, you can use span. Span is usually used to wrap around text, and div is used for wrapping around elements, HTML elements. Now a div is a block level container and elements which can be wrapped inside HTML elements. So the main reason why people use div is to visually group together a bunch of elements. When we learn CSS, you'll see the real power of div, but basically think of it like this. If you have 3 paragraphs and you want a border around all of them, not necessarily a border around each of these paragraphs, but a border that is encapsulating all these 3 paragraphs, div is the perfect choice for that. In cases like this, you can create a div tag. Inside it, you can create 2 paragraphs and then style the div tag to have a border of 1 pixel solid black color. And that would be applied across the entire 3 paragraph tag, and that will work. Now, another thing to notice is that divs can be used together with CSS to style the entire block of content. So if you have 3 blocks of content and one of the blocks need a color of red, the other needs a background color of green and the color of white, and the other one needs a border of red color. All of these can be done by wrapping all these 3 blocks inside a div and then targeting these divs specifically. Now, divs are block level containers, meaning mainly that when you create a div, you're creating a block level element. That element is going to contain all the elements inside it and will be occupying all the space on both the left and right hand side of the content, even if the content isn't really big to occupy the entire screen. Now, a div does not have any required attributes, much like images in which you need to have a source attribute or an alt attribute, and in links where you have an href attribute. Links, divs do not have any required attributes. However, it is common to see style, class, and ID attributes with divs so that they can be styled easily. Again, this is done using CSS, and if you want to understand how this works, then a div is basically used to style a particular block of HTML elements. Now, a span, on the other hand, is an inline container element which can be used to wrap around text. So instead of having a block level container like div, if you want to just target one specific small element and don't want it to expand across the across the entire width available, then spans are a great choice. Spans allow you to target specific text content. Usually it's used around text, but you can use it around different elements. However, that's not really something that is recommended. The main reason people use spans is to visually group together either a part of the text content or the entire text content. Suppose you have a paragraph that has a long text content. Suppose it has like 7 or 8 lines of content, and you want there are specific elements inside that paragraph that should be bold or italicized. Maybe they should be of a different color just to highlight that they are important. In cases like this, you can wrap these texts around with a span, and these spans will then be styled using CSS, and will understand how to and the browser will understand how to style these particular elements. The spans are used to style parts of text content and not to wrap around other block level HTML elements. Since a span is a inline level container, you can't wrap it around block level container. So this is something that you need to understand. If you have block level containers and you want block level elements and you want them to be wrapped, use div. If you have some text and you want it to be wrapped but you don't necessarily want it to be block level, then use spans. A span cannot be wrapped around a block level element because spans can only contain inline elements. If you didn't have inline elements, if you had block level elements, then using a span is not going to be the correct choice to go through. So we would recommend that you firstly take a look at what you're trying to accomplish and only then use either div or span. These are the kinds of elements that you're going to come across mostly when you're taking a look at the source code of any web page, which you can by opening up the web page inside a browser, right clicking on it and clicking on either inspect or view page source. Most frequently used tags would be div and span, mainly because they are used to wrap around different kinds of elements and apply different styles to different elements. That's really useful in the context of a div and a span. Alright guys, now let's take a look at divs and spans. So let us first take a look at the setup, which is exactly the same as we had before. The title is changed to divs and spans, and now let's try and understand how divs and spans allow us to wrap HTML elements. Let's say let me just go back. I have 2 p tags. First one says first p tag, second p tag. Save this go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now suppose I want both of them to have a color of red, right? So what I can do here is I can basically just add the same style to both of them. Style is equals to color red. Save this, go back, refresh, and this works. However, there is nothing stopping me from just changing the color of one p tag to be blue and the other one to be red. So the reason why this is a problem is because there's nothing that specifying this should be red and this should be blue. Although both of them should have the same color, I can very easily just do it this way. Now this could be because I'm a new developer, I've just joined the team and I get incorrect requirements, and this is what I get. So how do you solve this? Basically what you can do here is, let me just show you. I create a div. I can assign this style to the div tag, and what it will do is that this will cascade and be applied to all the children styles. This is why div is called a container tag. All the styles attached to a particular div will be applied to all the child elements. So if I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the red color. However, if I were to change it to, let's say, blue, save it, go back, refresh, and this is what you get. So it's working fine. Now let's take a look at spans. So if I were to create a p tag, so the style of this p tag would have color be set to red, right? And say this is red and blue. Now if I go back, if I refresh, this is what I get. Now I want this word to be blue in color. Now one way of doing this would be to create another p tag like this, adding the blue word BLUE here, and then applying the style here. The style would be color blue. Now if I were to save this and go back, the output would be something that we do not expect. It drops to a new line. Now this is a problem. I just want one particular word to have a different color. However, I want them all to be on the same line. Now to solve this, I can just, if you remember, change P to span. Now if I go back, refresh, and as you can see, this works. This is because span is an inline text. Now inline elements don't occupy the entire width and height, they only take this space that they need. And so this works exactly the way I would expect it to. So this is what the code looks like at the end. We have a div tag with a style of color of red that is applied to both its children p tags, and we have a p tag with the color of red which has the this is red, and in the span is saying the color is blue. So that's how that works. So in HTML, the class attribute probably is one of the most important attributes. Now, if you have been using HTML for a long time, the class attribute allows you to basically target a few elements and allows you to impart styles to them. The value of the HTML class attribute on any HTML page determines the name of its class. An HTML element can have multiple classes, and multiple HTML elements can have the same class as well. This property is important because this is what separates it from ID, which is what we'll be covering next. But right now what you need to understand is that classes are at the heart of combining HTML and CSS, laying out pages, styling elements, grouping elements, so on and so forth. So classes are really important to understand, and they are a really simple concept to understand as well. Given that you understand the basics of HTML and you can understand how HTML and other technologies interact. A class is just a name of a group which can be targeted using CSS and JavaScript. JavaScript is by far one of the most important scripting languages in the web world, and with CSS and JavaScript we can enhance our web pages quite a bit. But in order to do that, we need to target certain elements that are present on our screen, and to do that we need to use either CSS or JavaScript depending on what we're trying to accomplish. If we're trying to style a particular element or a group of elements, we use CSS. If you're trying to impart behavior to certain elements, such as if a user hovers over a page and then clicks on an element, certain things should happen. That is done using JavaScript. Now, multiple HTML elements can have the same HTML class, although multiple classes can be applied to a single HTML element as well. There's a lot of mixing and matching that can be done. However, you have to be understanding that this mixing could lead to really muddled code, and it could be really difficult for you to grab a hold of what you're trying to do once you are done with all the classes. For example, if you have an H1 tag that has 7 different classes, all of them doing different things, it could be a little difficult for you to understand what each class does, and if removing one class would lead to some unexpected behavior. So let us take a look at an example to understand it better. Don't worry, we'll have a hands-on as well, but this is just in order to understand how does the classes work. Now, in the example, we have two HTML elements having the class attribute set to the value of red bordered. So since a single class can be applied to multiple HTML elements, we have the same class applied to different elements. The way we are doing this is by assigning the class attributes property to red bordered. If you want to assign multiple classes to the same element, just separate the name of the classes using a space. So if there was another class that you wanted to apply called blue background, all you had to do was use the class red dash bordered space blue dash background, and it would work exactly the way you would expect it to work. Now, since multiple elements have the same classes, we will gain access to both the elements and when we target the red bordered class. So whenever we say, okay, give me all the elements that have the red bordered class, we'll get these two elements. The first one is the P tag, the second one is the H1 tag, paragraph tag, and the first level heading tag. Now in the head tag, as you can see, we have created a style attribute. The style attribute is used to create some CSS code. In this, we are only trying to explain how CSS can be used with classes to target elements. So in the head tag, inside the style tag, we have written a little bit of CSS code. And with the CSS code, we have basically set the border to be of 5 pixels, solid, and red color. So both these elements should have their own red bordered 5 pixels and solid. Now, in case you are unaware of CSS works, don't worry about it. Basically, every element which has a class red bordered applied to it will have a red colored border around it with 5 pixel of width. The border will be of 5 pixel width. So this is what the output will look like. And as you can see that both hello and hi have the same class applied to them. So both of them have the same 5 pixel solid red border applied to them. Now also an element can have multiple classes attached to it, and you can do this by separating the name of each class using space. And that allows us to basically define how the classes should work, which we'll take a look at in the hands-on. Now let's take a look at classes. Now for classes, we are going to take a look at the code here. I have an index.html file. This is what it looks like. Let's refresh this. The title says classes, and I have the HTML code here. Now let me just create an H1 tag saying this is an H1 tag and P tag. Save this. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. Now let's say that I want both of them to be colored red. Now, as we have seen previously, one way of doing that would be to wrap them inside a div. But let's say that there are a couple of more styles that we want them to have, such as they should be bold and they should have red color. Now, both of them should have the same attributes. However, the P tag should also be bold. Now, there are many ways of doing this. The easiest way would be to just apply a class to it. Let me just do that. Class would be, let's say, red. And if I were to do the same here, go up, create a style tag. Inside it, I will be creating a class of red. And inside this, I will change the color to be red. Save this. I'll go back. I'll refresh. And this is how it works. If I want to remove this class, I can save this, go back, refresh, and now only one of them has the same attached to it. Again, I save this, go back and refresh, and this is what it looks like. And there are several other styles that you can apply to the red class. such as you can apply the text decoration or text transform, and you can capitalize it, lowercase it, or whatever. And you can also apply text decoration, and these are the possible options that you have. You can create solid, wavy, underline, strike through, whatever you want. So similarly, you can attach the same to, let's say that there is another element right below somewhere here, and between this there's a lot of code, and I only want the same style attached to this element as well. If it's a, let's say it's a B tag, this hello. Now for this, I can just apply the class to be red, save this, go back, refresh, and this also has the same class and same styles. So I can close it, and this is what it looks like. So this is how classes work. Now as you can see, the same element can have multiple classes as well. If I want to have like important, so it has now class of red and important. Similarly, you can attach multiple classes to the same element, and same class can be attached to multiple elements.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provide full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at ID. Now I have this code here and I have the output here. So the first thing I would have to do is I will create a p tag. Now I want a p tag with the ID of I want the ID to be equal to important, or to be more generic, let's just call it byline. Inside it I can write this is a byline. Save this. Now if I were to go back, refresh, it's taking a little bit of time. Let me just go back and just, okay, so the output is here. This is the byline. Now if I want to style it, I can just create a style, and now for the ID I have to use the hash symbol. I'll use hash byline, and I would get text decoration to be underlined. Save this, go back, refresh, and there's an underline here. Now one thing to notice that we have discussed thus far is that you shouldn't have two elements with the same ID. Now this is not really required, mainly because if you have two elements with the same ID, it will work just fine. However, this can cause a lot of problems when you're trying to access elements, because most people's idea of an ID is that only a single element has an ID of byline. So when you process elements with that ID and you get more than one, you will be confused, and it will take you a little bit of time to understand, okay, the developer has screwed up somewhere and they have used an ID where they should have been using a class. In cases like this, you should be very wary of how you're using IDs, and if possible, use a class over an ID. Now to convert this to a class, all I would have to do is change it to class, and for the styles to work, I have to change the hash byline to dot byline. Now if I go back to the code, it will work exactly the same. However, we have overcome the issue. Similarly, the same ID should not be applied to multiple elements, and an element should not have more than one ID. If I want another element, I can just create a heading, and I can create an h1 tag, and I'll call it a heading with the ID attribute set to heading as well. And now I can set the color to be, let's say, blue. Save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh, and this is what it looks like. So both of them have different IDs and different attributes, and that's how it should be. If you want something to have more than one ID, use class. If you want something to have more than, or if you want the same styles applied to multiple elements, then use class there as well. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML forms. So HTML forms are used to collect information from the user. Forms are a really integral part of any HTML page. Any website you visit will have at least one form attached inside it, and that form is going to be there for you to enter some information which will be captured by the web browser and sent to the web server for further processing. To give you an example, if you wanted to log into a system, what you would do is you would fill in your login credentials, such as the username or email and the password, and then click on the login button, which would cause the entire web page to submit some data to the web server that the form should be submitting the data to. The web server then captures the data, processes it, and does whatever it can, which would be to log you in, create a session ID, save it in the database, whatever the task that it needs to perform. So HTML forms are just used to collect information from the user. There are several kinds of forms available on the internet, ranging from sign-in forms, sign-up forms, query forms, quotation forms, and so on and so forth. An HTML form is nothing more than just a collection of input tags that can capture information of different types. That is the input that is text, which could be feedback, input that is an opinion, which could be radio buttons or checkboxes, which is to say if you whether you how would you rate this product, how did you like the service, so on and so forth. Or a choice. In a choices, we basically get what is the name of your country, choose from the list given below, and so on and so forth. So HTML forms are really versatile and they help us do a lot of that. Now, the input collected from a form is mostly sent to a web server for further processing. Now, the reason why I'm saying mostly is because there are moments when you don't have a web server to submit the data to. In cases like these, modern web applications have the opportunity or the capability of saving the data locally. It is to be noted that the data saved locally is not data that is going to be saved locally forever, meaning that when the browser cache is cleared, when the user clears the browsing history with the caches, cookies, and local storage and all of that, your locally stored data may get deleted. Or if the user decides to uninstall the browser and delete all the information that was stored with that browser, the data your application needed is gone as well. So you need to be aware of when you are storing data on the user's platform. This is why many of the HTML forms are saving data to an HTML server. The servers are really unique in the sense that when you send the data to the server, they can save it in files, they can save it in databases. The only difference here is that when you save it in the database, that means that the data is stored for a long period of time. Even if the database shuts down and then restarts, it's persistently stored. So that's why it's usually sent on a web server for further processing. Now we can create a form using the form tag, which is a container for different type of input elements. And we'll take a look at that in the hands-on, but basically the form tag is used to contain a lot of elements of input tag. Form tags define where the form should be submitted, the method using which the form should be submitted, what kind of data does the form expect, so on and so forth. And then input elements capture that data. When you submit the form, the data is packaged up and posted to a backend web server in an HTTP request. Multiple input elements are used inside a form to have it collect a wide variety of information, ranging from, as we have already discussed, opinions, facts, text, choices, so on and so forth. So HTML forms have grown quite versatile, and we'll take a look at the form elements in a moment. But what you need to understand is that HTML forms have helped users be able to express their opinions and get the data captured as easily as possible. Now let's take a look at HTML forms. Now to use forms, let us just take a look at the basic setup that we have. I have HTML forms here, and here I have the code. Now to create an HTML form, all I have to do is I have to use the form tag, and I can leave out the action attribute. We'll learn more about the form attributes later on, but this is what it looks like. If I go back and if I refresh it, and if I take a look at the source code, form is there, but nothing's showing. That's because I have not added any input elements. So let me just do that. I'll create an input element of type text, and placeholder would be username. It will be a self-closing tag, and finally I'll have an input of type submit. Name and ID could be anything that you want it to be. I don't want it to be anything, so I'll save it like this. So if I go back and if I refresh this, this is what it looks like. This is basically a username. I can enter anything and I'll submit, and nothing will happen. It will just get here and it won't do anything. So this is what the HTML syntax looks like. I can even do something like this. The type is equals to text, name is equals to name, and then save. Now if I go back and if I refresh and if I type something out, click on submit, as you can see that this is submitting to itself. We'll learn more about this behavior later on when we're discussing inputs and form elements, but basic idea is this. When you create a form and the input tags and submit the buttons are nested inside that form, whenever you submit the button, it submits to some location. If no location is provided, then it will be submitted on the page that you are on, which is what happened right now. Now let's take a look at inputs and labels. So in HTML forms, there are several inputs and labels which help the user know how to enter information in a form. There are several ways we can enter information in a form, and there are several inputs that allow us to enter that information in several ways. Input tags are used to define different kinds of inputs which collect user information such as text, radio buttons, etc. We have even more number of input tags now. So text and radio buttons are just example, but we have option lists, check boxes, so on and so forth. Labels are used to define a label. A label is a descriptive text for an input which tells users what they need to enter into that input box. For instance, if I have two input boxes that expect the user to enter something, and both of them are of the same dimensions, the user may not be able to understand in which one should they enter their name, which one should they enter their username, which could be different, and in which one should they enter their email addresses. So that could be a problem, but labels allow us to describe what the input we are expecting in a particular input box. For instance, if I have a username and an email field, all I have to do is create two input tags and assign the labels to them describing which input tag should the user enter their username into and which input tag should they enter their email into. Now labels are used to, the labels are really important, but you can, for instance, have multiple input tags on an entire page, and all of them should have a label associated with them most of the time. And now there are certain input tags in which you can get some placeholder text, and we'll take a look at that in a moment.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So there are several types of input tags available for us to use. Now we won't be able to cover all of them, mainly because there are just so many, and the most important ones or the most common ones used are going to be covered now. The first one is text. It is the most common one used. We get text input when we assign a value of text to the type attribute in the input tag. So whenever you create an input tag, the type attribute determines what kind of input it is. Do you want a text input, password input, checkbox, radio, file, submit, whatever. So that's how you do that. Now this gives an input field in which the user can enter text. Now just an input field without a label is not very useful, mainly because text information could be any kind of information. Could be username, their address, their email address, their surname, their first name, their last name. Could be a number of configurations could be there. So we need to be able to describe, and that's why we use labels. However, the text input is by default, so whenever you create an input tag and you omit the type attribute, you will get a text string. Then there's passwords. Now password fields, we can enter passwords, and the characters inside it are masked by showing them as either asterisk or circle. That really depends on the kind of web browser that you're using. Mostly if you're using Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, it's going to be a circle. So whenever you type something in your password field, it will describe it as a circle. So you don't have to worry about any of that. Main thing is you don't expect the user to enter password in plain text, mainly because somebody sitting right next to them could just peek into their screen and see what the password that they want to type is. So in cases like this, make sure that you are assigning the type to be password when the user is entering either their password or some sensitive information. It could be their PIN number for their ATM, although that's not really something that you expect them to enter on the internet. But if it's some confidential information such as a report ID or whatever that you don't want them to be able to expose to somebody who's sitting right next to them, then using the password type is useful. Then there's checkboxes. Checkboxes are there when you wish the user to be able to select multiple options from a list of choices. For example, if I were to ask someone to enter their hobby and I give them 5 items to choose from, ranging from sports, music, cooking, technology, reading, so on and so forth. Now they can have multiple hobbies. So for instance, it could be that a person likes both cooking and reading. It could be that a person likes only cooking, and it could be that a person doesn't like either cooking or reading, but they do like sports. So in order for the user to be able to select multiple items inside multiple items among the given choices, checkboxes are used. Then comes radio buttons. Now radio buttons are special mainly because radio buttons are used when we wish for the user to be able to select only one option from a list of choices. These choices include gender, employment status, etc. The reason why the reason why we get radio buttons instead of checkboxes is because we want the user to be able to select only one option. Checkboxes allow you to select multiple options and they're very useful. But inside a radio button, we can only select one element, and that's where it's very useful. So you should try and use that whenever you can. For instance, if you're trying to get someone to select their gender, there are only a few possible answers, which could be male or female or whatever. Out of those few possible outcomes, the user can only select one. They can either be a male or be a female in cases like this to select the gender. Then comes the file attribute. Whenever you are uploading an image, whenever you are uploading some text, whenever you are uploading a document, whenever you are uploading any kind of file, the file picker is opened using the file input tag. Here all you have to do is set the input type to be file, and using that you can basically upload a file using a form. Now another thing to understand is that files are sent in special encoding, so the server needs to take care of how the file is going to be extracted from the input that is provided to us. But in whatever case, you can upload a file using the file attribute. Finally, we have the submit. A submit button is basically a button which you can click in order to submit the information. The thing to understand here is that you can either create an input with the type attribute set to submit. That will create a submit button, which allows you to submit some data to the user. It needs to be nested inside a form in order for it to be able to submit some data. But other than that, it should work. Other than that, you can create a button element. The button element will have text inside it. That will be the text displayed inside the button. And you can set its type to be able to submit, and that will act as a submit button as well. So these are the most commonly used inputs and labels or the input types, and that's how you use them. Now let's take a look at a hands-on and understand how to use them properly. Alright, so now let's take a look at inputs and labels. To take a look at that, here's the output, here's the code. Firstly, we will create a form type as usual. I will remove the action attribute. We'll take a look at that in the next hands-on. Now to create an input, I'll just need to create an input tag. By default it's text, and let's keep it that way. And if I save this, and I can just create a submit button as well. I think Visual Studio Code allows me to do this. Yeah. The value is not going to be anything, so let's just keep it that way. I'll go back and I'll refresh, and this is what it looks like. However, there's a bit of a problem here that you may or may not be able to see. I don't know what to enter here. This is because let's say that I want the users to be able to input their username and password, and the button is submit. Right? I'll just create a line break using a BR tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to type something here, and then click on the submit button, I have no idea what to type here and what to type here. It could be username here, email here, and username here. I basically have no contextual information. To solve this problem, we can use a label. Now to use a label, all I have to do is use the label tag, label. I can firstly assign an ID here. ID would be username, and this label is going to be for username, and going to call it username. Right. So this is there. Now I can again create another one. This one is going to be for, and I'll change it to password. ID is going to be password, and the username is for, the label is for password, and I'll call it password. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now another advantage of this is that if I click on the label, as you can see, the input associated with the label gets highlighted. As you can see, if I click on password, I get to click here. This is great for mobile user experience. If you take a look at this, this is because I have created a label and an input, and the labels for attribute is set to the ID of the input where I want it to show. So that's why that. If I go back and if I let me just show you. If I go back and if I were to type something here, let's say this, and now if I were to type some password, as you can see, both of them are being displayed differently. The username is being displayed like this, and the password is being displayed like this with asterisks instead of showing the character. Now that may or may not be something that you want, but the password is this is because we have set the type to be password. The different kinds of inputs available. Let me just show you now. I'll remove the labels now. You understood the concept of label. If I were to create a radio button, I will just firstly have to take the name of radio, and the name would be gender, GENDER. ID could be anything. I don't want it to be anything as of now. And I can set the value to be male. And here it could be female. Now, if I were to create a label, I'll call it for GENDER, and the label is GENDER. I save this, I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to click on one of these, as you can see, they get selected. So that's not how you are supposed to use the label. So let me just change that. The ID attributes needs to be set to something. So we'll just set it in a minute. Male, and the ID is female. Here the label is supposed to say male. Here the label is supposed to say female, for male, for female, and I'll save this. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. I click on male, this gets selected. If I click on female, this gets unselected and this gets selected. Now this is happening because I have the this is because I have the name attribute set to gender in both. If I were to misspell this one, if I go back and if I refresh, I click on male, it's selected. If I click on female, it also gets selected. Now this behavior is because we don't know what kind of input we are looking for. If I were not to name them the same thing, then they are not part of the same options. This could be for all intents and purposes. For our program, it looks like this is for male and this is for female. But for computers, it may not be the same if you don't provide the same name attribute. So that's how you use radio buttons. And to use checkboxes, all you have to do is change the type to checkbox. And here you can do the same thing. You can name it whatever you want. I can name it whatever I want. I'll call it, instead of gender, I'll call it hobby. And the value is going to be singing and sports. Now I can change the same thing here as well. PORTS, sports, sports, sports. And similarly, we can change it here as well. The value is supposed to be the same as the label. So we'll do that. Singing, 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 and with the S capital I. Now if I go back and if I refresh, I click here, singing is selected. And if I click here, sports is selected. So that's how the basics work. You can also take a look at other other input types such as file. All you have to do is check input type is, instead of text, you can have it to be file. And you'll get a file picker here. You refresh this, you get a file picker, and when you click on this, your file picker opens and you can choose the file. That's basically how inputs and labels work. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at form attributes. So whenever we're trying to submit a form, there's a lot that needs to be done, and that's the kind of thing that we would be discussing in form attributes. If you have an HTML form or you're using a form tag, but we have not set certain attributes, then that form is not going to be submitting that data to a web server or any other page. It would just be a basic shell that gets the information stored somewhere but does not submit it to the required field. Now this could be a problem. So in order to tackle these problems, there are several attributes which we can set to determine how a form behaves. We'll take a look at some of those in these presentations. However, we won't be covering all of those, mainly because all these form attributes are going to be difficult for us to cover. Let's take a look at these one by one. First one is action. The action attribute is used to define the URL to which the form data is to be submitted for further processing on the server side. Now, the thing is, whenever you have the action attribute set to the URL, the data that you have gotten the user to enter will be submitted to that URL. The server will then get the HTTP request, parse it, and help you decode it. Now, that's for the form attribute action. However, if that action attribute is not sent to any other URL, then that form will submit the data to its own self. So, for instance, if I had a form at mydomain.com/login, and then I submit the data, it will be submitted to the same URL. So it would be very complicated for me to check if the document has submitted some data. If it is, then what is the data there? I will take a look at the data, validate it, save it to the database, and then log in the user. All of that would be done in a single page, and that's not really useful. So you have to understand how to separate the presentation and the data processing aspect. That's all done using form attributes. So you can set it to any URL where you want the form to be submitted, and you can do it using the action attribute. Then comes enctype. Enctype stands for encoding type. This allows us to define what kind of encoding should be used when we're submitting the data to the server. Different encoding types are available depending on the kind of data that you're trying to submit. If it's a file, then the encoding is different. If it's a text, then encoding is different, so on and so forth. So you need to understand what kind of encoding you are going after and what is the reason for that. After that, you can use the enctype attribute, set it to some value, and your data will be encoded in that format and will be sent to your web server. Then comes the method attribute. Inside the method attribute, we specify a value of the HTTP method that we wish to use for sending the request. This attribute could have a value of either get or post. Get specifies the HTTP get method. Post specifies the HTTP post method. The get method is used to encode the data that is being submitted inside a URL in a query string, and the post method submits the data not inside the URL but inside a request body. Now these two methods are there so that it's easier for you to use. However, it depends on what the situation is. So for instance, if you're trying to create some way to search for some information, then you can use the get method attribute. And the post attribute is used when you're trying to submit some sensitive information. So if you are searching for something, then you can just click, input the search term, click on the search button, that form will be submitted, and you'll be redirected to a page that contains all the search results matching your query. However, and that URL can be then shared to your friends to make them see what you're searching. A good example of this would be the YouTube search algorithm. So when you search for a video, it appears in the search list. You can just share the link of the search page to the user with the query attached to it, and the person will land at exactly the same result. On the other hand, when the user is submitting the username and password, these are sensitive information. You don't want them to be exposed inside a URL where anyone can basically reach it, and they might be stored inside your browser session, your browser's history, and that's really not secure. So you need to understand when to use which. Typically use get for non-sensitive information, where links, even if the link is shared with the form data that is inputted by the user, it's not going to cause any security issues. On the other hand, post is used for almost all other kinds of data that is secure, that needs to be secure and sent to the server in a secure way. Then comes the no validate attribute. No validate attribute specifies that the form should not be validated when it is being submitted to the server. If you're submitting a form to a web server, you should not be it should not be validated. In HTML5, new form attributes such as email and phone numbers were given. So if you're trying to submit a form with the HTML input type set to email, then it needs to be a valid email. That is, it should contain some text followed by an @ symbol, followed by some text, followed by a full stop or a period, and then some text. So your email name @ your domain. That's the way it should work. And if it's not following that format, then you will get an error. Now, if you want the user to be able to submit that, then you can just use the no validate attribute, and the form data that you're sending will be submitted without being validated. and you can check the validation on the server. Finally, we have the target attribute, which specifies where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. This is not that popular and not that useful, mainly because the target attribute specifies if you want to open another page, where you want to be redirected to a page, or how do you want it to work. Now, that's how you are going to decide how it's going to work, but mostly target attributes are not that popular and are not used that much because they provide functionality that are not really needed. Now let's take a look at form attributes. So there are several form attributes available for us to use. Let's take a look at some of those. When you open up the code editor, this is what the code looks like. This is what the output of the code is. Here I can type some code. I'll type in form attribute. The action is not going to be equal to anything. Now inside the form, create an input tag and give it a name of username. Similarly, I will create another one, and this should have a name of password as well. Finally, I'll create an input tag. This should be all familiar by now. It should be submit. Now, if I were to create a label for username, and it should say username, this should say password, and finally we have the submit button. So if I save this and if I go back and I refresh, this is what it looks like. Everything is on the same line, so let me just clear this up a bit, copy this up. Now we have it. So now if I were to submit the form right now, let's say that I give the username of SDA, password of SDA, submit it. As you can see, this is being displayed here and it's being shown here. Now this is a problem, mainly because username and password are not kind of things that you want to be exposed in the history of your browser or in the address bar of your browser. However, let's suppose that this was just for searching something. I was creating a YouTube-like application in which I can just submit something. So if I were to type in, let's say DSVDA and submit, and that was being displayed here as search, that wouldn't be a problem because anybody can take a look at what I searched. I think they can find it in the search history and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. So the reason why this is happening is because by default the method attribute is set to get. I want it to be post. So if I take it and make it up to be post, refresh, just take off this, then refresh, and the password is here, username is here, and if I submit this, now as you can see it is submitting to the same page. However, we are not getting anything here. There's nothing loaded inside it. We are not getting anything in the URL tab. This is because it's creating a request, sending that request to the current page. However, the current page has no ability of handling it. That's a problem. Now if you want to submit it to a particular URL or web server, all I have to do is, instead of using method, I can use the action keyword and type in the address. Let's say HTTP localhost 3000. If I'm developing locally, then that would be the case. Else I could be doing it this way, www.myapp.com/form, and this is where it will be submitted. Now right now if I were to do this and submit it, I won't get any response back because there is no website as such as that can process the data. So that's the way it works. I can also create a reset button, RESET. So that way, if I refresh this and it asks me if I want to create a form submission, resubmit the form, it's fine. If I click on the reset button, it will remove everything and set everything back to normal. So that's the way it works.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
With that, you will have a question saying, okay, all of this is fine, but what are the building blocks that make up a website? Well, the first things first, whenever you see a website, what's the first thing that you notice? The layout, right? What's laid out? Where are the images? Where are the text? Why is it laid down the way it is? The animations and whatnot. So the layout is the first thing in the front end that you notice. And after that, as a person who's willing to build your own website, you'll of course look at the content, right? Now the content is very different for two different websites. For example, one e-commerce site might look very, very different from another e-commerce site, even though they might be selling the same items. You will have had experience experiences with this, I am sure. So you look at the layout first, you'll be thinking about the content next, and the next thing is, where is it on the internet, where is the data stored, right? This is where we'll talk about web hosting. We'll get into that in a while, but you really should know that a layout is something you would notice first. Of course, there's content that makes up a website, then all of this layout plus content creates the front end. It's all hosted on the internet somewhere, and it's not only this, many times it has to be as secure as possible. In that particular case, adding a lot of security methodologies for a website to make sure that it is prevented against unauthorized use is something that's important. And lastly, we are living in a mobile era right now, correct? I mean, 99% of the tasks we do today is on our mobile phone. So when you're viewing websites, if it works fine on a computer monitor, but it fails on let's say on a TV or something, or on a laptop, or even a tiny device like an iPad or a mobile, then it doesn't make sense. If it's all jagged, if it gets cropped out and whatnot. Now, in that particular case, making sure that your website works both on the desktop screen and of course on mobile platforms with various resolutions, that is something that you should be looking at as well. So what are the steps that one can use to build a website? Well, the first thing, in my opinion, that would help you get started quickest if you come from a non-technical background, or if you, let's say, you do not have the time itself to go on to build a comprehensive website of your own. In that particular case, you should know that there are multiple free website builders out there. What these free website builders are is that they'll give you a layout, they'll give you a template. All you have to do is fill in the content, and at the end of it, you will have a complete website ready without you having to, write a single line of code. Now, you might be wondering, well, I do want to write code. I want to become a developer. I'm going to work with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, all of this. Well, correct. You can do all of that, but this is the case in case if you do not want to do that. See, a simple Google search. See, it's very simple. All you have to do is go onto Google, type free website builders, right? See, you will see multiple, famous websites through which you can build your own website. For example, one really famous one is Wix.com, and even Google is now giving you a free website builder as well. Wix is definitely something that a lot of people I know, a lot of friends that I know have started their businesses with, and they give you a lot of beautiful looking templates to start with if this is your particular case. As I just mentioned, even Google does provide a free website builder. So one of the things that you definitely could be looking at if you want a quick start is by making use of a free website builder. Now, the second thing you might be wondering is, okay, if I do use a free website builder, do I get a free hand in adjusting the layout that I want, or am I stuck with whatever they give? Well, many website builders have the limitation where you have to use their own templates, right? I mean, they would have created a lot of drag and drop facilities there to make sure your experience of creating a website is easy. In that particular case, definitely I would suggest, whatever is your requirement here. See, there might be all the templates in the world, but it might not satisfy your exact requirement, right? This is like art. You will have an idea in your head and you want that on your website, and there's a very good chance that there won't be a template that exactly matches that idea. Now, in that particular case, you definitely should look at working with code, writing your own HTML scripts, writing your own CSS styling elements, and going on to creating something from scratch that works just for you. So your second step of building a website is somewhere you definitely should sit and give some time to think about if you are okay with using a template and starting from it, or if you want to build from scratch. Now, based on this decisions, the next couple of steps will change, but then most of the commonalities, the basic scaffolding is the same, so follow through. Now, as I told you, with using templates, with using website builders, right? See, there's a lot of drag and drop facilities where, as I told you, you really do not have to write any piece of code. If you want to add a functionality, if you want to add a picture into your particular website, all you have to do is drag the picture from somewhere else and place it wherever you want on the website. Well, how convenient is that? If you have to do it manually in code, you will have to at least write, let's say, 10 or 15 lines of code to go on to do it really well. So if you are well versed with that, if you like that kind of an approach, again, both of this will have the same result at the end, where you can place images wherever you want, but it depends on how you want to approach it. If you want to approach it from a non-technical aspect, use a drag and drop facility. If you want to monkey around with code, definitely you can do that too. So after understanding all of these features, one very important thing is that it is your website. It is what you are doing, right? It might be because you're doing it for yourself, your business, or whatever it is. Customize it as per your requirement. Sometimes there are website builders, there are templates online which are customizable in a way where you can use something as a foundation that they provide, and of course customize it later, change it around to have it as per your choice. It is not like you are given one HTML file or something where you cannot edit it. All HTML files are actually to an extent editable and you can work with it, which I'll show you at the end of this video. But it is very important that you have to customize it in a way which fits your requirement, and there is no one solution that fits all problems here, and I'm sure you already knew it at this point of time. So you can have certain drag and drop facilities, but at the end of it, if you want to perform some nifty changes to it, you can head to the code and you can write then and there, do some changes to the code, and you can see it reflect directly on the website again, which I'm going to show in the demo as well. And after that, you'll be looking at something called as free hosting. Now let's say you have designed a website, it's on your computer, everything is ready, your website is working fine, you've put in good security methodologies, you have user authentications done, you have a login page, you have forms, you have many things, and your website is ready. But to get it out to the world, you have to use something called as hosting. Hosting is when you take the entire data of your website and put it on a server that is always running. Now what happens if you're hosting from your own home with your internet connection is that as soon as you turn off your laptop or PC where it's been hosting from, your website is not live anymore. So whenever someone searches for it when your PC is off, it means they cannot reach the website because there is no data that's being shared to the internet. But with hosting, what happens is that your website will always be live no matter where it is hosted across the globe. Any user sitting on any corner of the globe, of course now even from space, they can sit and view your website. Again, there are many websites that are available for free hosting. So all you have to do is type free hosting on Google, and it's all as simple as Google searches. But then to do this, you need to know what to search for, right? See, there's so many places, there are so many websites. 00 web host is something which is very popular. I have used this a couple of weeks back, in fact, myself. So you will find out a lot of things that these guys provide. See, for free hosting, they're going to give you 5 domains that are already hosted. They're going to give you 250 MB of disk space to store all your data in. You can have traffic worth of 6 GB per month. You'll have 3 email accounts, you'll have databases, you'll have database storage, and you have many things, right? So it's not only just 1 or 2 websites. You will just have to see what fits your plan. For example, hosting can be very cheap as well. For example, hosting, it says they're ready to give you plans from 59 rupees a month, right? So you'll have one website, one email ID, you can have somewhere around 100,000 monthly visitors, SSL certifications, resources. There's so many things, right? Even if you pick up a premium plan, for example, something that is like 115 bucks a month, this is of course Indian rupees, guys. So if you want to pick something up, you will have a good working website which is hosted online, which won't really cost you a lot of money, and that's my point. Free, of course, yes, you can do it, but if you have to pay for the premium features, yes, you can do it, and the returns on hosting is definitely something that will help you a lot.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And the next thing is, after hosting or while hosting itself, you need something called as a domain name. Now, what should people search for to go on your website? Now, of course, see, they can punch in an IP address and they can get into your website. But that is not the point here, right? People cannot go on to remember IP addresses for 100 different websites. So they need a domain name. For example, www.google.com is a domain name. Facebook.com is a domain name. Instagram.com is a domain name. Harvard.edu is a domain name, right? So you will require one domain name of your own. For example, my name is Anirudh, right? So I can have www.anirudhrao.com. That would be my website, my domain name. So you can purchase these kind of domain names, based on whatever is your requirement. And again, a simple Google search will show you what all free domain names you can pick up. And there are, the popular choice here is to actually buy a domain name, because you can get it at whatever name that you are requiring for, and you're going to hold it, right? So if you build a brand around that, you're going to copyright that, you're going to carry it forward throughout until the end of the business. So there's so many things here that you should know, but then a domain name is one of these important things. So after having a domain, after setting up all of your backend servers, after creating your website, after hosting it, pushing all your data online, you will have to publish it. Now once you publish it, this is when people across the world can land on your website. They can check it, they can interact with it, whatever it is that you're trying to convey via the website. You're showing a video, you're showing images, you've written a blog, whatever it is, people will get to know that at this point in time. But it's not only just publishing, right? So you want people to come to your website. This is where we call something called as driving traffic into your website. Traffic is general population who are online, and these guys are the ones that will come on your website and interact with it. Now, there's two ways of bringing in traffic. One is called as organic traffic, where you really do not have to spend any money for people to actually come and visit your website. But then there's another way where it's paid traffic. So basically, you put up advertisements, you pay for people to feature your website in a way where through that people will definitely come on your website too. So driving traffic is something which is very important, because if you have the most beautiful website in the world and if you don't get viewers to it, there's no point there, correct? So how can we bridge that gap? In my opinion, marketing is something that will work hugely, right? And in fact, we have comprehensively put together videos on our channel itself of how one can go on to mix and match marketing with a brand, right? Digital marketing. And in fact, a couple of days back, I myself had a session on how social media marketing can be used for all of this as well. So make sure to check that out after this video. But then understand that, well, marketing is something where you can take an idea and grow it out into a full-scale product, into a brand, and things really explode on social media, especially, right? When you think about it, if something is trending, everyone wants to see it. There are 4 billion people across the globe using social media right now, and in that particular case, if you appeal to even 10% of that population, your website can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Now that is my point. It's not only about creating your website, you have to think about the big picture, which is also marketing your content there. To show you how you can go on to do all of this for yourself, right? So I'm going to take the initial approach where we spoke about templates of how you can customize it, how you can use it all on your own. So to do all of this, I actually have a demo here. See, I will just open one HTML file to show you what it is that I've created first. So this is a sample website that can be edited as per your requirement by making use of basic tools such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Bootstrap. Well, HTML is one of the foundational concepts that gives you this kind of a foundation for your website. CSS is cascading style sheets, which is used to style all the elements. For example, adding color to the box, changing the color of the header, so many things, right? So all of this is taken care by CSS, which looks after styling. And now that you have now that you have a foundation, now that you have styling to it, you need some functionality, right? So for example, if you have something like a form or something where someone has to fill up their name, email, and hit submit, that is where you would require JavaScript. And Bootstrap is again complementary to CSS, where you'll be using that to create even more aesthetically pleasing websites. For example, you can see the change in transparency and the way the website scrolls, right? That is because of Bootstrap. Now, this is what a website would look like, because it consists of many elements. Now, what are these elements? Well, first, this is actually the HTML file that I opened. So if you have any sort of HTML file, you can open it with any sort of word editor. Now let me open it with WordPad. Now, as soon as I open it with, if you are overwhelmed to see, these many lines of code, and in case if you did not know what they mean, well, do not be concerned, because at this point of time, all of this is a good amount of HTML and CSS code. And once you get trained on working with HTML, or you can go on to use all of this easily. So the basics of HTML involves, the concept what we call as tags. Each of these things that's closed by a triangular bracket is called as a tag, and each of these tags have their own meaning. And there are a couple of tags which are compulsory that you have to use. For example, the HTML tag indicates the start of a document. It has to be used compulsorily. You have the head tag, which denotes the header. You have the body tag, which denotes everything that goes goes on into the body, there's many tags, right? So there's double-ended tags, there's single-ended tags. Single-ended tags basically means if you use one tag, you can achieve its purpose. But with a double-ended tag, it is something like this, right? See, the first line we opened the HTML tag, and now we have to close it. By closing it, what I mean is, its functionality ends at this point of time, and it has this /HTML / denotes its closure, right? There's so many things in this simple piece of HTML code which is responsible for creating a beautiful looking website such as this. Now, to edit it is something which is very simple. For example, on the first line here, you see it in bold saying sample website, right? Now, can we go on to change this to do anything? So to put up anything of our choice, is it possible? Well, the answer is yes, of course. You can put in whatever text you want, whatever images that you want. Now, which is the section that would contain a sample website? The simplest way to check out is for header tags. If you do not know header tags, it is the h1, h2, h3 class. And now I've put in here saying sample website, right? Now let me change this. Instead of sample website, I'm gonna say welcome. Welcome dear learners. Now that I've changed it, let me refresh the page. Well, it did not change, right? Why? Because I have not saved this. Well, now let me save it, and as soon as I saved it and hit refresh, you can see it says welcome dear learners. So you can go on to change anything like this in a very simplified way by creating your own website. You can have images inside these boxes, you can change the color of these boxes. It's not only just this. This is a very simple example of making use of HTML, CSS, JavaScript and Bootstrap, but at the end of the day, you can do a lot. If you are trained in working with, let's say, jQuery and HTML, CSS and all of these tools, you can create a website which is probably 10 times more beautiful than this in your first 1 or 2 months of learning itself. So this is one of the most important things that you have to know, and it's not only just this kind of a file that has all the details, right? It's not only the .html file that contains everything. For example, the image that you see there, right? The image that you see here on top. So we have to have a separate folder with the image. For example, here this is the image that you see on the screen. This is a free stock photo that's available on the internet. You can have any image of your choice, of course. You can have a video also. You can have a short animation, whatever it is that you require. And our HTML file is picking up the data from this particular folder. So whenever you're hosting something, all of this will be on the server, where you host. For example, if I go on to measure this, it's all of this is just 4 megabytes in size. That's about it. But then there are websites which can get big, which consumes a lot of data. For example, if you're watching this video on YouTube, the YouTube video itself is such a huge size. You're watching it in full HD, I'm sure, but then it takes certain space to kind of store it somewhere, right? In that particular case, yes, it does work. And then of course we have Bootstrap, we have a folder for CSS, we have all the images as I just discussed, you have the jQuery aspect and the JavaScript part of it, and all the fonts that you see, right? We've used custom fonts. Of course, you don't have to do this. All of these are present here as well. So based on what is the font that you require, images that you require, styling that you require, you will go on to work with it. Now, this was in fact a template which I have customized to my particular requirement. And again, even if I had to write this from scratch, it is pretty simple. It is possible to do so. In that particular case, whatever approach that it is you are taking, I am sure you can go from having nothing on your website to creating a beautiful website which is as simplistic as this very quickly. So on that note, do head to the comment section, do let us know in case if you have created any websites of your own, or in case if you have any ideas that you think are nice for websites as well. And of course you can also let us know in case if you've come across any good tools that has helped you in building a website and more.
Creating a full stack application like Netflix, we will be going through the system design architecture of Netflix, and also helping you know how you can create APIs, which probably Netflix is also using these days for their website, right? So I am going to explain you the system design architecture of Netflix, right? And this is how basically applications are also designed when it is basically on the sketchbook. So for example, let's say you want to open an application like Netflix, or you want to open your own website. The first thing that you do is you write down the features that you want to have on your application, right? And then that application is then designed for resiliency, it is designed for failovers. And then once the plan is laid out, the architecture is deployed, and then and the parallel your development team also starts to work. So guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres. And all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay, now having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example, when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtown time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address, or basically take into account, the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service. And we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages, low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So, guys, low latency is nothing but, when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So, how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say, when we, as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well. But most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay. Now, when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was, causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to, basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now, obviously, the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is as far as this particular circle over here. Okay, so how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that let's say if you're in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you'll be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing the service, and based on that, you're connected to the respective server. Now, this sounds good, but it is a very expensive operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup, which is again a video streaming service, or which say, let's say, is an internet company, right? Which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provide full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service in cloud which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers, and it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up then one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when you talk about a service like Netflix? Now let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right? Those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's say, let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie, like, let's say Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say and also notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix? That the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know,
Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs, except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers. And when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network. And this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay. So this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, obviously, if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I, as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now, how do I deal with that? So what I do is every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay, so if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. So let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. If I am dealing with a MacBook, again, the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie. So on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay. Now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K, somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p, then you have 360, then you have 240, then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now the part over here which is interesting to know is these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay. Then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using OpenConnect.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provide full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay. So what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay. And now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to uh, your device, and that's how see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay. So before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now, let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage, so let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then, distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, uh, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on an streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on them, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So there are, when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, or the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie.
right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it. And then that by that Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth. So probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movies that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests. But the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay. So similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is in a gist what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay,
All right, guys. So now we'll begin with the coding part. I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API-based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js, and for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the backend, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built or how things happen in Netflix code wise. So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically, the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button, everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying that these are the components. Now, this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name, and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database, or a DB as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there, Or so, for instance, in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it. That's called authorization part. Essentially, the flow happens like this: the front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically, it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file. We want to do these things. So here, what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug, or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, it could be an Android app, it could also be an iOS app, could be a Fire TV app or Amazon OS or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other Black Delilah or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL we want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix had something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT, that we don't have the entire server set up and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things, such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that you want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, Now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2 and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video, there are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix, and now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have a media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code. But before we do, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. Now, what we will do is, firstly, we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and --y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file, package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies, which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password, and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is NodeMon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files, and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you
save those changes, and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. For dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use Express.js, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and MongoDB content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code, and the MongoDB content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install nodemon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it'll take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the Mongoose and Express package, so I type Express and Mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them, like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the Mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be numbers. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string, release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime, or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language, Node.js is the runtime, or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And Express.js is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that, so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost :27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology or some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed MongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that MongoDB lives on your local system. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. And then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically, all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder in the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB so for disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay. The media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data, and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one, or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Node.js, and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, And what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search /content/video or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. The webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it, we check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query, or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for, and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function, and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name, that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problem. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is darkness beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in queue, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file, and it's doing the same thing, but here we're finding by genre instead of the name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah, so we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Now, since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a very interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them
in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter. So as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to their view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends me this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the Dark Knight URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data, and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are
these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that we're yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully that gives you a good idea.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Well, you might have this question right now, what is web development, or what does a web developer actually do, right? Well, I can give you one very simple, very Spartan answer to that question. Well, a web developer is just a person, or web developers are just people who build and maintain websites, guys. So the keyword that you need to use, you need to check out here is build and maintain, because at the end of the day they'll be the workforce behind building an entire website and the part where they'll be maintaining the entire website as well. So to put it all in one sentence, to term it together, they literally are the people, they create how you actually experience the internet. So by internet, it is pretty much as simple as a website. Websites these days are not simple as we might know it, because probably 10 years ago or say 12 years ago, the internet was a very friendlier place. It was a very simple to use place, and now there is so much more to the internet that it really doesn't feel simple anymore for a couple of people. But hey, yeah, all the big companies, all the Fortune 500s, or let's take anyone, even a startup, all these guys are striving to bring you amazing user experience, amazing user interfaces, and they're making sure that you enjoy your time on a website and not just look at something plain and probably that would bore you. So I had this question for all of you viewers right now. So what is the most beautiful looking website that you have seen? So I want you guys to head to the comment section and let us know which is the most beautiful looking website that you have seen. Well, there's so many things that comes into my mind. Well, think about the development of how probably Facebook started out, and then how good, how amazing it looks right now, how user friendly it is. Probably check out Instagram, Twitter, for example, and not just social media websites, anything else for that matter as well. Something which began as a very simple thing and now it's so complicated as in it's sophisticated in such a good way that it gives us information in the most simple way possible. And all of this is possible only because of the hard work of good web developers in the companies, guys. And then at this point of time, what should you know? Well, you need to know that there are three web development specialties, guys. One is the front end development, second is the back end development, and third is the full stack development. Well, you might have heard of these terms or you might not have. Well, let me give you a quick short introduction to all three, so you find out what is actually going on in between all of these terms: front end development, back end development, and full stack development as well. So what does a front-end developer do? Guys, as you can probably think of it, literally front end and back end, front end is something that you would probably see, back end is something that you would not see, is the most simple way I would put it. Well, in literal terms, front end refers to the things on a website that you see, that you interact with, and so much more. Think about all the menus that you can check out on a website, all the drop downs, or let's say the user experience, how beautiful a mobile website looks like. Let's say you're browsing for the latest mobile, and there are so many companies out there who have amazing websites to sell their mobile products. So you're scrolling on that and you see this amazing transition between each of these concepts and so much more. So all this is basically because of very good front end development. So again, to recap, front end actually refers to all the things on the website that you actually interact with, that you actually see, and you work with at the end of the day. So this brings us to backend development. Again, backend is still the three-part series of the web development specialty, but then backend is it's a different beast, I would like to say, because backend is like, think of it as the inside of a clock. So I'm pretty sure most of us wear wristwatches, right? So as soon as we look at it, we see the time on the wristwatch. But do you see all the mechanism that goes behind it? All the tiny, tens of gears that pretty much go about showing you the time? Well, sure, maybe some watches you can see that, but in 99% of the watches, I don't think you can see all that functionality. You cannot see the battery and so many things else, right? So the backend is something like that. Think of it as the inside of a clock, and without it the website cannot function, because if you have a clock which doesn't run, if you have a watch which doesn't run, it doesn't make sense. So it needs to power itself somehow. So the front end of a website is actually powered by the backend development, guys. So the backend basically deals with all of the servers, all of the web development applications, all the databases, data storage, data warehousing, and so many other concepts, which is basically used and brought to the table by the front-end developers, and they go about talking a lot, guys, the front-end developers and the back-end developers, because this is something which goes hand in hand to create a complete website. And this brings us to the full stack development. So do all front-end developers and back-end developers just talk directly and help each other with their work and bring about a website? Well, you might think of it like, yeah, that might be the case in a lot of startups, in a lot of small companies, but then there are really big companies and there are really big IT firms in this particular decade, we know that, and these guys hire full stack developers directly. So a full stack developer is basically, a person who knows both front-end development, and he knows he or she knows a good amount of back-end development as well. So this is like bridging the gap between the front-end development and the back-end development of a particular web development and website creation scenario, guys. So what do you think about these terms, front-end development, back-end development, and full-stack development? If you have had any experience regarding these terms, or if you'd like to share anything about this, please head to the comment section. Let's keep it very interactive. I always love talking to you guys, and then pretty much helping you guys through there. And I love seeing your comments as well, guys. So go for it. So now that brings us to the next thing out here, which is the responsibilities of a web developer. So what are the responsibilities if you have to make a good website? Well, the first the biggest responsibility that I can go about thinking is to make sure that you know how to create these websites. Well, that is pretty vague if you're talking about it in a technical term. So to break it down into, to delve deeper into the IT world, you will actually begin writing, a web developer will actually begin writing websites with a combination of markup languages. Markup languages basically, HTML, CSS. There are so many languages which you can learn and use to basically write websites. So this is one of the responsibilities. The other I'm sorry about that. So the other good responsibility is that basically this person needs to have the ability, the web developer needs to have the ability to create very good prototypes, very good mock-ups of what an actual website would look like. Because at the end of it, you're a web developer who, develops really good websites, but then cannot showcase it, cannot pitch it to a client, then you might as well, lose that client or lose that job as well. So if you're good at something, and if a web developer is good at what he says or what she says, then they need to ensure that they can create very good prototypes and create quality mockups as well, guys. So This brings us to the next thing. A responsibility of a web developer also includes building a WordPress site from scratch. I'm sure you guys have heard of WordPress. It is an open source free platform basically, and it's so much more than that actually. But to keep it to the simpleton sense of this particular video, think of it as a blogging channel, for example, or a channel which is a foundation to go about setting up other websites on and working based off on that, guys. So building a website completely from scratch by making use of WordPress is basically one of the very good responsibilities of a web developer as well. And then we have something called a CMS. CMS is basically content management system. So again, at this point of time, you might not know what content management system is, and WordPress is actually a CMS tool that we use. So again, we have HTML, we have CSS, we have JavaScript, and so much more to go about working with as in when you become a web developer. So at this point of time, I want you guys to know that understanding HTML and CMS is one of the responsibilities of a web developer as well. And then this brings us to the next thing, because understanding user interfaces, user experiences are another very big responsibility of a web developer, because with respect to user interfaces, pretty much your day in day out tasks on a website, how you like to go about interacting with it, and the user experience part of it is a different story as well. I mean, sure, it's linked to user interfaces, but then it gives you this some websites, when you think about it, makes you feel very homely, right? It might be social media websites, it might be news websites, and so much more. It sort of feels like it's tailor-made to you, so it's giving you that user experience there. So making sure that you can reach out to your audience with the correct user interface, with the correct user experience, is a very good thing to have for a web developer, guys. And then next, it's pretty much having the ability to develop websites which are very functional in nature, as in they provide you with lots of options, lots of things someone can do and not be bored on the website, and create appealing websites at the same time. So even if you have lots of things to do but it doesn't look beautiful, it really wouldn't not a lot of users would actually prefer something like that. To bridge these both worlds, where it's functional on one side and it's very appealing to look at on the other side, is another good responsibility of a web developer. Then after providing a website, it is very important for the next step, which is basically to provide maintenance and support. Because at the end of the day, if you're very good at creating a website and you just finished it, but you do not provide any maintenance and any support towards it, then the person who might come after you to take over the website work, or let's say there needs to be further work done, but then you have not documented the work, it would become extremely difficult, because again, at the end of the day, for your client or anyone, for example, even for you, if you're trying to revamp it later, so having very good documentation, providing amazing maintenance and really good support is liked by the world. It would be I'm pretty sure it would be liked by your client, and so much more. So this should pretty much pop this question into your head. So why should you become a web developer? So could you figure out any good reason? Or I mean, there are millions of reasons of why you should become a web developer, but then if you could pick out any, and where the niche of where you should head towards becoming a web developer, then that's amazing, guys. So basically, the most important thing that you need to know about this particular web development scenario today is that it is an industry which is here to stay. What do we mean here to stay? Well, websites were not, there were not a lot of websites like 20 years ago, but then look at the millions of websites we have today, and there cannot be one single thought which is going to stop this particular, exponential growth of content, exponential growth of websites being launched every single day, thousands of websites being launched every single day, and this is not going to stop because there is no reason to stop. The world is being, catered to with very good websites, and this industry is pretty much on a rise. And fun fact is that the US Bureau of Labor Statistics pretty much predicted that over 13% growth in web development jobs will occur from now till 2028 and beyond that as well. So pretty much that is when you can think about it, that is like let's say almost 10 years from now, that there is a 13% growth guaranteed there. Well, you might think that 13% is a small amount, but then we're talking about millions and billions of websites out here. So when you think about 13% over 1,000 or over 1 million, it is is actually a very big number. And you will not just be one developer at this one company among millions in these 13%, if you could figure that out. Well, a company will be hiring for more than one, and there'll be many companies, thousands of companies over these years, and it is 10 years is a really long time. So this is one of the reasons why you should consider becoming a good web developer, guys. And then we already know that it is one of the most one among the best, or I would say most as well, trending technologies for our next year as well. So that brings us to our next reason of why you should become a web developer. Think about this. There are a lot of cities in the world where just the traffic is unbearable, or there are millions of people across the world, when you look at LinkedIn or any other formal social media platforms, where they prefer to work from their home. Well, as a web developer, you have every right, you have pretty much all the tools you would need at your home to actually start out and work from your home or anywhere in the world. Let's say you want to get up, go get a coffee at your coffee shop and just use their Wi-Fi and to begin your work. Well, yes, you can do that. You do not have to punch into work and do this as well. Fun fact is that there are many Fortune 500 companies here in India and the USA who suggest that working from home for a web developer role is actually very good. So that brings us to the next thing, where it's pretty much it gives you all of this ability to work independently as well, because at the end of the day, it is your content, it is your website, and you will have to own it, right? So not many people might like working under bosses, or let's say 99% of the time that's not the case. I'm not trying to put the wrong idea into your head, but when you think about it, it would be amazing to work independent, and knowing that you are the driving force of a company. That is very good as well. So you will have the ability to work independently too. And then this brings us to the next thing, which is basically to helps you fast track into the world of startups and tech industry. We know the amount of startups which are being opened. We know how big the tech industry is, how big the IT world is today. So to exploit it fully, a web development role, when there is a requirement for a web development role, if you have a good certification, you can just run right into a very good startup or into a giant as well. So this is one of the very good reasons you should become a web developer, because fast tracking into the world of startups and the tech industry at the same time, where the choice is left to you, is again a very good thing. And this pretty much brings us to the finale of why you should become a web developer, because you can build awesome stuff when you think about it, right? So think of all the creative, there are millions of people, and imagine the brainchild of these millions of people. So basically everyone can come together, or you can work independently pretty much, and you can put out amazing websites. And that's how the world is actually going right now as we speak. So until from pretty much the start of this video till now, there were thousands of websites which just went live and which got launched. And they're not just any plain or boring content as well. I am sure most of it will be interesting to millions of viewers, and at the end of the day, I'll have to say that it'll pretty much be awesome as well, right? So you can get on the awesome trend train right now, and you can pretty much build really good stuff for you, for your employer, and for the rest of the world as well. So what is the step-by-step guide to help you guys becoming a web developer? Well, I'm going to give you a couple of steps. So if you want to bring out a pen and paper and note this down, that would help you guys a lot. So step one is to pretty much go about learning markup languages. We have HTML, we have CSS, and we have JavaScript. So basically HTML, if you guys did not know what it stands for, it's basically hypertext markup language. And then for CSS, it's called cascading style sheets, and JS basically means JavaScript, guys. So what are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript doing to a website? Well, the HTML basically dictates a foundation. It dictates a structure to the website, and then CSS actually uses all of these structures and makes the building. Let's say we're building a building, right? So we're constructing a building would be a better sentence. So we're constructing a building, and all the pillars, all the foundation, all the concrete work is done by HTML. But then putting the glass panels outside, putting very nice interior decorations, all of this is done by our CSS. And then JavaScript pretty much brings all of these together and brings the structure and aesthetics together to make everything function, make everything work. So if your building looks beautiful on the inside, it looks beautiful on the outside, but it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense, right? So you need to have switches, light switches, air conditioning, and so much more. As soon as you turn it on, it should work, right? So this is what a JavaScript would do to your website. It would pretty much bring functionality to the aesthetics and the underlying structure as well, guys. So step 2 is again, after learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you need to go about learning the basics of WordPress as well. As I've been mentioning, that WordPress is again a very important entity in the world of web development. And here's a fun fact for you guys. If you did not know, 58% of all of the websites are actually powered by WordPress. And WordPress is free, it is open source, and everyone can get their hands on it to begin learning, guys. So quickly moving on to step 3 is again learning about how you can go about providing very good user interface, very good user experience, and development overall is another very important step. And I want to put this as step number 3, because again, having a structured way of learning will again help you pretty much throughout your career in web development, guys. So understanding the fundamentals of user experience design will basically, at the end of the day, help you create a very good looking website. So without user experience, can we say that the website is bad? Well, no. But then if you have the user experience, if you provide the user experience, provide a very good user interface, there is a very good chance and more people will like it, and your website will become a very good hit. And that brings us to step 4. Step 4 is to pretty much go about learning SQL, and learning PHP as well. So what is SQL and PHP? Well, SQL is basically a database technology which is used to store the data. So let me bring this down to the most simple terms I know. Let's consider SQL to be a database where, we're just dumping in and storing a lot of data. But then we need our website to talk to this data and use it, right? So PHP is it is a scripting language that does exactly that. So it pulls all of our data from a database which is basically stored using SQL, and then it starts pulling all the data and bringing it to the website, where at the end of the day, you as a user can interact with the front end, where the front end is using PHP to talk to the back end, which is using SQL to store all of these data, guys. And I hope that was very clear to you guys. And on that note, it brings us to step 5, because step 5 is where you'll be learning the basics of SEO as well. SEO is one of the most important things, and for the people who do not know what SEO means, it is search engine optimization, guys. This will basically put your website on all of the good search engines. We have Google, we have Yahoo, we have Bing, and we have so much more. And then making sure that people actually see your content, because not every time someone just enters the website URL and goes there, right? So they come to Google and they find the website interesting, and then they come to that. So getting your website to Google, getting into what we call as ranking on Google is basically what SEO is all about. So how is that done? Well, it is basically done through making use of very good HTML tags, and because these tags and a lot of other concepts are extremely important, making sure you use good title tags, well thought of heading tags, meta tags, and all of these other tagging concepts that you will actually learn pretty much when you go about starting your structured learning procedure. All of this is very much necessary, very much required to get a good SEO part, because at the end of the day, if people can find your website through a search engine, then you've done it good enough. So after all of this, what would a sample job description look like? Because we know the responsibilities, we know how to become a web developer right now, right? So what does a job description look like? Well, this is for the role of a web developer by Apple. Well, Apple say that you would need a BA in computer science, computer engineering, or any related field. They say that you need understanding in HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, again as we've discussed in step 1, and then they require a couple of JavaScript frameworks and client-side management as well. Let's say these are all JavaScript frameworks, and you will learn more about this in our upcoming videos as well. And they require you to have very strong experiences when you're working with REST APIs. You will actually
know a lot of things, but what are the benefits of that? The first thing that the web developer needs to understand is that the salary that they'll be getting, and on an average, it depends on the technologies that they know. But if they're just starting out, then the average salary would be 8.5 lakhs per annum in India. In the US, it's $95,000, and
In the UK, it's £51,000. Now, this is just if you're starting out and you're complete beginner. If you know many of these technologies, you've had experience, you have built projects, then you can negotiate higher salaries as well. Let's take a look at the companies that are hiring web developers. So as you can see that these are some of the companies that are hiring web developers, and these companies have a very wide variety of range. We have companies ranging from product-based companies such as Ola, Amazon, Google, and so on, to service-based companies like Fractal Labs and all of that. We have companies that will give you really high amounts of salaries, to companies that don't give you really high salaries, but they give you really different high level of perks. So you can take a look at those as well. So as you can see, companies of varying perspectives are hiring web developers, mainly because all companies need some sort of presence on the internet, and one of the ways that they do it is by creating websites or web applications that a web developer can do.
So let's begin this top web development interview questions by starting with the first question. It states, what is the difference between SOAP and REST? Well, this is a very important question that is very much asked in all of the web development interviews, so let's check it out. Well, to begin with, there's a lot of differences between SOAP and REST, because SOAP is actually a web development protocol while REST is an architectural platform. And then when you have to talk about what languages and what kind of markups it works with, SOAP works well with XML, while REST gives you the ability to work with XML, HTML, and plain text as well. There's one very important distinction that you do have to mention in this comparison is that SOAP does not have the ability to use REST, while REST can completely make use of SOAP. So even though this might not feel like a vital difference, but in its application and in its usage, it is very vital that you actually say it out loud. So make sure to convey these 3 points to the interviewer when you ask this question. Now with this, we can check out the second question. The second question states, what is the use of a namespace in web development? Now, well, a namespace is actually a global object whenever we talk about web development terms, and this object, just like any other object in the world of programming, has the ability to hold on to methods, has the ability to use properties to actually define the object and its characteristics, and in fact, a namespace can also have other objects in them as well. So they hold three things: methods, properties, and other objects too. So when we talk about why we require namespaces, one of the main reasons is that it will provide very good amount of reusability in terms of code, and we do not have to type out the entire syntax all the time. This will avoid a lot of name conflicts, and more than this, it will add to the ease of use whenever we talk about modularity as well. So with these three being the primary role of namespace, it just makes your ability to write code very effective, and eventually if your code is very efficient and you do not have to put in much more effort, you can use the same time to concentrate on the logic as well. So this is a win-win in terms of making use of namespace in web development. Now coming to the next question, it states, what are the newly introduced input types in HTML5? Well, HTML5 has had multiple iterations, multiple revisits, multiple updates from the past couple of years, and it's growing to be very nice markup language for all of us to work with as well. So whenever we talk about the types that have been introduced newly, there's so many types that have been coming on as per the update versions keep coming out, but then at least take this opportunity to name at least 3 to 4 HTML input types whenever you ask this question. There's so many on your screen, everything from color, date time, local, you have email, you have month, number, range, and more. So mention 3 to 5 and that should be more than sufficient. Now coming to the next question, it states, what are the form elements that support media content in HTML5? Well, there's actually 5 very important elements in HTML5 whenever we talk about engaging or using any media, be it any audio visual media or images as well. So the 5 main elements are these: audio, video, source, embed, and track. So whenever you think about naming these, it will also be a little impressive if you add a sentence to each of these while explaining. For example, you can talk about the audio.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. Which of the following tasks does JavaScript cannot do? A. JavaScript can react to events. B. JavaScript can manipulate HTML elements. C. JavaScript can be used to validate data. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Element on how it helps to import a piece of audio or use a piece of video as well. And then when you talk about source and embed, where you can embed links, and of course even track as well. So make sure to mention one or two sentences each whenever you're mentioning, so you add a little bit of concreteness to the answer. Now with this, we can come to question number 5 that states, what is SVG and why is it used? SVG actually stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's actually a file, whenever we talk about moving and making use of vector-based graphics anywhere over the internet. So the graphical content that is present in these SVG images, right? So they are rendered, which is based upon an XML format. So you can make use of PNG, JPG and all of those, of course. But then when you make use of SVG, the graphical quality of the content is actually high. The image quality is really high, and it does not play a big impact in terms of website loading or any of those performance metrics that's involved in web development as well. So for one of those reasons, SVG files, SVG images and other vector-based graphics are preferred in this field. Now, coming to the 6th question, it states, what is the use of canvas in HTML? Well, as the name suggests, canvas is in fact a piece of canvas, as it suggests, just like in real life, it's in fact a tag in HTML where it will allow the user to draw anything he or she chooses to. You can draw circles, boxes, images, paths, and a lot more. So canvas is actually added into HTML5 to make sure that users have this ability to manually go on to create circles, boxes, images, and all of these easily. And of course, it is done by making use of JavaScript. So that is canvas, and with this we can come to a quick difference that might pop up in case the question about canvas or SVG is asked. It is, what is the difference between canvas and SVG? Well, an SVG image is actually resolution independent if you talk about it. So you can scale it on multiple devices, and it does not have a dependency on the native resolution of the device that it's being viewed from. But then canvas is a little different. With canvas, the images are actually resolution dependent. So you have to be careful with that. And in terms of events and event handling, SVG actually supports event handlers, while Canvas does not offer any sort of support for event handlers. And then when you think about rendering for large scale applications, well, as you can already think of it, SVG is the format that's actually preferred whenever you have to talk about large scale rendering applications. But then you do not have to make use of SVG always. If the call is for a small scale rendering application, or let's say the images which do not take up a lot of time to create, and which do not have a large impact on the surroundings of it, then well, of course, yes, Canvas is the tool. Well, then of course Canvas is used a lot there as well. So this forms to be the basic differences that lie in between Canvas and SVG. Now on to the next. We'll check out the 8th question. The 8th question states, how can page loading time be reduced? Page loading time is one of the very, very important things that can either make or break your website, right? So if someone's on your website and if your page is loading way longer than it's supposed to, that person could be a customer who could drive a lot of sales for you, and he might be uninterested. He or she might be uninterested, and the person might leave. So understanding that you have to keep the page loading time to as minimum as possible is important. Now, if we're talking about how we can actually reduce this, there is multiple factors that affect a page loading time. See, I've mentioned about 5 or 6 on your screen, but then you can name about 20-25 factors if you go in depth to a very complex convoluted level where you can understand of how you can reduce the page loading time. But then these are the 5 very important things and some methodologies that you can implement to actually reduce the loading time. See, for example, reduction in the image sizes will actually have a lot of impact, as in images are large size files, right? So they have to be loaded every time the page is refreshed and whatnot. So reduction in that will help. Then if you have any widgets that you feel that are unnecessary, then of course removal of it. Then we can use HTML compression techniques, and when we're talking about lookups as well, the reduction in lookups are going to have a really big impact on the page loading time. And when you think about page caching and making use of minimal redirection, where you're not redirecting the users multiple times across the websites to get everything reloaded up again and again, well, that of course will help in reducing the load time in between the web pages in your website as well. So these are some of the very, very important factors that we talk about to bring down the page loading time drastically. Now with this we can check out the 9th question that states, what is the use of CORS or CORS? Well, CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross Origin Resource Sharing. So it is one of the very simple mechanisms that actually provides the users with the ability to have access for a variety of resources, let's say from one domain to another domain which is outside the current request domain, right? So if there is the current working domain that you have and there is another request domain which is outside the current workspace, then of course this mechanism will act as the binding bridge where resources can be shared across these two domains without putting much effort out there. So to do this easily, we make use of CORS or cross origin resource sharing. Well, with this we come to the 10th question that states, what is the difference between local storage and session storage objects? Well, as you can tell, both of these are actually objects when we talk about web development, and objects have lifetimes, right? So the one thing you have to talk about storage is of course the expiry time, and if you're talking about local storage, there is no expiry set for the objects that are stored here because there is data present and the data does not expire. And then when we talk about objects in session storage, well, the object here is actually valid only until one single session, and after the session the object expires, and of course the session object will be recreated again and used again. But then it is very vital that you understand the basic difference between having an object that does not expire versus having an object that does expire for every single session. Now what happens after expiry, right? So data is actually not deleted whenever we have local storage methodologies in place, because even after closing the window, the data does exist. But then if you're talking about a session storage object, as soon as you close the particular session, particular window or whatever it is, the object immediately gets deleted because that session is done. This is complementary to the first point. And then of course, if you want the objects to be back up again, you open the website again, or in fact reloading the site again will bring back the objects for that particular session, and it similarly goes on and on. So this is the basic difference that lies between local storage and session storage. Now with this we can come to the 11th question that states, what are some of the new features that are introduced in CSS 3? Well, cascading style sheets has been around for a while, and with every version it gets more impressive than ever. With CSS 3, I think the very most important thing that you have to talk about is how the entire framework is now made more user friendly, more easier to use, yet at the same time very powerful enough. So you will do a small amount of things and that will have a big amount in terms of styling as well. So there's a lot of new features that were added, but then if you have to talk about the most popular ones, the ones that have made the charts, the ones that are really popularly used among developers, then of course it's the ability to add rounded corners to images or any other parts of the objects as well, then adding animations, having custom layouts and working with that, making use of media queries, and a lot more. So these 4 features wind up on the top of the table whenever we talk about how CSS3 and its new features are playing out in today's market. So make sure to mention at least 3 of these. Now with this we can come to the next question that states, what is RWD in HTML and CSS? RWD is also called as responsive web design, and in fact it is one of these amazing concepts that is used to create web pages where let's say we have clients or users across multiple resolutions. So you might have clients who are using the particular website you're designing on their mobile phones, on their iPads, or on their laptops, or let's say even on a very big, let's say a 150-inch projector screen as well. So in that particular case, making sure that your web design is responsive, as the name suggests, where you're not tying up the native resolution and having dependencies with the machine as well. So your website will have the capability of automatically adjusting itself, changing the structure as and when it requires to provide the best possible viewing experience for the user, to make sure that they don't miss out on any data, or that they do not have to scroll a lot from one particular design to another. So it's all about making sure that your website fits all the screens, and RWD is all about that. Now, after understanding this, we need to check out what are some of the types of CSS that are available today. So when we talk about cascading style sheets, the first very important thing that we always discuss is how are we going to implement CSS in our particular design, right? So there are actually 3 types of CSS that are present, in fact, that are very widely used. Once the inline CSS, we have external CSS, and we have embedded CSS. And as the name suggests itself, so whenever we're working with HTML elements, right? So if you add the CSS code in line with the HTML elements, then we call it as inline CSS. And then if we actually have to import a file, an external file which contains all of the CSS programming, which contains all of the CSS data, then we call it as external CSS, because we are actually using our HTML to import this particular CSS file, hence the name external CSS. And then we have the embedded CSS. Embedded CSS are added by making use of the style tag that's available in HTML. So using this, we can add all of the required CSS style as per desire and as per requirement as well. So these three are the very important types of CSS that are present, and all three of them are very widely used as well. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that states, what is the use of a selector in CSS? So whenever we have, let's say, any elements, any inline elements that require styling, a CSS selector is always used there. So it's used with a rule in all of the inline statements. And with this, the most important thing is that it makes it easy for the users to, let's say, find and select HTML elements. It can be on a lot of factors, right? You might have to select HTML elements based on its attributes, based on IDs, based on names, and a variety of other factors as well. So to make sure that you can select all of these easier, as the name suggests, a CSS selector is very much in use. Now, moving on to the 15th question. It states, can you give an example of making use of an ID selector in CSS? Making use of an ID selector is very simple and it is very straightforward as well. So check out the example, on your screen. So we have the paragraph tag where PID is equal to selector example, and here the selector example is actually name of the identification that we provide to that particular point of reference as well. So it's as simple as that. It does not have to be selector example. It can be anything. Just for the sake of this, to denote this example, it's put as selector example. But of course, you can name the ID anything as well. So as you can already tell, so if you have an element that has to point to a target element for any sort of usage, then it is as simple as shown on your screen. So with this understanding, we can check out another question about CSS, which states, what is the use of grouping in CSS3? Grouping, again, all of these are very readable concepts, as you can see. And again, grouping, as the name suggests, is one very important concept where CSS is providing the users with the ability to actually apply one single CSS style elements to multiple HTML entities without having to type it multiple times. So if you have like more than 4 or 5 HTML entities where you need some styling to be added, you do not have to type it 5 times manually or 6 times manually, right? So 5 or 6 is a very small number. If you have a very complex website, you might have thousands of lines of HTML. So, copying it for thousands of lines and styling it manually is not possible and is very inefficient. So what we do is, in terms of grouping, so whenever we group all of the CSS tags, as you can see in that small example shown, you can have that particular styling added to any number of HTML entities that you wanted. So all it takes is one single declaration of that statement, and the styling can be matched to multiple HTML entities. So with this, we can check out another question about selectors, which states, what is the use of a class selector in CSS? So this is a very important question, so make sure to pay attention. Well, a class selector in CSS was actually an entity that is used to select a statement in HTML, modify the style of it, and make sure that you do it for the correct tag at the same time as well. So if there is a requirement of selecting a statement, modifying the style of that particular element in that statement, and making sure that it is on the correct HTML tag, we make use of selectors. And all of these selectors, right? So whenever we talk about class selectors especially, they start with a period, they start with a full stop to begin with as part of the syntax, and then we have the name of the class for that particular selector. For example, you can see on the screen in the below example shown, you can see dot example class, right? So that dot example class indicates that it's a class selector with the name example class, and of course the styling is followed by that, and then we can make use of it later in the particular tags as well. But then it makes it very, very simple and very elegant to use when we do this. So with this, we can come to check out the 18th question that states, what is the use of WebKit in CSS3? If I have to talk about web development, then WebKit has to be a very important aspect of it, because so WebKit is a very important concept of CSS3, which will provide the users the ability to have their HTML files and CSS elements rendered easily across a span of browsers, right? So it is not browser dependent. To make sure that you get this compatibility where you can run the same CSS HTML elements across a variety of browsers, be it Mozilla Firefox, be it Safari, be it Google Chrome, or be it Microsoft Edge, or whatever it is. So but then to use these WebKits, we have something called as engines that have to be supported by the browsers. For example, we have an engine called as Gecko for easy use of HTML and CSS in Mozilla. We have Presto for Opera, the other browser, and then we have Edge for the now retired Internet Explorer as well. So when you think about it, these engines form to be very important components that allow the usage of styling and rendering of all of these HTML and CSS elements as well. So with this, we can check out the 19th question that says, what are the use of another type of selectors called as child selectors in CSS? Child selectors, again, you might have guessed it, is actually used to look up a child element in the case of CSS. So what happens is that, let's think about it as an example. So if there is an example where, let's say, where you use the UL tag to create a paragraph, right? So what happens is that the paragraph tag is the parent tag, and then under it, if you've made use of the UL tag, then that becomes the child tag, right? So how can we implement this child parent pattern by making use of CSS, you ask? Well, check out the last line. It is as simple as that. So P2 UL and the font size, the styling that we have given manually, is supposed to be 20 pixels, and it just takes one single line, in fact half a line, and it's very simply done, and it's very easily done like this. Now with this, after understanding child selectors, we need to understand that the new feature about how rounded borders can be implemented in CSS3, and how can they be implemented in a very simple way. To make use of the rounded borders, right? So CSS has this border radius property that will allow all the users to make sure that they can make use of elements and give them a very nice looking rounded corner as well. So instead of having sharp, squarey or boxy corners, having rounded corners is always aesthetic. To add this, there are 4 very important attributes of the border radius property that you have to check out for 4 corners, as the name suggests. You'll be rounding the top left border. So you have the ability to separately round out the top left corner, the top right corner, bottom left corner, or the bottom right corner by making use of these attributes that are shown on your screen. So you do not have to round all of them compulsorily at the same time, but then you can make use of these individual attributes to round as and when required. So after understanding this, we can check out a concept which is very simple, called as pagination. So the question might be, what is pagination? Well, pagination is actually a very simple sequence of pages whenever we talk about a website, and all of these pages will have so there is a situation where most of the websites might not have many things that changes, right? So a web page will not differ a web page will not differ a lot from another web page in terms of all of the concepts. So there are certain concepts, where things remain to be the same. So to give you an example, think about an e-commerce site, right? So when you're browsing through all of the products, you have multiple pages where you can scroll through. You have multiple items on the same page, and then you have multiple pages which have exactly the same layout, but then the products are different, right? Page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. So if you're wondering how this is done, well, the concept of pagination is used, and this in fact is very easily done by making use of CSS3 as well. So that elegance, that bit of making sure that your website looks structured and the web page does not differ much from the other web pages, but then the products differ, of course, this can be easily implemented by making use of pagination.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provide full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
With this, we can check out the 22nd question that says, what are the components of the CSS box model? Well, the CSS has very important components, and the box model is the foundation, and the box model is the foundational aspect of CSS. So it is very vital that you understand the box model, because that is the very important entity that encloses all of the HTML content, either as a box element or a button element as well. And to do this, it has been governed by 4 very important To do this, And to do this, it has been governed by 4 very important components. One is border, we have content, margin, and padding. Make sure to mention all 4 of these components, as each of them have their own usages. For example, border will actually denote the padding and the content around the border. Then content refers to the actual content, of course, and then you have the margin. Margin refers to all the top layer of the box element and the designs associated with that. And then we have padding. Padding is a concept where we talk about the empty spaces or the negative spaces in between the elements that are present that have to be styled as well. So make sure to mention all 4 components. With this, we come to the 23rd question that states, what are some of the properties of transitions in CSS3? Well, transitions in CSS3 are very simple to use, and they will give you the ability to rapidly do a lot of things with a small amount of code. Let's say, for example, if you have to add animation effects or anything of that sort, you can make use of transitions to do it in a very simple way. Whenever we talk about the properties of transitions, there's 4 main properties that you have to mention. One is the transition delay, the transition duration, the transition property, and the timing function. And each of these, as the name suggests, have their own niche usages, where delay will control the actual delay of movement of an entity, the duration will talk about the duration of display, the property will talk about the effect that you want to achieve, and of course we have the timing function as well. So these 4 properties have their own unique aspects whenever we have to think about making use of transitions, let's say to add very simple animations in CSS3. Now with this, we can check out the 24th question that says, what is the use of pseudo classes in CSS? Pseudo classes, again, even though it sounds like a class, it is actually a technique that we have to talk about in CSS. And pseudo classes are used to change the style of all of the elements whenever we have one element that has to change its state. So whenever there is an element that changes its state, and if we have to change the styling after this element changes state, pseudo classes are very widely used. So there's a good chance you've already come across this. For example, there is a style change when you move the mouse over an element. The mouse color might change, the button color might change. You might have animations when you move out of focus, or let's say if you have external links, then you can add a styling to that. You can change the color of it as soon as the mouse moves on it, and there is so many things, right? So the application of pseudo classes, especially in CSS, is immeasurable, because there's a lot of things and your imagination is the only barrier here. And then pseudo classes are of course widely used just for their aesthetic abilities as well. Now, after understanding this, we can check out the 25th question that states, what is the use of media queries? Well, media queries, again, as the name suggests, will give you the ability in which you can design an RWD, a responsive web design, where you can adjust a lot of entities which have been styled based on their shapes, sizes, and a lot of things. So they are mostly used to adjust a lot of entities, such as the height of viewing, then you have the width, then you have the viewport. The viewport is very important for rendering and showing to the users. Then you have the resolution, you have the orientation, and so many things, right? So to adjust all of these and to define styles for these in CSS, well, media queries are made use of this. And the good thing is that they help a lot whenever you're talking about responsive web designing as well. So that's a win-win for both efficiency and looks. Now with this, we can come to the 26th question that says, why is float used in CSS? Float is again a very important property. In fact, it's a property that's used a lot in CSS because it gives you the ability to easily control the positioning of an element, or let's say even if you have to change the layout and control the layout, it can be done in a very simple way by making use of float. So if you're talking about placing any element on a web page, then think about this. The simple example shown on your screen, we have the div, and then we're talking about float to the right. So whatever the content that you're styling out here, right? So all of the content of that particular div class will be made sure to placed on the right side of the screen, because you have specifically mentioned in the floating attribute that you want it towards the right. You can have it to the left, you can have it to the center, and a lot of other options as well. So based on this, you can easily move around objects in screen by making use of float in CSS. So moving on to the next question, it says, what is a z index in CSS or z index? Well, z index, again, if you can already think about it, it's actually a property in CSS where we try to define an order of elements using this particular index as a measure in any sort of web page designing, because the working of z index is very simple. It works on the basis of ordered indices. So let's say if there is a higher ordered element that has to be So let's say if there's a higher ordered element that has to be shown and that has to render before a lower ordered element, then z-index will give that element the property where it will denote the order of execution as well. And then one very important thing that you have to mention to the interviewer about making use of z-index is that z-index will only apply if your elements are positioned. What does this mean? Well, this means that these elements must have the position attribute compulsorily if you have to make use of z-index. So without the position attribute, z-index will not work for that particular styling entity there. So make sure to mention that as well. So with this, we can check out the 28th question that says, why are external child sheets preferred, right? So we saw inline, external and embedded in a previous question. So why are external style sheets the most popular ones out there right now? It provides many benefits, and I've mentioned the top 3 benefits that they offer. With an external style sheet, you can make use of the classes any number of times that you desire, be it 1 times, 10 times, 100 times. You can make use of it without much effort as well. This has to be the biggest benefit of making use of external style sheets. And then with an external style sheet, and with an external style sheets, what's actually happening is that it will give you the style control of multiple documents, right? So you can have one CSS file and map it across multiple documents for styling requirement as well. So it simplifies the plethora of files it goes into building a good website as well. Be it the use of groupings, be it the use of groupings or selectors. All of these can be used in a very simple fashion in a single file, in fact, to apply styles across a variety of files, across a variety of HTML elements in the entire website. So external style sheets are a win-win in terms of efficiency, win-win in terms of ease of use, and a win in terms of making use of reusable concepts as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. Both of the above. D. None. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So with this, we can check out the 29th question that says, what is the meaning of long polling in web development? So when we have to talk about long polling, you have to understand one thing is that long polling is actually a developmental pattern that we make use whenever we have to, let's say, simulate a data push operation from a server to a client machine. So let's say if there is some data that has to be moved from the server to a client machine, long polling is actually the development pattern that is used. So what happens when long polling is used, right? So when long polling is actually operational, the client will send in a request to the server saying, hey, I am available, I am polling to you, so now you can send the data. So what happens is server accepts the poll, and then it can push all the data from the server to the client. And once the data is actually transferred, there will be a timeout attribute that denotes the connection end, and of course the connection will end based upon that. And after So the connection will end based upon after the data has been sent to the client, or if there is a manual timeout that is provided. So whatever occurs first, either the completion of data sending or the occurrence of the timeout criteria, the entire connection will drop out as is. So long polling is a very simple concept to emulate data push operations from servers and clients, as you just saw. So make sure to mention all these points. Now with this, we can check out the 30th question that says, what are some of the web development technologies that you know? Well, you might not have to wait until the 30th question actually to get to this point in an actual interview, but then an interviewer can start out with this being your first question as well. So it's an extremely common question, and there's a very good chance that it is always asked too. So one very important thing that you have to remember here is that answer this based on your learning, your experience, whatever you have taken in terms of knowledge, be it in a certification program, be it self-learning or whatever you have done. Make sure to answer it based on that. But then, of course, to give you a good clarity about what a good web developer will have, what skills the web developers will have, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, Python, PHP, frameworks of PHP such as Laravel, Cake PHP. There's a lot of things. The list can go on and on if you're talking about what a good web developer should know. But then at this point of time, if you do not have all of the skills that are shown on your screen, well, fear not, because most of the time you will be concentrating on at least 3 or 4 of these maximum. So you really do not have to worry about it unless you're looking at full stack development. In that particular case, a good amount of no expiration too. So this very subtle difference that lies in between cookies and local storage are very important in the entire working in the field of web development. So make sure to mention these 2 points to the interviewer as well. For HTML tags, in the case of XHTML, all the tags must compulsorily be in the lowercase, and that is not the case when we talk about HTML. And in XHTML, the tags should be compulsorily closed. There should be no open-ended tags. It is not allowed as per the syntax. But then HTML can have open-ended tags, and it'll work fine if there are no other ambiguities as well. And then when we talk about attributes always have to be put in double quotes in XHTML, and attributes in regular HTML does not require the compulsory use of quotation marks as well. So even without that, it'll perform well. So this forms to be the very simple difference that lies in between how strict the syntax is when we talk about XHTML versus the regular HTML. So make sure to mention these to the interviewer. So with this, we can come to the 33rd question that states, what are the various data types that are present in JavaScript? JavaScript has 7 main types of data that we talk about. It is very important to mention, and it is very important that you mention all of these as well. So we have Boolean, which talks about true or false, and we have the number data type, we have the object itself is a data type, then we have undefined, we have null, yes, null is a data type, and then we have string, we have functions, and much more. So it is very vital that you know at least the basic functioning of each of these data types, and instead of just mentioning it out, just like any other answer which has a list attached to it, make sure to explain 1 or 2 sentences about each of these. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature, and it will impress the interviewer, giving them an aspect of knowing that you have an idea about all of these concepts in depth as well. So mention 1 or 2 sentences and it will help you a lot. Now with this, we can come to the 34th question that states, how can styles or classes be changed in elements when we're making use of JavaScript? So how can styles be changed or classes be changed, right? So to do this, we make use of 2 very important to do this, we can actually use 2 very. So this can be done in JavaScript in a very simple way. So modifying classes or modifying styles of any element is not much of a task at all. To modify the styles, we're going to make use of style.font_size. If you have to add in, the font size, then if you have to modify the classes, we just give the class name instead of dot style. So instead of dot style, we have the dot class name, and then of course we do have to, provide the name of the class there. But then when you think about it, there is no much difference between the syntax. It's just very subtle, but then both of these easily will allow you to change styles or classes based on the requirement by making use of JavaScript in an easy way. With this, we can check out the 35th question that states, what are the types of pop-up boxes that are present in JavaScript? So, we've all seen very good looking dialog boxes whenever we go onto a website. So there are actually types of dialog boxes that you're supposed to know. There's 3 main types of dialog boxes. In fact, whenever we work with JavaScript, one is the alert box, one is the confirm box, and there's another box called as the prompt box. So with an alert box, a message is displayed on the screen. There'll be a message and an OK button. It's like telling you, hey, here is something, which can either be going right or going wrong, and it's displaying it to you. It's conveying it in a sentence. Now, when we talk about the confirm dialog box, here the users will have the ability to either say OK or cancel it, and you can make a decision based on this. So a decision can be easily made by making use of the confirm box. Then we have something called as a prompt box. A prompt box is where you will have to input something, say such as your user ID, your email ID or password, and then you'll have the OK buttons, the cancel buttons, or the login button. That's very simple. So that's it. So that's a very simple example of making use of a prompt button. So make sure to mention all these 3 types of dialog boxes when you ask this question. It's the alert box, it's the confirm box, and it's the prompt box. And this concept, in fact, as you've already seen, is very simple to remember as well. So being confounded or being confused is not an option here. In terms of web development, because all these concepts are highly readable and they offer easy to look at and work with syntax as well. Now with this, we can come to the 36th question that says, what is the difference between window on load and on document ready? Well, both of these are very widely used events when we talk about CSS and the usage of images as well. So what happens in window.onload is that this is an event that is not called until the page is completely loaded, right? So all of your images, all of your CSS styling, everything has to be loaded. Only then the window.onload event is called. And what that event does is it will add a little bit of a delay whenever there is a rendering of a web page that's required. So if you have to manually have a delay, you're going to make use of this. But then if you have to remove a delay, we make use of something called as onDocumentReady. So when we're making use of onDocumentReady, this particular event will wait only till your DOM is initialized. It will not wait until your entire website is initialized. And as soon as your DOM is ready, it will begin all of the things that is required to be done under that particular event action. So this will reduce the delay, while window.onload will add a tiny bit of delay while rendering as well. So this forms to be the basic difference that lies between window.onload and onDocumentReady. And now, when we're talking about the type conversion and how type conversion is handled in JavaScript as well, there could be a question, that's very important that can be asked in terms of JavaScript, which is how is type conversion handled here?
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provide full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Well, this could be a slightly tricky question in case if you're thinking about taking the manual approach, because JavaScript is a weakly typed language. With a weakly typed language and its ability to handle automatic type conversion, you can just pass any function as an argument to any other function without having to do anything else. So with this simple usage, there's no errors, there is no data associated warnings or, anything else that might pop up, as all the values will directly get converted into the data type without you having to do anything. So it all gets converted, automatically. And with the ability of JavaScript being weakly typed, the automatic type conversion is one of the things that will help a lot whenever you're programming in JavaScript as well. So make sure to mention how type conversion is handled in JavaScript. So with this, we move on to the 38th question that states, what is the meaning of scope of a variable in JavaScript, right? So I'm sure you already know this, but then explain the types as well. So scope will refer to the access of functions and variables in a running environment. So, you can have multiple variables, but then not all the concepts in your program can have access to these variables. So you can change these programming scopes where you're providing variables or other entities certain access but then you can stop other entities having access to these variables as well. So this is the important part. Make sure to talk about the two types of scope. One is the local scope and the other one is the global scope. If you're talking about a variable or a function or a value or anything that's in the local scope, that means that all the values are actually in the same function. The values can be accessed, the values, everything can be done within that particular function just because of its local scope, and all the values cannot be accessed outside it. So it's like, think about a plastic cover. So think about a cover where you've put in certain clothes or anything, right? So you cannot have access to this unless you have access to the cover itself. That's a very good example of local scope. And then when you talk about global scope is like global scope is a very simple concept, exact opposite to that of local scope. So instead of having a cover, just have it have your clothes on an open basket, so anyone can have access to it, right? So exactly the same concept here as well. So variables, if they are declared as global, they can be accessed from anywhere in the application throughout without having limited scope or limited access as well. So this is one very important concept, and these have their own niche use cases, either local scope or global scope. They have their own use cases, and most of the time it is only spoken in terms of security, access methodologies, and a lot more. So make sure to mention all of these when you ask this question. Now with this, we can move on to the 39th question that states, how are comments used in JavaScript? So again, this is again a very simple question. When we talk about comments in JavaScript, there are actually two types of comments. We have the single line comment, where your comment is just one line, and then we have multi-line comments where your comment is a multi-line comment, where your comment actually lasts for more than one line with a line break in between. So to make use of the single line comment, we make use of double slashes and just we type whatever comment we require. But then if you are making use of a multi-line comment, we make use of a slash and an asterisk to begin the comment. Then of course we type the actual comment in multiple lines, and then we close it in the exact opposite order, which is the asterisk and the asterisk and the slash. So make sure to take a quick note of the syntax in terms of using single line comments and making use of multi-line comments as well, as it is very vital that you know this subtle difference that exists. Now, after understanding comments, we're going to check out a quick concept with the 40th question that is called as undefined and undeclared variables. So what are these variables that are undefined? What are these variables that are undeclared when we talk about JavaScript? You know, as the name suggests, if you have to talk about undefined variables, these are variables that are already declared. These are variables that are already specifically mentioned to the compiler to understand, but then we have not initialized it. We have not provided it with any value. We're just told that the variable exists, but then we have not provided it any value or instantiated it or initialized it anyway. So that is an undefined variable. But then if you have to talk about the variables called as undeclared variables are variables say that are already being used in the program without it being declared. So in that case, if you have not declared a variable but then you're still making use of it, that becomes an undeclared variable. Check out the example on your screen. We have the alert.undefvar where we're talking about the undefined variable. You can see the use of a comment as well. And then we're talking about not declared. This is an alert that can be set to act in case if there is an access for an undeclared variable in that particular program. So the subtle difference that lies between having a variable which is undefined or having a variable which is undeclared is very important for you to understand as well as convey it to the interviewer too. So with this, we can move on to the 41st question that says, what is the method used to submit forms in JavaScript? Well, this is a very simple question, very straightforward question, but then sometimes you might get it wrong. So make sure to concentrate. Forms can very easily be submitted in case of JavaScript, and all you have to do is use one single method, and that method is forms.submit. So document.forms of 0.submit that you see on your screen right now, in case if you're wondering what the 0 stands for, the 0 actually talks about the index of that particular form as well. If there's multiple indices, then of course multiple indices are used apart from 0 here as well. So document.forms of 0.submit will help you submit any form in JavaScript in a very simple and an easy fashion. With this, we can come to the 42nd question that says, why is this keyword used a lot in JavaScript? I'm sure you've come across the keyword this, and in fact, you might have used it a lot as well. So do you know why it is used a lot? Well, one very important thing is that it is primarily used to access the current object that is present in the program. So whenever you're working with the program, it will let you access the current object. So this object might be residing inside a method, and the keyword that is used, whenever we're talking about that particular variable or whenever we're talking about that particular object, makes it very easy to access as well. So this keyword will provide us access inside a method, and it'll help us in referencing all of the variables or the objects that exist in that particular methodology too. So after understanding this, we can check out the 43rd question that says, what is the use of the differ attribute in JavaScript? Again, the differ attribute is widely used because it is primarily used as a Boolean type attribute, right? So you already know Boolean. Boolean is 1 or 0 or true or false. So but then why do we use it as differ, right? So differ is primarily used to delay the execution of any sort of JavaScript code on the web page. We will manually halt the execution of JavaScript code until everything else initializes. For example, your HTML entities can completely initialize, your CSS element can completely initialize, your parser can be ready, your DOM can be ready, and after all of this is done, then we can make sure that your JavaScript code executes after all of this. So to add that tiny point of delay to wait for all the other components to be done, well, differ is used just for that. A simple example is shown on your screen just to use this. One very important thing is that whenever you're talking about attributes and concepts in JavaScript, wherever possible, please do use an example while explaining as well. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature. Now, when we talk about their particular firm or a question that's related to them, it can be like, how can you prioritize SEO, manageability, maintainability, performance, security, etc. in a web application? So what gets priority, right? So this can be a very confusing question to begin with, because you might not know what you have to prioritize for that company, but then there is a certain standard that is set. The interviewer is asking you this tricky question to check if you have the ability to understand the working environment that you're applying for, right? So in case if it's a small startup, then you have to answer it in a different way. But then if it's a very large corporation or a mid-sized firm, you have to answer this in a very different way. See, if it's a very large firm that you're applying for, of course, data security will get the highest priority over SEO. So this is one common practice that has been used for the last couple of years. But then if you're talking about, let's say, a publication firm, let's say, or a small size firm that's into publication a lot, then of course SEO will get the preference over security. So to answer this question very well, you can do one simple task beforehand. Even before attending the interview, just read a little bit about the company that you're applying for. This way you can have a clear understanding of what priority you would like to talk about when you ask this question, because this is again a very important question. It's very frequently asked, and if you can answer this without taking a lot of time or without putting an effort while being asked, then the interviewer will get a clear picture of how you've put in your effort to understand about the firm as well, and not just prepared for the interview. That will help you immensely. So make sure to prepare for this question very well. Now with this, we can check out the 45th question that states, what is the result if a jQuery handler or a jQuery event handler returns a false? Well, what happens when a jQuery event handler returns false? It's very simple. If your jQuery event handler returns a false, which is a boolean value, it means that the event will not execute any further. Your event is halted at that particular point of time, and whatever actions were given after that will be skipped. But then whatever actions were there before that, of course, would have executed. Only then the event handler will return the boolean false. Whatever is after the boolean false, just as I stated, will be omitted. So this is again a very straightforward question with a very simple example. So again, this is a very straightforward question with a very simple answer. Now, we can move on to the 46th question that states, what is the use of the each function in jQuery, right? So the each function is again a very important function. In fact, it is the most used function whenever you're working with jQuery. So what this each function does is that it provides the users with the ability to move across all of these elements in an iterative pattern. So if you have a set of elements, if you have multiple elements that you have to work with, you can move across them one after the other by making use of each element. So, there's a simple function that gets passed onto the each element, and then this will result in the execution of each of the events for which the object have been called. So make sure you read that last line again, because we're stating that whenever a function is passed to the each method, right, this will result in the execution of all of the events for which the actual object has been called. So to iterate over it, we have to call it first, a function has to be passed, and then eventually we can have access to all the data that's present there as well. So again, a simple question and a straightforward answer. So moving on, 47th question states, what is pair programming? Pair programming is one very, very important thing that you have to understand, especially in web development, because not all of the time you are working on a solo project, right? If your project is very big, you will of course have lots of colleagues in your web development team that you'll be working with to solve whatever problem that you have at hand. So pair programming, as the name suggests, in fact, will check your ability to see if you can work very easily with other colleagues. So how easily is your interpersonal skills, and how effectively can you collaborate with other people in a fast-paced environment, be it an agile development platform, whatever it is. But then if the scenario is actually about fast-paced development, then most of the time agile will not fit that particular situation clearly. So pair programming is something that is used for fast-paced development and collaborative development. So it is very vital that you know this. So after this, we can check out the 48th question that says, what is the use of the dollar function in jQuery? So the dollar function is again a very simple function. It's So it's again very widely used. It is used basically as a wrapper to wrap around every other object, if we are talking about their jQuery counterparts as well. But then why do we have to wrap around objects, right? So this function is used to wrap because this will give the users the ability to call any method of their choice. If it is defined as a jQuery object previously, you can call it and you can work with it without having to put much effort there as well. So that's very important. And here is one more thing that you have to understand is that selectors can be also passed to the dollar function. So what happens if we pass a selector to a dollar function is that the result is the output of the jQuery object where this is the important part, where it contains the matched DOM element. So if you want the output of the jQuery object to be a matched DOM element, or to output you that particular requirement, then of course selectors are passed on to the dollar function to do just this. Now with this, we can check out the 49th question that states, what are the types of CDNs that are supported in jQuery? CDNs, I'm sure you already know about it. It's content delivery networks. And primarily when we talk about making use of jQuery, there are two types of CDNs. One's from Microsoft and one's the Google CDN. So the Microsoft CDN is to use the Microsoft CDN is used to load all the jQuery, Ajax CDN libraries and files and whatever is required for that. But then when we talk about Google, we use Google to load the jQuery from the native APIs, what we call as the Google libraries, APIs that are already present, and work with them at the same time as well. So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. There are Google and they are Microsoft. One talks about Ajax CDN when we talk about Microsoft, and then when we talk about Google, we'll be loading the jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Now with this, we come to the last question that says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, this is a very important question, and as you might have already known, a certification program will add a lot of value to your candidature in any sort of technological company job role that you're applying for. Be it if you're a fresher, be it if you're an intermediate user, or if you're an advanced user moving from one programming language or concept to another, a certification program will help you a lot. Because apart from the usual concept where you have a lot of knowledge in you, you would have been proficient in a lot of concept, you would have been expert in using it, you would have had let's say real life project use cases and whatnot to work with. But then what the other thing you have to talk about here is how you're impressing the interviewer, because the interviewer will be looking at your ability to learn new things, you showing aspiration to actually learn it, or in fact you making use of web development as a career path in a very serious way. And this shows that you're an effective learner as well. If you've learned it on your own, or if you've learned it on a certification program, whatever it is, you're just showing a lot of girth and potential to the interviewer as well. So my suggestion to answer this question is to make sure that you answer about how you have made use of the certification program rather than the actual program itself. Because you might have one or more certification programs, but what will add value to the interviewer is if you convey to them what you have done. So what is the result of you picking up that certification program? What have you learned there? What have you implemented there? And what problems have you solved there? That is what they are after, and that is what they are looking for in this question as well. So make sure to answer about that. Explain about what you learned, how you implemented new things, how you learned it, how it's helpful to you so far as well. Here's a small bonus you can use as well. Apart from all of these, talk about how you plan to use this learning to their firm's advantage as well. So state 1 or 2 points where you can talk about how you will bring the upper hand to the table and how you would want to implement your learning with their company, and that will impress the interviewer as well. So with this, you have come to the end of the top 50 web development questions, interview questions and answers. So I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best for all of the upcoming interviews, and I'm sure you've got a very clear picture now on how to approach questions and how to attack these answers in a concise and a precise manner.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thank you so much for watching.